when the Masked Dark Knight's secret identity got exposed. Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Hey, is it really okay for us to just run away like this? In a forest near a certain border, 5 horses galloped at a furious pace, each with a rider. Aboard one of them, a girl with flowing, moonlit gold hair raised her voice. We must flee to the city just as we are. If it's a city of our kingdom, they will surely grant us protection. I can fight, you know. Indeed, your magic would be a great help, Harem-sama. However, our opponent is. The moment one of the knights said that, something flashed overhead. Looking up reflexively, they saw the sight of several giant fireballs falling toward them. This is a bit beyond what a child like me can handle. The girl instantly leaped from her horse, rolling as she landed. Freed from the reins, the horse ran on ahead, only to be immediately swallowed by a fireball. Harem-sama. I'm all right, but... Her horse was gone, and 3 knights were on the other side of a sea of flames. On her side, only 1 knight remained. Wah! The very next moment, a sharp sword protruded from the neck of the knight beside her. What had happened? Neither the stabbed knight nor the girl, showered in a spray of blood, could comprehend it and froze. But the sight of the knight collapsing to the ground brought her back to reality. Why you guys? Why are you here already? Gah! Harem-sama, run. From beyond the sea of flames, she could hear the familiar voices of her knights. But as soon as she heard them, they vanished with a sickeningly wet sound. A moment later, the knights' voices could be heard no more. In their place, several men clad in black emerged from the forest. Luna Carbon, second princess of the kingdom, correct. In the hand of the man who spoke were 2 sharp knives. The other men also held weapons like swords and staves, while the girl, Luna, held nothing. I can use magic, but... The disadvantage was overwhelming. She was outnumbered, outarmed, and completely outmatched. They had killed her knights with such ease, there was no way she could win if she fought them. Moreover, the horse she had relied on had vanished into the sea of flames. In other words, escape was impossible against this many opponents. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? The men remained silent from start to finish. Was it because they feared revealing their identities, or did they simply have no intention of conversing? In any case, their silence gnawed at her heart with terror. Am I going to die? With a rustle, the man who had spoken started walking forward, knives in hand. Am I going to die right here? There were still so many things I wanted to do. She thought of the school life she was so looking forward to, making lots of friends, maybe even falling in love, though that might be difficult, eat lots of delicious food, and study hard. And yet, I'm going to be killed just for being a princess. I haven't accomplished anything yet. Every man in her sight was after her life. There was no way a girl her age wouldn't be terrified. And no. She backed away, but felt an intense heat at her back. Glancing down, she saw the corpse of the knight who had been with her just moments ago. And no, I don't want this. I don't want to die. 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 Somebody help me. And then, got it. A hero arrived. The man, who had spoken no more than was necessary, uttered his first gratuitous word. And that was all. The man who should have been holding the knives saw his vision spin once in an instant, and then just his head rolled across the ground. The last thing the man saw was the figure of a boy wearing a mask made of black ivy, swinging a giant sword sideways. Those words alone are enough. A wet squelch, and the boy slowly began to walk towards Luna. She realized as he drew closer that the black sword was not made of metal. It was a simple mass of ivy. That is what covered its entirety. I will fulfill my role. The boy thrust his sword into the ground, and then he opened his mouth to speak softly. King of the forest. The next moment, something began to extend from all over the forest. Vines, grass, and trees. All of it lunged toward the men scattered around the area. For some reason, the whipping vines severed their limbs, the extending trees pierced their torsos, and the grass covered their faces, cutting off their air. GGHH. That they didn't scream even in this situation, was that the mark of a true assassin, I wonder? Each one took the brunt of the sudden onslaught, collapsing to the ground in a spray of blood. What? Luna couldn't help but be astonished at the sight. So many of them, in a single instant. In that moment of despair, she had wished for it, but she never thought anyone would actually come to her rescue. From a desperate crisis to salvation, the situation had completely changed. See, come to think of it, I've heard the stories, that there is a hero who appears gallantly before those in trouble or those who wish for help, and offers them a hand. This person wears a mask that seems to be made of ivy, and from his height and voice, he's presumed to be a young boy. His swordsmanship, despite his youth, is masterful enough to overwhelm others, and he freely wields an unseen magic that manipulates plants. To sum it up, his power is abnormal. And because his existence with that giant sword was reminiscent of a knight, a being who protects someone, everyone called him with respect, the Black Knight. So, there were some I couldn't save, sorry, I couldn't help. The boy extended a hand to Luna. I can't take you all the way home, but I'll take you nearby. There might still be enemies around, so it's better to pay your respects when things have calmed down. Can you walk? He asked. But for some reason, Luna reflexively shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to move, she couldn't. Just moments ago, she had been prepared for death, clinging to hope to deny it, wishing, terrified. And now, the threat before her eyes had vanished in an instant. What washed over her was relief, and the afterglow of the tragedy of seeing her guards die before her very eyes. Tears streamed down from Luna's eyes. Then, the boy scratched his cheek through his mask and, don't call this sexual harassment, okay? He pulled Luna's small head to his chest. I get asked sometimes, just for now. I don't really get it, but they say feeling a person's warmth is reassuring. It was truly warm. In a place where everyone was gone, he was the only one who gave her warmth. There was no way she wouldn't be happy. The feeling of his gentle embrace spread to her eyes and drew out even more tears. Just for now. The boy, still wearing his expressionless mask, looked down at Luna's face and declared, just for now, you can cry as much as you want. After all, the only one here is a total stranger whose face you can't even see. Luna's heart skipped a beat. The tears kept falling, but for some reason, the heat rising to her face wouldn't leave. She couldn't look away. At that moment, the girl named Luna couldn't possibly have been unaware that she was looking at him with feverish eyes. The Black Knight? Luna's heart had been stolen by the boy who wielded his sword for someone else's sake. Chapter 1, Black Knight. A rumor about a so-called Black Knight was spreading through the streets. Wielding a jet-black sword, he'd appear from nowhere to lend a hand to those in need. Whether they were attacked by bandits, kidnapped, or caught in a war, he was there. No one knew where he came from, and the ivy-covered mask he wore revealed nothing of his identity. Thus, the Black Knight's true identity remained a complete mystery. What was known was that he handled a giant sword, was a knight who wielded rare magic, and gallantly appeared wherever there were people in trouble. In short, a hero. He was tall, but the sound of his voice suggested he was between 14 and 17, though even that was uncertain. Everything about him was a mystery. Still, countless people had been saved by him, and his existence had become the stuff of legends. However, that rumor had recently taken a new turn. The unidentified hero. Could the Black Knight's true identity be the disgrace of the Marquis Audiobooks family? So that's what it says. A lone maid sat on a sofa, reading a newspaper aloud. Her face was beautifully elegant, yet retained a youthful innocence. Her silver hair cascaded to her waist in a slight wave. Her eyes, a clear amethyst that could be mistaken for jewels. Her slender, well-defined figure was enough to make other women envious. She had an appearance that would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. That maid, Elijah, glanced sideways and smiled faintly. So it says, Master. Damn it, Alalil. On a certain weekday afternoon, a voice echoed through a room in the mansion of the Marquis Audiobooks family, a noble house with a long and distinguished line of knights. This is weird. This is really weird. How in the world did things turn out like this? A short-haired blonde boy held his head in his hands at his office desk. The Marquis Audiobooks family had produced many talented individuals, including the kingdom's knight commanders and heroes. In this family of prodigies, there was one boy born without any talent at all. Put a sword in his hand, and he was mediocre. Teach him magic, and he was still mediocre. Not only that, but he spent his days in idleness, never devoting himself to training. As a result, he was disliked by his family and high society, and those around him came to call him the disgrace of the Marquis Ashia family. That boy was, in fact, just as I took off my mask because it was hot, I ran into a reporter in the end. It means I should have been more careful of the overly curious paparazzi. That reporter, someday I'm gonna spank his ass so hard he'll go cryin' to his mommy. Indignation flashed in the eyes of the boy called the disgrace of the Marquis Ashia family, Adel Ashia. They were hardly the eyes of a hero, called the Black Knight. But isn't it a good thing? Thanks to this, the stigma of being the disgrace of the Marquis Ashia family is about to be wiped away overnight. No way. I don't want a better image. I wanted to stay a nobody forever, live in the lazy, decadent life. Adel's motto is aim for laziness, be a slacker. If his reputation continues to skyrocket like this, attention is inevitable. The disgrace, image he worked so hard to establish will be cleanly wiped away, and what awaits him is a hectic life of being worked to the bone. I wonder how my family will react when they hear about this. They'll definitely pull me into their nightly order, and I'll end up spending every day in training missions. Speaking of which, I've heard that the master of the house is urgently returning from his post on the frontier. Isn't that a little too soon for him to hear about it? It hasn't been that long since the paparazzi took the picture, he thought. Adele quietly shed a tear. However, it feels strange for me, the one who was saved, to say this, but why do you help people? You should have been able to predict this would happen. He doesn't want to clear his bad name. He wants to stay as he is. In that case, he shouldn't have been helping people in the first place. If he had kept his immense talent hidden, he should have been able to live the degenerate life he still desires. However, Adele wouldn't be able to sleep, you know. Pardon. No, I mean, if there's someone in trouble right there, and I pretend not to see them, I'll have a bad conscience, right? Adele rested his cheek on his hand, and said it as if it were a matter of course. There's someone right there who can be saved if I just reach out a hand, and you think I can get a comfortable night's sleep by turnin' a blind eye? The thought that while I'm talkin' right now, that girl I abandoned is cryin'. Of course, I'd lend a hand. In short, it's for my own peaceful sleep. No uncertainties in my degenerate life, that's final. Adele scowled at another newspaper lying on the desk. Seeing this, Elijah couldn't help but let her lips curve into a smile. Honestly, you're just too kind. He says it's for himself, but in the end, it's for someone else. He had saved people as the Black Knight to the extent of being featured in the newspaper. It couldn't be resolved with mere self-satisfaction. Certainly, his daily life was degenerate enough to befit the disgrace of the Marquis's house. Still, Elijah had no intention of looking down on Adele. On the contrary, the fluttering in her chest was the complete opposite. Elijah, her cheeks faintly flushed, stood up, approached him, and sat down between Adele's legs. In that case, why not join the nightly order like your family? Hey, hold on. Don't just casually proceed with the conversation while maintaining this level of skinship. I'm a boy in puberty, you know. I'm a clingy girl, you know. You'd be gravely mistaken if you think all I've been polishing is my steel-like self-control. Adele sighed and patted the head of the seated Elijah. Perhaps happy about it, Elijah entrusted her body to Adele. Getting back to the topic, if it's you, Master, who has more talent than anyone in the Marquis's family, I think joining the nightly order would be easy. If you're going to help people, it would be easier to move around that way. I just told you. I hate training, and time for sleeping, playing, flirting with girls, and doing that stuff with them. Correct. Hey, did my shoulder just get dislocated at an incredible speed? Just a cute girl's prank maybe. A prank that seems to defy the definition of a cute girl's. Apparently, the comment about doing that stuff with other girls was unforgivable for a cute girl. Adele, with teary eyes, put his dislocated shoulder back in place. Anyway, what should I seriously do? Coming back to his senses, he looked at the front page of the newspaper in his sight and sighed once more. When I went out for shopping, everyone was talking about you, Master. Not only that, but now there are constant requests from nobles who wish to meet you. I can turn those down, so that's not too much of a problem. But the immediate annoyance is the troublesome reporters showing up everywhere. The scary part is that one is currently being held captive in the dungeon for illegally trespassing in the mansion. That reporter's spirit has already crossed into stalker territory. He'll probably get out soon anyway, and this is just so unbelievably annoying. He was the source of his identity being exposed in the first place, and now to be more annoying than a fly was just unbearable. But if I stay at home like this, there's a risk I'll definitely be dragged down the path of being worked to death. Or rather, my father, the biggest problem I want to look away from right now, is approaching. Knowing his personality, I'll absolutely be forced into the nightly order. Your other siblings will also be back soon, I imagine. That's a pain in its own way. It's a choice between being provoked with a "there's no way a guy like you is the Black Knight," or them drawing their swords saying, "All right, let's see if the rumors are true. Fufu, you're so loved by your family, master." I didn't feel any love in those two choices. Adele crossed his arms and pondered while looking up at the ceiling. To such an Adele, Elijah clung to him affectionately. "That's it. Kaya." At the sudden volume, Elijah couldn't help but let out a cute yelp. Please don't suddenly shout. Your entry declaration for the shouting contest should be made quietly. Now wait, Elijah. There's meaning to this declaration. To be specific, a brilliant idea has popped into my head or something. Excitedly, Adele waved his arms. His appearance was truly befitting of his age, in a way. And then, "I'll enroll in the academy. If I isolate the information source, the information will be cut off too. Until the Black Knight fuss dies down, let's enjoy 3 years of boarding school life." Section: the only boarding school in the royal capital that accepts exams and allows immediate enrollment at this time of year is the Royal Academy. As the crowd in front of the Marquis's mansion, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Black Knight, grew day by day, Elijah, pressing her body snugly against her master, Adele, spoke as she looked over the documents spread on the table. "The Royal Academy? You mean the Royal Carbon Academy run by the royal family? Us. That's the school where Mil Neeson and Lloyd Neeson are. However, it's the only one with the catchphrase, 'Walk-in applications welcome,' you know. Is this one of those situations where I'm forced to choose between a light hell and a deep hell? If he entered the academy, he could leave the mansion for a legitimate reason. Enrolling silently without permission wasn't proper, but it was a better choice than just running away. Initially, he had intended to refuse his parents' proposal and become a shut-in to enjoy a life of indolence. This way, his father, the head of the house, probably wouldn't complain. Well, it would take him a little further away from a lazy life, and having relatives there was a considerable problem, though. What will you do? If necessary, for the price of 1 lap pillow, I can apply to the academy for you today. Why is the maid making demands? Fufu, then shall I quit being a maid? I don't. The moment you do, we'll genuinely only be able to meet in high society. Oh, I wouldn't like that either. In that case, I shall continue to take care of you, master." Elijah showed a graceful and elegant smile. Adele's heart skipped a beat at the sight, but to hide it, he handed her the documents, saying, "I'll do it later. If we apply today, the entrance exam is the day after tomorrow, I see. In that case, it seems better to stay overnight in the capital." "Oh, that's wonderful." Adele stood up, his eyes shining. The capital is full of more fascinating places than the Marquis's domain, the food, and there are many tourist spots. Above all, there are lots of fun shops where pretty older sisters work. Thwack, the sound of Elijah tripping him. Crash, the sound of Elijah mounting him. Thump, 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 the sound of Elijah's fists raining down. "Master, I missed the last part of what you said. What is there in the capital?" "Delicious food and tourist spots." The word "fun" did not come out of his trembling mouth. "Honestly, you're such a handful, master. When you have such a cute girl diligently taking care of you right by your side, and yet your eyes wander. I can't see that cute girl, I wonder why. Is it because my eyes are swollen? It is because your heart is tainted." Of course, he couldn't possibly say something like, "I'm a boy, I can't help it." Adele reluctantly got up, moved away from Elijah, who for some reason seemed terrifying, and began to gaze out the window. "Is the Black Knight really our Lord's son?" "Idiot, that's what we came here to find out, right? But if it's true, wouldn't it be wonderful that the boy who is called a disgrace is a hero? Perhaps because the window was slightly open, such voices could be heard from somewhere. Wow, look, Elijah, there are so many curious onlookers. They are spectators for the Black Knight, I see. Why don't you try waving at them? Don't be stupid, like I'd give fan service to a crowd that has no respect for privacy. Besides, I don't want to be put in the idle category. More importantly, I can see the reporter who was supposed to be in the dungeon. At this point, I'm starting to think of it as a game to find the reporter who's always in the photos. I really need to escape to the academy soon, Adele thought, his cheeks twitching as he saw the crowd of subjects gathered outside. Just then, "Brother," the door was thrown open with force. From it, a boy with a somewhat similar appearance to Adele appeared. "I heard, brother, it seems there's talk in the city that you're the Black Knight." What an insolent attitude towards an older brother. However, Adele, who loved being made fun of, wouldn't point it out. HMPH, everyone is so foolish, as if a talentless brother like this could be that Black Knight. In return, so to speak, I'll tell the people in father that there's no truth to such a thing for my incompetent brother. He threw him clean out the window. "Oh my, are you sure about that, master?" Not just a tinkle, but a loud crash. Peeking down below the shattered window pane, Elijah asked without a single change in her expression. To explain the sequence of events, Adele had instantly extended a vine, wrapped it around his brother's leg, and swung him towards the window. Thanks to that, Adele's younger brother was thrown out the window and was now a beautiful object dart with his head buried in the grounds below. It's fine, just showing a little bit of power. Besides, he was thrown without any reaction at all. He didn't even realize what was done to him. I had heard that your brother was quite strong for his age. You truly are in a league of your own, master. I won't be held responsible if a complaint comes in later, you know. Survival of the fittest, the strong are right. That's our family motto, so no problem. Besides, he's annoying. Well, that is true. In that case, shall we start packing for our stay in the capital to enjoy our 3-year escape from reality? Let's do that. With that, the two returned to their room, without paying any mind to the scene outside the window. The mansion's servants were gathering due to the loud impact of the crash. But the two, showing no interest in the new object dart on the property, began to diligently pack for their trip to the capital. "Master, which of my undergarments would you prefer?" "The pink lace." "Foo-foo, as you wish." "Well, once I'm in the academy, it's my game. The flow of 3 years makes you forget everything from the trivial to the important." Therefore, Adele and the others left the mansion with a "who cares about family see-offs" attitude. And, after a day's journey, I've come all this way to the academy. In front of the towering school gate, Adele shouted, overcome with emotion, as expected of the kingdom's #1 academy. The Royal Academy, located just outside the capital, had grounds so vast you couldn't see the end, and an enormous school building. This was truly what you'd call overwhelming. Even Adele, a nobleman, ended up shouting like this regardless of the public setting. Master's innocent figure, so cute and wonderful. Meanwhile, the girl in the maid uniform next to him seemed to be more captivated by the person she adored beside her than the academy. A maiden in love. Hey, that guy, isn't he the disgrace of the Ashia family? Just then, such voices were heard from the young people of the same age entering the academy. Ugh, you're right. I thought he wouldn't attend a place like an academy. To think someone like that would be born from such a long and distinguished family. There's a limit to being a disgrace. But according to the stories, wasn't his true identity supposed to be that Black Knight? No way, no way. You've seen him at parties a few times, right? There's no way a degenerate like that is the Black Knight. And so on, they said whatever they pleased. Did they not see the newspaper, or was it because they knew him well that they didn't believe Adele was the Black Knight? In any case, there was certainly not a single person with a favorable opinion. That, in turn, was a relief. Adele thought once again that this was the perfect place to isolate himself from information sources. They're saying all sorts of things, aren't they? Yeah. Shall I go and dispose of them? Oh my, what a thing to hear from a young lady. Apparently, Elijah next to him was quite upset that her master was being ridiculed. Rest assured, master, even if you tear off their limbs, they can surprisingly survive for a while. You've really been influenced by my family, Elijah, and seriously, stop. It's not funny, and besides, I'm actually happy enough to feel a sense of nostalgia. But Elijah tried to argue. Then, Adele placed his hand on the girl's small head and began to pat it gently. Thanks. Honestly, I'm fine as long as the few people I care about think well of me. The people I care about. Receiving those words, Elijah's cheeks flushed bright red. Then, she hesitantly reached her hands around Adele's waist as if to be coddled and buried her face in his chest. It's not just thinking well of you, I love you. Oops, that's a line that could be misunderstood. With a wry smile, Adele continued to pat her head. It's fine if you misunderstand, Alicia thought, but she didn't dare say it out loud in this situation. Just then, hey, the girl hugging that disgrace, isn't that Lady Alicia? Whoa, for real. She hasn't shown her face in high society recently. And why is the daughter of a count's family of mages wearing a maid outfit? The students' whispers changed topics, and everyone started talking about Alicia. Alicia, who had just been in a good mood, pulled her face away and pouted, looking slightly displeased. And it was just my quality time with Master, too. Well, even I would normally think that, and it's a question I still have. If a reporter were to ask, I would properly answer, because I love my Master. If you gave an answer like that, the newspaper headline would change in an instant. For now, the two of them ignored the students staring at them and continued on inside. Presumably, the students entering the academy like this were examinees just like Adele. Normally, there would be more, but now it was the very end of the application period. The people coming to take the exam now were those who couldn't apply until the last minute due to special circumstances. Still, it's a real blessing that there are several exam dates. This way, even a walk-in like me can sit down with a smile. We do not refuse those who come, we nurture those with talent. That must be the school's philosophy, as expected of the kingdom's #1 educational institution. And the facilities are just as good, I hear. As soon as we're enrolled, we're finding a nap spot, Alicia. It would be nice if the wonderful facilities included a place to lay down sheets and a pillow. While cracking jokes, they walked through the grounds. A fountain, a terrace, a training ground. The further they walked, the more they could see the richness Adele spoke of. And after walking for a while, they found a reception desk with a sign that read Examinee Information. Welcome to the Royal Carbon Academy. Are you here to take the exam? Yes, this is Adele Shia, and myself as well. Excuse me, but you as well, his servant. The woman at the reception desk tilted her head slightly. Being the kingdom's top academy, the vast majority of people who came were nobles. Therefore, she probably didn't think Alicia, wearing a maid's uniform, was an examinee. I am Alicia Elamira. I believe I sent my application form. The daughter of the Count Elamira family. My deepest apologies. The receptionist hurriedly bowed her head. However, she immediately tilted her head again. But why the maid uniform? Foo-foo, it's a hobby of mine. Hi. I can see why she's tilting her head, thought Adele, watching from the side. Ahem, I have confirmed your registration. Now I will guide you to the entrance examination hall. While rummaging through documents, the receptionist gave a cough. And then, the first test will be a practical exam. I pray for your success. Hey, you hear that? A practical exam. Why a practical exam right from the get-go? Is the world being too harsh on me, understand? The one lamenting this is the disgrace of the historic Marquis Ashia family. The reason he is lamenting so is, hey, Alicia-san, isn't this going to be a cause for me to show off that I'm the Black Knight? Adele, guided to the training grounds that served as the examination hall, sent a look to Alicia beside him, trying not to arouse suspicion from the surrounding examinees. It can't be helped. The Academy's policy is to discover talented youths, so perhaps they prefer a proof is in the pudding style. Is the fact that they can hold a conversation with just eye contact a feat made possible by their relationship of trust and the time they've spent together? Alicia, too, continued the conversation with eye contact, her expression impassive. Even if the students here only give me gifts of scorn, if I show off in front of everyone, won't that be proof in a different sense? Even if the paparazzi had taken his picture, judging from the whispers of the examinees who had come, they didn't seem to believe it. However, what would happen if Adele himself then showed proof, or rather, his true ability, that he was the Black Knight? Wouldn't they perhaps believe it? Such a thought crossed Adele's mind. Then, Master, will you return to the mansion as you are? Gah, this is the only academy you can enter immediately, and it's a clean two-sided choice, like a coin toss. A coin toss that doesn't seem to have a reward written on either heads or tails. Adele desperately considered Alicia's words. If the man called a disgrace here shows a glimpse of his ability, they will undoubtedly be convinced or guess it. But if he turns back, he will be forced to join the knightly order by his returned father and other siblings. Hell if you do, hell if you don't. When he weighed each on a scale, which way would it tip? I'll take the exam as planned. Foo-foo, I thought you'd say that. But I'll approach it with the intention of hiding that I'm the Black Knight as much as possible. I won't accept any objections. As long as he's within the miniature garden of the academy, his own safety is protected. Rumors might spread, but even if they do, as long as he's at the academy, it won't affect him. That's why, with a bitter, yes, a truly bitter decision, he chose to enter the academy. All for the sake of 3 years of peace. He can think about what comes after later. In the first place, you just need to hold back your ability for the exam. There's no need to show your hand when playing old maid. You're right. I just need to match their level while observing everyone else. There's no need to display his full potential as the Black Knight. He just needs to pass the academy's exam and be able to enroll. He hasn't met many people his age, and having grown up in a family of outliers, he doesn't know how to hold back right now, but he just needs to watch carefully. It's okay, as long as his turn doesn't come first, he can observe. Now then, first up, Shia-kun, step forward. Oh, Master, why is the world so harsh on me? Even if it wasn't a huge crowd, she probably didn't expect him to be first among a certain number of people, as Alicia couldn't help but give him a look of pity. Receiving such a pitiful gaze, Adele walked towards the examiner, crying his eyes out. What can a disgrace do in a practical exam? This looks like it'll be a commemorative exam. Hey, don't laugh at him. Even if he's a disgrace, it's embarrassing to be embarrassed. As he passed by the examinees, such voices reached his ears. Do they think he can't hear them? If he didn't have a being made fun of his welcome style, they would have been scolded, he thought, as if it were someone else's problem. Now then, Shia-kun, we will first observe your magic. With that, the moment Adele appeared nearby, the instructor pointed to a target at the edge of the training ground. The distance is roughly 80 meters. The target is small, and for a young person before becoming a student, just hitting it would be a struggle. It doesn't matter what you use. Please hit that target with magic, and the exam will be over. However, it's not that hitting it means you pass, and not hitting it means you fail. Please think of it as part of the evaluation criteria. Most of the examinees who come here are nobles, and while not to the extent of the Ashia family, most have had tutors and studied to some degree. Therefore, while they may have strengths and weaknesses, it's unlikely any of them can't use magic. Even if that were the case, it wouldn't mean they couldn't take the exam, but it would be safe to assume they would almost certainly fail. However, the problem is, Adele doesn't know to what extent he needs to be to meet the passing standard. Damn it, seriously. How well do kids these days need to be able to use magic to be considered excellent? He just needs to show the instructor that he's a little better at handling magic than the other students. However, because he doesn't know the standard, it's difficult to hold back. It would be the worst if he held back too much and failed the exam. Ah, damn it all. Whatever happens, happens. Adele steeled himself and took a step forward. Without raising a hand, without weaving a chant, without suddenly swinging the sword gripped in his arm, he thrust it into the ground. Shia-kun. The instructor couldn't help but be surprised at the sudden appearance of the jet black sword. Not only that, but even the surrounding students, excluding Alicia, were surprised and started to murmur. However, it didn't reach the ears of the resolved Adele. King of the forest. The moment he said that, the training ground was dyed green. Adele's magic is earth magic, refined to the extreme by his own sense. The process is to spread earth on the ground, grow seeds within his own cognition, give them water, and let them grow. If the ground was originally made of earth, the magic can be used without the initial step. However, this magic is a phenomenon called earth magic. It merely goes beyond the very ordinary, generate earth. If he wanted to, Adele could use very ordinary earth magic. Conversely, because it goes beyond the ordinary, it becomes a special, one and only, that no one but Adele can handle. In other words, it is a feat that can only be accomplished by someone with a phenomenal sense for magic, like Adele. The speed and range of this magic, which he can use by wielding his jet black sword, are not confined to the ordinary. And the sight of new plants being born in an instant is truly bizarre. Therefore, Adele is a knight, yet he rules over nature. King of the forest, is it? Alicia, watching Adele who had thrust his sword and now reigned as the top of the natural world, glanced around. The training ground, which should have been only a stage and spectator seats, had instantly turned into a lush forest, and the target at the edge was covered in plants, with only its outline recognizable. Magic name, King of the Forest. Just given magic, just covered in plants. If you were to ask if its power is not that great despite its flashy appearance, you would want to shake your head. After all, the outline of the target has become smaller than what was initially seen. Is it because the moisture in the material has been removed and the area has shrunk, or is it being compressed to become smaller? This, one wouldn't know without actually getting closer. However, the phenomenon was far too large to be judged by appearance alone. More importantly, this time, she looked at the surrounding students, dumbfounded, as if seeing an unbelievable sight, with vacant faces. Even the female instructor had dropped the ledger she was holding for evaluation. It cannot be helped. Such a scale, even among my family of mages, there is no one who can do this. In addition, Adele's main strength is the sword. Magic is merely a sub-skill, something for support. This is the power of the man, who has been active enough to be called the Black Knight. An eccentric overflowing with talent, almost a waste for his degenerate personality. If you look at his ability alone, he clearly stands out more than anyone in the long and distinguished Ashia family. As expected of my master, I feel like I'm falling for you more and more. Faint heart marks appeared in Alicia's eyes. He must have looked that cool. The cute girl had switched to an obviously maiden-in-love mode. And Adele, completely unaware of her state, glanced at the dumbfounded instructor, let out a big sigh, and slowly pulled out his sword. He must have realized what a blunder he had made. Adele, shoulders slumping, approached Alicia and sighed once more. It seems I've really screwed up. Foo-foo, good work. It seems the surprise was a great success. Far from a great success, my lazy life is about to become a great disaster. Please be at ease. You were so cool I felt myself falling for you even more. Even Adele could tell. The reaction of those around him was proof of his screw-up. However, he didn't seem to notice the look in the girl's eyes in front of him. Unlike the maid's reaction, his shoulders slumped even further. My apologies. Next, Alicia Elmira. Then the instructor, having just come to her senses, called for Alicia. Oh, it seems it's my turn. Alicia, you're good at magic, right? I'm about average, master. Alicia, with a refined smile, walked towards the instructor. She is a beautiful girl who catches the eye with every move. Normally, everyone would turn their gaze as she passed by, but they were still dazed by Adele's magic. Feeling a little different from usual, Alicia thought, well, I don't feel good being looked at by anyone other than my master, so it doesn't matter, and ignored it. Should I aim for that target over there? Reaching the instructor, Alicia pointed. The outline of the target is there, but it has now been altered by Adele's King of the Forest. There are other targets, but they are in a similar situation. At Alicia's words, the instructor hurriedly nodded. Why, yes, it may be hard to see, but please aim for that one. I doubt it would be a problem for you, but... Understood. Alicia gave a beautiful bow, then pointed her finger towards the target. Unlike Adele, she seemed to be making a motion to take proper aim. The light of the sun, converging as it descends upon the world, shall be in my hands. Come, come, let a maiden of the heavens bestow a wonderful present. However, even if there was a motion, the single blow Alicia unleashed. Complete gift, arrow of light, gouged the ground, and with a speed that the eye could not follow, gouged the target as well. Acha! Such a sound escaped the instructor's mouth. Well, that might be unavoidable. Foo-foo, as one who stands beside my master, I must at least be able to do this much. Alicia Elmira. Adele's attendant was also more than a match for the norms. Section. Well, the exam ended, and for some reason he got strange looks from the other examinees, but that's that. Adele, taking on a what's done is done positive attitude, had gone out to do some sightseeing in the capital since he had the chance. Now then, where are the shops with pretty big sisters? I'll burn your eyeballs out, you know. Whoa, what a dangerous thing to say. The capital was bustling with people, even without any particular event going on. A crowd so thick it was a little difficult to walk straight, and a lively clamor coming from all directions. The town in the Marquis's domain was prosperous, but the capital was in a league of its own. Adele, who hadn't visited much due to not showing his face in high society, was a little excited by the fresh new place. The exam results are announced tomorrow, and for those who pass, the entrance ceremony is a week later. When you think about it, it's a pretty tight schedule. Normally, one would act with a bit more leeway. A certain maid shed quiet tears of hardship, struggling to prepare a uniform, because you decided to rush into enrollment at the last minute. Yeah, I get it, thank you. So, what should I do to please her ladyship? When we get back to the inn, I'll demand an arm pillow and to sleep beside you. Yes, as her ladyship wishes. Foo, yay. Elijah, who became cheerful from happiness, smiled cutely and clung to his arm. The faint sweet scent, the soft feeling, and the approach of her beautiful face made Adele's heart skip a beat. Just then, do you have a moment? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. With this crowd, it might not be for them. Still, if you hear a voice, you instinctively turn around. Adele and Elijah turned their heads back. There stood a girl, her entire face hidden by a large hood facing them. Us. Why yes. Or rather, Even though she was the one who called out, the girl immediately faltered. Is she nervous? Is this a sales pitch? Adele tilted his head at the girl's behavior. However, as he was pondering this question, the girl, as if having made up her mind, took a deep breath and quickly brought her face close to Adele's. It wasn't just because her face suddenly got close. It was because, with her face close, he could clearly see inside her hood. An innocent, cute, yet beautifully arranged face. A glimpse of moon-like golden hair. Elijah was truly beautiful in her own right, but this girl was not to be outdone. A beautiful girl's face came close before his eyes, making him blush, but the girl in front of him was even more betrayed than he was. It feels like her eyes are spinning. Well, they don't actually spin, but it really feels like that. And for some reason, she pulled her hood down deeper, turned her back, and started running away. It's still impossible for me. Whoa, she's skillfully avoiding the crowd as she runs away. Is she a cat? Adele thought, watching her disappear. He impulsively gave a small wave and said, Do you think that was a new type of pickup attempt? If so, it would have been good to advise her to work on her mental fortitude before trying again. Appearing suddenly and disappearing suddenly. They both tilted their heads, wondering, what was that? Then, a thief. Suddenly, such a voice came from the direction they were walking. It was hard to see well in the crowd, but ahead, a woman had fallen, and a man holding a small bag and running away came into view. However, the man was running in the opposite direction from Adele and the others. Coupled with this crowd, it would be difficult to catch him now. Still, Adele's face, which had been faintly blushing just moments before, turned into one of displeasure. Elijah, seeing such an Adele. Foo, you're just too kind. As expected, contrary to Elijah's smile, Adele walked into a nearby alley. Elijah followed behind him and confirmed that no one was watching. Guess our capital city date is on hold. My bad. Once in the alley, Adele produced black vines from his hand. The vines gathered at his hand transformed into a mask, and furthermore, a piece of wood in the shape of a sword instantly grew from Adele's other hand. When I see something like this, I can't sleep soundly at night. Seeing someone in trouble makes him uncomfortable. If he becomes uncomfortable, he can't get it out of his head and can't sleep peacefully. This is purely for his own sake, not out of a sense of justice or duty, but a selfish indulgence, or so he himself thinks. Understood. However, it is only he who thinks so. The maid who watches over the hero more closely than anyone else knew that his actions stemmed from kindness. Well then, I'll see you off again today, my hero. And so, today as always, the maid girl saw off her master's actions. Section, honestly, please don't just wander off on your own, okay? With a sword sheathed at her side, a brown-haired girl said with puffed-out cheeks. In a dim alley where the bustle of the capital could be heard, in the girl's sight was a single girl wearing a large hood. A princess getting lost in a place like this is no joke. Could you please show some consideration for the heart of a guard who worries about gossip? But the Black Knight Sama was there, you know. The Black Knight Sama I've been chasing was there. There's no way I couldn't follow, right? I don't think so. Isn't there an unspoken rule that precisely because you're a die-hard fan, you protect your idol's privacy? The real Black Knight Sama, so cool. With hearts in her eyes, the hooded girl's cheeks flushed as she began to reminisce. In addition, she was drooling shamelessly. Seeing this, The brown-haired girl took off her master's hood and wiped the sloppy drool with a cloth. MMPH. So, did you talk to him? Did anything beneficial come of it? While her mouth was being wiped, the beautiful girl with golden hair revealed. HMPH? A foolish question. Do you really think I could speak properly upon meeting the Black Knight Sama? Shut up, stupid princess. That's not a line you say with a smug face. How mean. She was surprised at the overly harsh words. However, without a care for her master, the brown-haired girl put the cloth away in her pocket. Well, putting the gutless fan aside, you went out of your way to talk to him, so does that mean he's joining our faction? Of course, I want him to. Ever since he saved me, I thought this is the one. And then, the blonde-haired girl smiled. I didn't have the courage this time and was forced to retreat immediately. But once I'm in the academy, there'll be plenty of chances for my own sake. I'll become friends with the Black Knight Sama. Section. The results of the exam, after all was said and done, were a pass. Although the schedule was packed, 4 days had passed since the results were announced, and now all that was left was to wait for enrollment into the academy. Of course, he didn't report to his family with a "Hey, I passed." He just sent a perfunctory letter, and until enrollment, Adele indulged in sightseeing in the capital. However, today he didn't leisurely tour the capital. The Royal Carbon Academy is a boarding school. Therefore, he had to move his luggage into the dormitory before the entrance ceremony began. This is just too much. In the student dormitory, located a short distance from the academy grounds, there, Elijah, who was usually gentle and rarely threw a tantrum, except about Adele's relationships with women and physical contact, was shaking her head and protesting cutely. Even if you say that. Meanwhile, Adele looked on with a troubled expression. Fortunately, they were in the room assigned to him in the student dormitory. It was a single room, so no matter how much noise she made, it wouldn't bother anyone. That being said, a cute maid being in a bad mood was something he had to admonish. What's impossible is impossible. So just give it up. I don't want to. No, but still. Adele scratched his cheek, wondering, what should I do? After all, the reason Elijah was throwing such a tantrum was, living in my room is impossible for a girl who lives in the female dormitory. The dormitories are separated by gender for each grade level. Therefore, rooming with the opposite sex is out of the question, and besides, 2 people in a single room is too cramped. I am a servant, am I not? I have a duty to take care of my master's personal needs, give him lap pillows, and sleep beside him. Hey, hold on, noble lady. Your personal desires and interests are mixed in the latter half of that. A tantrum befitting a cute girl. Besides, we can still see each other even if we're not together, right? This is the boys' dormitory. Aren't you worried about a girl being thrown into a pack of wolves? Rest assured, if anything happens, I will crush the gentleman's what's-its. I'm not assured at all. Elijah is a beautiful girl that everyone would admit to. It's impossible for such a girl to enter a den of pubescent boys and not be looked at in a strange way. It would be one thing if she were really living with him, but if she ended up in the room next door or some other room, he wouldn't be able to protect her anymore. Or rather, he wouldn't be able to protect the guys who tried to make a move on her from Elijah. Ha, Elijah, you have your own room, right? I think it's a perfect environment to make friends your own age. Adele sat down on the bed in the corner of the room. The assigned room, perhaps because it was an academy for nobles, was small for 2 people, but had a spaciousness and furniture that was a waste for 1 person. The quality of the bed, too, he could tell was superior to that of any unjust by touching it. I don't want to be separated from you, master. Elijah sat down next to Adele and hugged him from the side. It's not like it's a final farewell since they're attending the same academy, but for Elijah, it seems to be quite a matter of life and death. Does she want to be with me that much? Even Adele knew that Elijah had opened her heart to him. She had come all the way from her own home to be with him as a maid, so there was no way he wouldn't notice. In addition, Adele himself didn't dislike it. To be honest, if they could be together, he wanted to be together. However, reality isn't that simple. But even if we were allowed to live together, there are a lot of problems with staying in a wolf's room, you know. Don't think I have steel-like self-control. I will do my best to tolerate enough children for a baseball team. Sorry, please consider it a problem at the making a move stage. To be able to tolerate 9 children is truly remarkable. But still, there's only 1 bed, and the large bath here is only for men. The same bed is no problem, and there is a bath in the room. I can take a bath with you, master. Ahem. Amazing, the word bath has finally made you consider it positively. Adele is Shia. Even though he is used to girls with a super beautiful girl next to him, he is still a boy. It can't be helped that his stubborn balance wavers when he hears the words girl and bath. And then, as a final push, Master, are you fine with being separated from me? Gah. Elijah, hugging him, said such a thing with an upward glance. A pleading, somewhat feverish gaze. Receiving it, even more hesitation arose in Adele's mind. Normally, it would be absolutely forbidden for a girl to live in a men's dormitory, servant or not. However, to make such a cute girl sad is a bit. There's supposed to be a dorm leader, so if that person gives the okay. Thank you, master. In the end, Elijah ended up living in Adele's room. The deciding factor was probably Elijah's 2-hour-long presentation to the dorm leader. It wasn't so much that he was persuaded, but rather that he was pushed into it. Adele thought secretly, watching Elijah cheerfully unpacking her own luggage in his room afterward. All right, the 3-year escape from reality is finally beginning. 2 days passed, and today is the memorable entrance ceremony. The pamphlet given in advance had dangerous words like expulsion system in place. We hope no one fails to meet the academy's standards, but I'll do my best to spend peaceful days from now on. There are troublesome things like classes, but it's several times better than being forced into the nightly orders workhorse rode by my father. Therefore, I will be as inconspicuous as possible and spend my days without causing a commotion so as not to be found out as the Black Knight. Hey, why is a disgrace like you in a place like this? That was the plan, though. Hey, isn't this harsh? Does the world have to come at me this hard even on a day of celebration? The world wants you to grow, master. It's the whip and whip method. That's the kind where it's only Spartan and all you do is cry. On the way to the auditorium for the entrance ceremony after leaving the student dormitory, on a single path with a beautifully maintained garden and fountain, students who had likely just enrolled this year were gathered. And in the center of that group were Adele and Elijah, dressed in their brand new uniforms. And then there was a well-built boy with distinctive red hair. Why is someone like you here? Answer me. Behind the boy were several students who seemed to be his followers. Apparently, the man shouting at Adele was the leader. As expected of you, master. Getting into trouble right at the start, so, were you acquainted with the third son of the ducal family? Nah, that kid seems to admire my father, so he can't stand someone like me and picks a fight with me every time. The third son of the Duke Huron family, Rhaega Huron, an acquaintance of Adele, and a boy who admires the long and distinguished line of knights. Therefore, he is at the top of the list of those who dislike Adele, the disgrace, and makes an enemy of him every time they meet. Adele understood his feelings and thought it couldn't be helped, but he also thought, you don't have to do this in this place at this time. Well, I'm here because I became a student of the academy. Lies. Am I thought of as that much of a bad kid? It's true that he hasn't done anything, though. At the immediate I call bullshit remark, Adele cried his eyes out. Lord Rhaegasama, please do not bully my master too much. At that moment, Elijah stepped forward to shield Adele. Her figure was like that of a cool hero protecting a bullied child. Adele was moved, tears streaming from his eyes at the sight of her back. Elijah. The only one who gets to bully my master is me. Elysia. It seemed Adele had no allies. HMPH, you probably used some dirty trick to get in. Yeah. He must have begged his siblings, crying. Very few students saw Adele's exam. Perhaps some are here now, but unfortunately, no one who didn't see it and is calling it cheating is protesting against Rhaega. The other party is, after all, at the top of the noble society, second only to the royal family. Even in the miniature garden of a school, they probably don't want to be marked by strangely opposing him. Hey, I'm fine with being scorned or insulted, but have those guys not seen the newspaper or something? Am I the only one who thinks they could at least suspect the Black Knight? A little answer. Perhaps your infamy is stronger than that. A strong color does not change no matter what color you add to it. Is that how it is? Adele ignored Rhaega, who was shouting, "Don't ignore me," and turned his back. Hey. Wait, you disgrace. Just then, as Adele was about to leave, Rhaega hurriedly stopped him. There was no need to stop, but Adele let out a big sigh and turned back. What is it? It's not like I'm ignoring a once-in-a-lifetime proposal, so there shouldn't be a problem with me walking ahead. There is a huge problem. We're not done talking yet. No, then let's at least wait until after the entrance ceremony. Are you planning on being late with a large group of people, along with the onlookers who have stopped out of curiosity? Yes, even though they were talking like this, time was running out. Frankly, Adele had no resistance to skipping or running away, but he knew he had to at least attend the entrance ceremony properly. Perhaps because he understood that Adele's statement was reasonable, Rhaegar pouted with a frustrated look. Seeing that, Adele shrugged and was about to go on. HHMPH, a disgrace truly doesn't know respect for me, a member of a ducal family. About what you'd expect from someone who plays around with a woman who ran away from her family of mages. The moment he was about to go, his feet suddenly stopped. Then, you'd best enjoy frolicking with your fellow loser. As for me, I'll be joining the Royal Knightly Order Budgia. Rhaegar's head was slammed into the ground. The followers behind him, the onlookers who had been spectating, all froze at the sight before them. After all, in a true instant, Rhaegar's head had been slammed into the ground and he had collapsed. And the one holding that head was the boy who had been mocked as a disgrace. It's fine to make fun of me, but I won't forgive you for making fun of my partner, Elijah. You better remember that, you damn fool. Section, I just lost my temper. Adele's mind was a mix of regret and a sense of satisfaction, and a cold sweat ran down his back. Damn, Adele, you're too aggressive. Because Elijah was insulted, he instantly closed the distance and slammed his head into the ground. Thanks to that, for some reason, all eyes were on him, and there was no reaction from Rhaegar in his hand. I think he's alive, but it seems certain that he's been knocked out. And no, sure, Adele's an aggressive, mischievous boy, but it's this guy's fault for insulting Elijah. And besides, why did he just take the attack without resisting? Isn't he an idiot? That must hurt. He probably just couldn't react to Adele's speed, but for now, Adele reflexively let go of Rhaegar's head. Master, do you have a goal of becoming famous through street performances? Slowly, Elijah approached with a small sigh. Causing a commotion in such a public place will get you labeled as a problem child on day one, you know. But I couldn't help it. Elijah was insulted. Someone important to me was insulted. Of course, I want to avoid actions that would make people think I'm the Black Knight as much as possible, but I think it's natural to get angry. I don't care about myself, but someone important to me was insult. Please, that's enough. GMMPH. Elijah, her face bright red, covered Adele's chattering mouth with both hands. The words, someone important, made her happy, but she seemed to want him to stop repeating them in such a public place. More importantly, Master, it would be best to leave this place quickly. Elijah looked around. The students who had been frozen in surprise at the event were gradually coming to their senses and starting to murmur. If this continued, the instructors would eventually rush over, and the school side would find out that Adele and the others at the center were the cause. That would lead to trouble, and they would undoubtedly cause an even bigger commotion as problem children right after enrolling. Okay, Elijah, that's a great idea. He who runs away wins. A wonderful proverb. In reality, we came here to run away in the first place. I almost want to make it my life motto. Damn it all, it's all that stalker reporter's fault. Adele and his companion hurriedly rushed through the gaps in the crowd towards the auditorium. Even after breaking away from the group and gaining some distance, the new students were still murmuring. Chapter 2, Academy Entrance. When we gathered in the auditorium, the prepared chairs were packed with people. To think there'd be this many people, even though we should have entered before that other group, the total number of students enrolling in this academy is just staggering. Amidst all that, Adele and the others hadn't been told anything specific, so they tried to sit in some random empty chairs. Master, let's take these seats. We can sit next to each other. MMMPH. Urged on by Elijah, he took a seat at the end of the very last row. Maybe they wanted the instructors to remember their faces from the front row, or maybe they wanted a closer look at whoever was on stage, but the back chairs were surprisingly empty. Fufu, wearing this uniform really makes it feel like I've entered the academy. I'm getting so excited. Unlike me, the person next to me seems to be in a great mood. Adele, who hadn't particularly wanted to attend the academy. In contrast, when he looked beside him, there was Alicia's face, smiling happily. I look forward to it. I get to have a school commute date with you, Master. The dorms aren't that far from the school building, you know. We can have a classroom date. I'll probably be sleeping, you know. We can also have a lunchbox date. Hold on, don't think you can just add the word date to everything. His academy life was suddenly painted in a single shade of pink. Well, that aside, I am looking forward to it. An environment where I can learn magic isn't something one comes across often unless they're at home. Ah, that's true. The Marquis family is a lineage of knights. While they have weapons and materials for becoming a knight, they're not equipped for magic at all. In the single aspect of a magical environment, there's a world of difference compared to the Count Elimira family, a lineage of mages. Foo-foo, but learning swordsmanship at the Marquis estate was fun, too. I hope to become as versatile as you someday, Master. A lady is more than enough just by wearing a dress, you know. No, if I'm to stand by your side, Master, I must polish charms other than just those for standing under a chandelier. Is that how it is? Adele wondered. Besides, this academy seems to be based on meritocracy, so if I don't work hard, I might end up being expelled. If you were to get expelled, Alicia, I feel like the bar would have to be ridiculously high. Master, let's go look for a good napping spot right after this. I can't believe that's the line that comes out right after you said you have to work hard. That said, Adele was all for searching for a napping spot. It was a little strange why he didn't have to work hard, but for now, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Lookin' forward to it." Well, Master probably doesn't need something like effort. As Alicia thought that, she subtly closed the distance between herself and Adele. Just then the opening words finally echoed through the hall. Well then, we will now begin the entrance ceremony. First up, a speech from the new student representative Luna Carbonson. After speeches from the new student representative, the student council president, the academy director, and so on, the entrance ceremony finally ended. After that, the flow was to check the class assignments posted in front of the main school building's entrance and then head to the classrooms. It seems that in this academy, classes are decided by the ranking of the entrance exam scores. While everyone was swarming the class list, Alicia, a beauty of the same age, began to explain as they waited for the crowd to thin out. As expected of a meritocratic academy, it seems they've already started ranking us frogs in a well. What a harsh world. They could at least put on a welcoming mood with some peaceful thinking like, everyone is equal. Adele, sitting on the edge of the fountain and watching the crowd, wore a weary expression. After all, the harmonious atmosphere would disappear the moment things began. No matter how meritocratic the academy was, a situation like, you're lower than me, might just happen. And also, once they start ranking people, you'll stand out depending on your position. That's what I'm talking about. Because it was a meritocratic academy, everyone's attention was directed towards their grades. It was a world away from Adele, who wanted to live a carefree life, but the other students would surely strive to improve their skills, even by a little. In that case, the person with the top score on this entrance exam would inevitably draw attention. What kind of person are they? Which family are they from? Will they be a future rival, or perhaps an enemy? Depending on the person, they would react in various ways. This is bad. If my rank is high, I'll definitely stand out. Depending on the situation, my identity might even be exposed. Adele had come to this academy to escape from reporters and block out information. He had already stood out before the entrance ceremony, but that was an unavoidable accident and a separate matter. From now on, he wanted to live a quiet, lazy life without attracting attention. He didn't want to get strangely noticed here and get caught up in troublesome things, have talk of the Black Knight spread throughout the academy, or be targeted by the attending nobles. In short, to avoid all that and spend his time peacefully with Alicia, he had to be as inconspicuous as possible. I held back quite a bit on the exam, you know. I'm probably faster to count from the bottom, or something like that. You say that after knocking out an instructor in the swordsmanship exam. And no, that's 'cause the instructor was a total weakling. Or it was one of those things, like a puppy just happening to walk into a pole. That must have been a very distracted puppy. Alicia sighed at Adele's reaction. The instructors gathered at the kingdom's finest institution of learning were a hand-picked elite. They shouldn't be people that a student could match. And yet, Adele had defeated one with enough ease for his true thought, total weakling, to slip out. Elysia had known from the start, so she didn't think much of it, but any other person would surely be shocked. But even if by someone in a million no, 1 in a billion chance my rank is high, I just have to drop it. That's how it works, right? The rankings change with regular events, don't they? It seems so. Ignoring Adele, who had started to desperately make excuses, Elysia took a pamphlet out from her pocket. According to the pamphlet, to keep the curiosity-filled children from getting bored, they've set up several ranking fluctuation events each semester. Wait, that's a different pamphlet from the one we got before. I haven't seen that one yet. Fufu, the position of explaining things to you, master, is a seat reserved only for me. I don't get it, Adele wondered. Ahem. Anyway, if there are attractions to keep the kids from getting bored, that's convenient. Even if my exam results are good, I can just lower them. Wouldn't that be difficult? Why? Adele turned in surprise to Elysia, who was opening the pamphlet. However, Elysia continued speaking as she was. This academy welcomes rising in rank, but it seems to be quite strict about falling. Meaning, if you fall below a certain standard, below your initial rank, you will be expelled. Damn it. Adele couldn't help but collapse on the spot. Then, overwhelmed with sadness, he slammed his fist on the ground. There's also a system where you'll be expelled if your grades are below the exam standard. Kicking me while I'm down. The number of graduates each year is apparently about 10% of the entering class. Isn't this academy a bit too harsh on the youth of today? That must be how much they wanted to unearth talented young people. They had no time to waste on the untalented. It was more meaningful to create an environment where talented youths could grow even more. Surely, that was the academy's line of thinking. That's why just graduating from Royal Carbon Academy gives you prestige in high society and the public eye, earning you respect. Especially if you graduate at the top of your class or have high grades, you become quite a hot commodity in the social world. Somehow, that sounds like something I don't need right now. Well, you already have more than enough prestige, master. Fufu, Elysia smiled elegantly, not at all like a maid. Seeing her, Adele sighed, then slowly got to his feet and walked towards the now less crowded bulletin board. Oh well. My power is like a cute kitten playing with a cat teaser compared to the whole wide world. There's no way my grades are that good. Master, you've been doing nothing but escaping reality lately. It's important, you know, escaping reality. Elysia followed Adele towards the bulletin board. With fewer people around, they could now get close enough to see what class they were in and what their rank was. All right, let's see my rank. Adele stretched and looked over the students' heads at the class assignments posted. And then, S-Class Provisional Rank 1, Adele is Shia. Oh my, it seems I'm second. We're in the same class, master. I'm so happy. So I'm not happy. Adele is Shia. And so, the disgrace of the Marquis family made what could be called a splendid start at the academy. Section. Hey, listen. You know, my entrance exam score was the top of the entire first year. Up until now, my days haven't been what you'd call befitting of the time-honored Marquis Shia family. But with this, I can finally puff out my chest and report to my father and the others that I'm a member of the Marquis Shia Fa. As if I could do that. Master, no one can keep up with a monologue self-retort. After the class announcements, they had to head to their respective classrooms before homeroom began. On the way, Adele was, for some reason, weeping sorrowfully over something he should have been proud of. Being number 1, that's just being at the top of the priority list for a workhorse ticket, isn't it? I don't want it. I was fine with being at the very back. Fufu, I do like being watched by you from behind, master, but seeing your back is truly the best. This girl is head over heels anytime, anywhere. Truly, when limited to just our age group, I can't imagine anyone being above master. Talented youths gather at this academy, seeking prestige and even greater skill. As a result, many who stand out among their peers are enrolled, and earning recognition among them is a difficult task. But even so, from her perspective as someone who had watched him from his side, she had thought that her master would take the top spot even if he was trying to hide his abilities. A heretic who could handle both a sword and magic. It could be said he had established his position as a magic knight, a rarity. I wonder what the demand for magic knights is. I believe there was talk of there being only one in the kingdom, so they'd surely be in high demand wherever they go. That's how precious the existence of a magic knight is. Wielding magic is difficult. Wielding a sword is difficult. Among all that, polishing both is a challenge for anyone, but those blessed with a talent for combat. The current situation is that it's a question of whether one can even polish one of the two. Therefore, if the story was true, if Adele was that hero, the Black Knight, then many students would surely want to build a good relationship with him. Well, having said that, he himself would likely hate it. A beloved talent for combat, despite being a student. What a waste of talent, she thought with a shrug. What's done is done. With the rumors not settling down and not even being allowed to eat tangerines under the kotatsu, I can't afford to get expelled from the academy. I'll just have to do my best in moderation. Just as Adele cleared his throat, they reached the door with a sign that reads class. And then he slowly opened it. Instantly. A glare. Everyone's sharp gazes gathered on him at once. Hehe, feels like I've become an overnight celebrity. Will a line form for autographs? Those look like stabbing glares, but I wonder if it will really end with just being asked for an autograph. Probably, no, considering the events of the morning, it was a 9 out of 10 chance they were. Why is the disgrace of the Marquis family #1 kind of stairs? The person they'd worked so hard to surpass, the one they'd ridiculed as incompetent, was now above them. They must be far from convinced. Why is that disgrace #1? He must have cheated. I can understand the prodigy of the Count Elamira family being ranked higher than us, and for that matter, why is Elysia-sama with that disgrace? Could she be threatened? Looking around, there were roughly 20 people. Given the number of chairs and the fact that they were late, it was unlikely that more people would arrive, so the number he could see was likely the total for this class. And Adele was the center of attention for all of them. And what's more, with sharp gazes that felt like they could pierce his chest. These kinds of stares are better than the gallery from the Black Knight incident, but it's tough that the level of attention hasn't changed. Thinking that, Adele headed for an empty seat and sat down. He heard an exchange next to him like, "Excuse me, could you give me your seat?" "Well, could you give Emmy your seat?" "Ah, yes," but Adele paid it no mind and looked out the window. "Master, would it be all right if I moved our chairs a little closer?" "Nah, they're close enough, aren't they? But there is a gap between us. At this rate, we won't be able to share textbooks. We haven't been given any textbooks yet, though. I won't be able to feed you your lunch, either. I didn't bring a lunch, though." Over here, she was doing things at her own pace. Even with all eyes on her master, it seemed she had no intention of changing her master-loving actions. As Adele gave a wry smile at the scene. "You, Suddenly, a voice was directed at him from beside Elysia. When he turned his curious gaze, he saw a beautiful and lovely girl standing there, her brilliant long hair, like the moon, swaying. What could this be? She's probably not a fan, so is she picking a fight? He wondered, looking at the timid girl, and then, "See, can I have your autograph?" Wow, she was unexpectedly a fan, and no good. He was suddenly asked for an autograph by a cute girl, a superclass beautiful one at that. But why an autograph all of a sudden? Not to brag, but Adele had been asked for his autograph as the Black Knight countless times and had refused every time. That was because it was something he did for himself, and he never intended to stand out as some idol for everyone to admire. He was confused at first, but this girl must have found out he was the Black Knight and come to ask for his autograph. Good grief, my own fame is becoming a problem. He had to refuse her properly, though it pained him to do so. "HMPH, could someone bring me a pen and paper?" "What are you doing, master?" Adele is Shia. It seems he was the type of boy who liked to act cool in front of a pretty girl. "MMPH, master, your nose seems to be stretching." "Hang on a minute, my dear partner. That hand you suddenly placed on my shoulder, what exactly is its intended use?" "It is to lecture the master, who lets his nose stretch for any and every pretty girl." "How rude to say any and every. I am a sincere boy who is only for pretty girls." "Crack. So you are saying that any girl will do, as long as she is pretty?" "Yes, I will try to live a more sincere life." The shoulder she let go of sure hurts. Adele put his shoulder back in place while weeping sorrowfully. Hey, Why is Luna-sama with that disgrace? Did that guy do something again? You've got to be kidding me, I'm so jealous. Just then, he heard voices from his surroundings again. Picking up the content that reached his ears, it seemed this time it was about the girl. Is this girl that amazing? Adele rarely showed his face in high society. The main reasons were simply it's a pain, and that he wasn't very welcome, but because of that, he didn't remember many nobles' faces or names. Hey, but her face looks familiar. Now, where was it? Adele wondered. At that moment, the blonde-haired girl who had been left out of the loop tilted her head. Being spoken to again, Adele finally snapped back to his senses. Sorry. I can't give you an autograph, I'll get in trouble. Where I see. Dejectedly, the girl hung her head cutely. She looked so adorable that all the boys in the class were captivated. All right, stop right there, princess. And then, a short girl appeared from behind the first one. What are you doin' asking for fan service all of a sudden? Don't go standin' outright at the start, celebrity. Ooh, but it's the Black Knight-sama in the flesh. Yes, the instructor's gonna be here any minute, so fans should get out of the celebrity's way, okay. Saying that, the brown-haired girl who appeared grabbed the girl by the scruff of her neck and headed for an empty seat. He thought he heard them say things like, sorry for the intrusion, and but I wanted to talk. On the way, but the sight of her being dragged away was so comical it brought a wry smile to his face. However, the moment they returned to their seats, the students who were nearby began to gather around as if it were their cue. What? Is that girl famous? Master, your lack of awareness makes me doubt your age. I'm not senile, I just genuinely don't know. So it's not my fault and I'm not old. It is your fault for not knowing. Where do you think you live? Under the sky. Elijah let out another big sigh. Is she that famous? Adele wondered. Hey, what's with that scary lead-up? Stop it, will you? In a way, it sends more shivers down my spine than a ghost story told in the middle of the night. The secret to living an inconspicuous, quiet life is not getting involved with famous people. If you're with someone famous, you'll also be subjected to the gazes of others due to that person's fame. To avoid that, the motto for a self-indulgent academy life is to keep a firm distance from famous people and be as unrecognized as possible. Therefore, seeing Alicia's reaction, Adele curled up his body like a small, frightened animal. Ooh, I'm scared, the coachman of the workhorse is coming. Master, you look incredibly cute right now, so would it be all right if I hugged you and patted your head? Apparently, the maid's heart was tickled by her master's transformation into a small animal. Without his permission, she hugged him and began to pat his head lovingly. By the way, to continue our earlier conversation, putting aside the fact you didn't know, she was speaking on the platform, don't you remember? Alicia glanced towards the other side of the classroom. There was an even larger crowd of people than before. Her name is Luna Carbonchi, is the second princess of this country. How cruel. Adele, frightened even more like a small animal, clung to Alicia's chest. Somehow, the person who seemed to hold the most power in the academy had made contact, but the instructor arrived safely and homeroom ended. During homeroom, they received a simple explanation of the academy. To briefly summarize the key points of what he heard. Grades are assigned, and rankings fluctuate based on monthly periodic exams. Rankings can also change outside of exams according to the rules of dueling. Each class has 20 students. If a student drops to a lower class due to rank fluctuation, they are expelled. Well, it was quite a severe set of rules. In other words, for Adele to enjoy 3 years of freedom and wait for the heat to die down, he had to avoid dropping from S-class. This must be the part Alicia mentioned before, about being expelled if you drop below a certain standard of grades. It's fine for those rising up, but it feels like being slapped with the reality that there's no use for dropouts. And after being forced to brace themselves by such severe rules, classes were to be held immediately in each classroom. And Adele. Alicia, look, isn't this the perfect napping spot? To find one so quickly. Master, your passion for depravity is truly something else. Was brazenly skipping. Great sunlight, great breeze, great quiet. My back hurts a bit 'cause it's stone, but with a little ingenuity, it's no problem. The rooftop really is the classic skipping spot at an academy, huh? Right after homeroom ended, Adele had quickly explored the inside of the school building, and immediately after, he discovered the perfect spot, the rooftop, and had made his way there. Of course, since it was during class, there were no students or instructors on the rooftop, and a pleasant breeze rustled their hair. If it's this comfortable, other students are probably napping here too. Is it bad to hog it all to myself? You're about the only one who would leave the stage in the middle of a performance, master. I believe that worry is unfounded. You think so? Adele tapped the ground once. Then, a large bundle of grass appeared from the ground, instantly forming a bed-like shape. However, skipping on the very first day, you're the same as ever, master. Well, if I stayed in that classroom, I'd probably get some weird jealousy. That weird princess, fan would show up, and class is a pain. So it's better to run away before that happens, right? Now that you mention it, that's true. He would either be picked on with, "There's no way you're number one. You cheated, didn't you?" Or, after being talked to by the princess who was enough of a fan to beg for his autograph, he'd be told something like, "Why is a guy like you with the princess?" For sure. In that case, it would be better to run away before he was picked on, before he was spoken to. There's no way I'm letting myself get any more attention. All right, I think I'll take a nap. God approved the saying that a sleeping child grows. A child who proved that would definitely be scolded by their parents, though. The number 1 and number 2 in the entrance exam rankings were brazenly skipping. It was unprecedented, and skipping class from the very beginning was definitely a scolding-worthy offense. But the two of them, unfazed, stepped onto the bed together. Adele lay down, and Alicia, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, sat with her knees together and placed Adele's head on top of them. You should sleep too, Alicia. Foo-foo, this is my designated spot, though we do switch sometimes. Then, it's my turn today. The bed Adele made was fluffy. He had carefully selected the plants with the best texture from all the plants he could create, and for something made on the fly, it was of high quality. Looking up, a clear blue sky spread out, and with the feeling of her soft thighs, it was very comfortable. Come to think of it. Yes, you like lap pillows, don't you, Alicia? You ask for them and give them at every opportunity. Adele suddenly voiced a question he'd been wondering about. That's right, I suppose it's my way of showing affection. My mother used to do it for me often when I was young, so it may have become a habit from there. So your clingy habit came from such a sweet reason, huh? Foo-foo, of course. I am a mama's girl, after all. Alicia smiled elegantly as she gently stroked Adele's head. Perhaps because her beautiful face was so close as he looked up at her, Adele's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Is it okay, mama's girl? Working as a maid in a place like this? That's why Adele opened his mouth, as if to disguise his racing heart. A smooth sailing life, the prodigy of a mage family, popular in high society due to your looks. For a girl like that to become a maid for a knightly family, the polar opposite in a sense, and a disgrace at that. I know I'm saying this now, but weren't there plenty of other happier paths for you? Why are you in a place like this? Adele, feeling a little drowsy, turned his face to the side and changed his position. Alicia looked up at the sky as if in thought, then lowered her gaze to Adele again. Do you think it is out of a sense of obligation? Is it not? I was told that you do not need my gratitude, so I do not feel any to begin with. The reason I am here is for a much different reason. Her gentle touch was like a warm embrace. Coupled with the pleasant spring breeze, Adele's eyelids finally began to feel heavy. Is that so? Yes, that is so. I see. Finally, the sound of soft breathing began to come from Adele's mouth. The sleeping face he was showing now was like a child's, looking much cuter than his usual playful demeanor. This was Alicia's special seat. She was the only one who could see this face up close. It was a happy seat she could only enjoy because she had run away from home. Truly, where else could there be a happiness greater than this, master? Alicia raised her face to the heavens and closed her eyes. Just then, for some reason, she found herself reminiscing about the past. Yes, about that day she first met Adele. Chapter 3, Flashback, Alicia Elamira. Alicia Elamira. A child prodigy, a rarity even when looking back through the history of magical lineages. Her total mana, operational sense, and memory were all in a league of their own, and her potential surpassed even that of her father, the current captain of the kingdom's mage corps. Her talents had been apparent since she was young, and those around her came to call her the prodigy of the Elamira Count House. Thanks to that, for a time, the magical family of the Elamira Count House became famous in high society. Unlike the House of Marquis Ashia, which was in a sense their polar opposite, the Elmira Count House had not achieved any notable merits for many years and was constantly buried in public opinion whenever comparisons were made. A girl who was, without a doubt, #1 in the kingdom in terms of raw talent alone. There was no way she wouldn't become a topic of conversation. Perhaps thanks to that, many marriage proposals began to flood in for Elijah. The son of a merchant guild leader, the heir of a noble, and at one point there was even talk of a proposal from the royal family. However, perhaps it should be called a side effect of her overwhelming talent. Elijah held little interest in others. Despite showing her face in high society, she had few friends, and among her large family, she only opened her heart to her mother. One day, her mother had said something to her. "You too, one day, will meet a wonderful boy. Yes, someone you feel you want to be with for the rest of your life. The scenery you see will all turn into a happy color, you know." She didn't understand what it meant. She understood that, as a noble, she would have to enter a political marriage someday. But an opponent she herself would wish for, when everyone was no different from the stones rolling about on the ground. That's what Elijah had thought ever since hearing her mother's words. That didn't change until she turned 12, and in the end, her indifferent personality grew right along with her body. Although, for her father, the current head of the family, it was a trivial matter. For Elijah was destined to become an existence that would surpass the Ashia Marquis house, a knightly family of proper lineage. Father also pushes such troublesome things onto me. One day, upon her 12th birthday, Elijah was walking alone in a forest far from the count's domain. If you are to stand at the pinnacle as a mage, you must become accustomed to combat from a young age, so she was taught, and so that she could one day handle missions on her own, a single child was thrown into the forest. Subjugating magical beasts. Even though they say only relatively weak magical beasts inhabit this place, I don't think this is a place for a lady who dances under chandeliers to be walking. Just as she grumbled so, a single wolf-like magical beast suddenly appeared from the bushes ahead. Perhaps it hadn't noticed Elijah's presence yet, as it was only looking around restlessly. Elijah pointed her finger, deciding to subjugate it at once. "The sunlight that descends upon this world and converges, come to my sleeve. Now, let a maiden of the heavens grant you a wonderful present." The magic wielded by the prodigy was light, something perfectly ordinary within the natural world. She could create it, but her basic method was to simply collect the light scattered in the vicinity, gather it in her hand, and release it. Therefore, its firing speed was the fastest. Once the incantation was finished, all that was left was to push it out, and under the inherent properties of light, it could carve out the surroundings and pierce the enemy at what was, literally, the speed of light. As long as she wasn't creating something from nothing, with her vast reserves of mana, Elijah almost never ran out of magical power. Complete gift, arrow of light. That's why, to be honest, Elijah wasn't scared even when thrown into the forest alone. She was unrivaled. If she fought seriously, she could have a good match with her father and could overwhelm her siblings and peers of the same age. Now then, how many more should I defeat before heading home? Looking at the magical beast whose head had been completely blown off, Elijah started walking with a light gait. Let's finish this quickly and go home, thinking that was probably clear proof that she had let her guard down. Hence, it was only by the war cry that she heard from behind that she finally noticed its presence. Elijah spun around in an instant. Since when? A bear-like appearance that made her think so. A colossal body that had no connection to being small and overlooked. It was easily more than twice her own size and emanated an overwhelming sense of intimidation. It had probably silenced its footsteps until it was close to its prey. But Elijah fell into a panic and couldn't find the answer to how. Instead, with what could be called reflexive speed, she pointed her finger at the giant magical beast. "The sunlight that descends upon this world in Khan. Now, let a maiden of the heavens grant you a wonder." Elijah was still young. She had almost no combat experience, nor did she know what kind of position mages in the world fought from. As a result, Elijah would commit a fatal mistake in a critical situation. Ga. The magical beast's giant arm swung sideways, striking Elijah's small torso with all its might. Yeah. The incantation of a spell creates a large opening. The moment she was drawn into close quarters combat, a mage should have chosen to flee. But the young girl did not yet know that. This was the difference in experience. Elysia's body mowed down the forest's grass and trees, tumbling across the ground over and over again. It hurts. 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 Why? How? Such anguished questions filled her mind. However, this was not a magical beast that would wait for her. After all, before it was a fine piece of meat. With prey before it, the magical beast approached in order to feed. My body. Even if she wanted to run, pain shot through the places she'd been hit and slammed against, and she couldn't move. At this rate, such terror began to assault Elysia. Why? Why is this happening to me? I'm strong, but I'm dying. That's why I said I didn't want to do this. In the first place, why did they leave me here alone? I didn't hear about this, that a beast like this would be here. But more than that, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Even as she said it, her body wouldn't move as she willed. Even as she prayed for help, the magical beast didn't stop its feet. From Elysia's eyes, drop by drop, tears she hadn't shed once since she'd gained awareness began to spill. It was then, "Oi oi, if you're gonna play tag, let me join in, you damn scrub." Suddenly, the magical beast's arm was blown away. Jaya. The magical beast's ear-splitting shriek echoed. In that instant, as if using the wildly spraying blood as an effect, a single blonde-haired boy descended from the sky. So noisy, I was in the middle of searchin' for some interesting plants. Show a little welcome for the new guy, will ya? Was he perhaps around the same age? He looked young, no different from any other kid around. If there was anything different, it would be that something like a black-dyed sword was gripped in his hand. And being a prodigy of magic, Elysia was astonished to see that sword. A sword made of magic? Her question remained unresolved as the boy swung the sword in a sideways sweep. However, the magical beast dodged by leaping and then slammed down its remaining arm with all its might. But it didn't crush his small body. Catching it with his sword, the boy smiled ferociously. "Too weak, you piece of shit. Go gain some more weight and come back." The boy's kick stabbed into the magical beast's stomach. Even though there should have been a size difference, the magical beast's body bounced off the ground and went rolling. Then, for some reason, the boy began to swing his sword sideways once more, even though there was distance between them. The reach of that sword shouldn't have been able to connect. King of the forest. However, it was only Elysia who thought so. Simultaneously with the sideways swing, the sword's blade began to extend for some reason, accurately severing the neck of the rolling magical beast. Dumbfounded, stunned, nothing came out of Elysia's mouth. Just moments ago her mind and body had been steeped in terror, yet with this boy's appearance, everything had changed. The muscular strength to overwhelm that giant beast despite being around the same age. The sense to handle magic without needing the incantation that was a mage's weakness. In addition, the combat skills that mixed both of those. It was off the charts. This was enough to make her, the one called a prodigy, feel foolish. "You okay?" As she stood there stunned, the boy slowly approached. Now that he was facing her directly, she realized he was that person from the Ashia Marquis house she had seen several times at social gatherings, the one called a disgrace. Why? Wasn't he supposed to be incompetent? That question surfaced, but even before that. Elysia's emotions, which had been dammed up by terror, overflowed. Her first time on the brink of death, her first time experiencing terror. Because of them, for the first time in her life, Elysia cried out with a loud voice. With her sudden crying, the boy began to panic and falter, and after much hesitation, he vigorously hugged Elysia's body. Calm down, MK. It's okay, I defeated it. The magical beast is gone now. Geez. If it appears in your dreams, just call me. And if it shows up in reality again, just call me without worrying about being a nuisance. And then, if that happens, I'll definitely take it down for you. So please stop crying. I can't stand seeing someone cry. On this day, Elysia met a hero. The first experience of her life. The first moment in her life she was rewarded. The girl called a prodigy required some time before she stopped crying. Ah, what is this feeling? During that time, the boy was there, holding her tightly as if to reassure her the whole time. I feel safe, it's comfortable, the beating of my chest is loud, my eyes can't leave his back. If I could wish for it, I'd want to stay like this forever. I had never held such a feeling before. I see, I understand. Elijah was escorted home by the boy, and she finally realized the change in herself. And then, facing her mother, she declared, "Mother, I've found him, the person I want to be with for the rest of my life. The prodigy of the magical lineage, the Count Elamira house." With this day as the trigger, she pushed against all opposition and fled her home. All for the sake of being by the side of her hero, who was her first love, love at first sight, and would later come to be known as the Black Knight. Chapter 4. Factions and Invitations. In the end, Adele slept on the rooftop until the start of the lunch break. Of course, there were no classes during the lunch break. As soon as he woke up, he went to the dormitory, had a homemade lunch from Elijah, and returned to the classroom just in time for the first afternoon class. Now I wonder if there's any punishment for a slacker like me, Adelkun thought lightheartedly. And now, come confess your sins. My legs. He was kneeling on an abacus board, holding a heavy stone weight. This is cruel, what you're doing is inhumane. Is this really the work of a clergyman who's supposed to guide people? It seems your repentance is insufficient. How did it come to this? To put it simply, he was abducted the moment he returned to the classroom. An instructor dressed like a priest, standing before him, grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to a confession room fully equipped with torture instruments. And so, as punishment for brazenly skipping class despite being a new student, Adele was forced to kneel on an abacus board while holding a stone. I see, so the academy has a place like this. Elijah looked around with curiosity, kneeling beside him. She was just kneeling normally. We have believers among the students, you see. Since this is a boarding school, the academy is willing to provide even a church to ensure they can live their lives to the fullest. Is that so? Wait, this room is a far cry from any church I know. All around were bloodstains and torture instruments. There was no partition like you'd find in a confessional, nor any chair to confess from. The only thing to sit on was a triangular wooden horse. And hey, why am I the only one holding a stone while Elijah gets nothing? You don't expect me to do such a thing to a lady, do you? Such blatant sexism, the likes of which I haven't seen in years. Thud. Another stone was placed on Adele's lap. Was it because he complained? Adele's face contorted further in agony. Still, I've worked at this academy for many years, but you're the first student to so brazenly skip class on the very first day. And this is the first time in my life I've received such blatant corporal punishment. Even if it doesn't affect your rank, you really should attend your classes, you know. As an instructor, his words were perfectly reasonable. But why was it? Perhaps because of the pain in his legs, the words didn't register at all. That said, you're Adele Ashiakun correct. The priest-like instructor spoke as he placed another stone. You know of me. Yes, I'm not a noble, so I only hear rumors from high society, but you were quite the topic of discussion during the grading conference. As expected of Master, he's never short of topics to talk about. I'm not happy about any of it, not this cold, heavy present, and not being the center of attention. Contrary to Elijah, who sat proudly as her master was praised, Adele wept silently while enduring the cold sensation of the stone. Could the low number of graduates be because students are running away after being forced to confess, tortured? Adele wondered. Nearly perfect scores on the written exams. You defeated an instructor in swordsmanship and controlled not just the target, but the very space around it with magic never seen before. Without a doubt, you possess top-class abilities among all the students in history, which is precisely why I have high expectations for you. If you have expectations, then treat me with more respect, please. Well then, shall we continue your confession? In the end, Adele was only released after school had ended. Section, just as the crimson sunlight began to illuminate the path to the dormitory. Adele, somehow managing to keep his fawn-like legs steady, was heading to the dorm for a good night's sleep. My legs feel like a newborn deer's. When we get back, I'll give you a lap pillow and a massage while patting your head, so please hang in there until we reach the dorm. GNNN. What came to mind was the blood-stained confession room and the cold, heavy stone he never wanted to see again. Adele looked up at the sky resentfully and muttered under his breath, I need to change my methods for skipping class next time. So attending class seriously isn't an option for you? Nope. I see. He no longer knew what was taught in class on the first day. Normally, one would worry about catching up, but Adele was already thinking about how to skip class without going to the confession room. It seems those who enjoy a slothful life have a different kind of guts and way of thinking. Still, it's pretty noisy, isn't it? Adele suddenly looked around. Beyond the expansive lawn, there were training grounds, sports fields, and even a church and other school buildings. A loud clamor reached his ears, and he saw many students who would normally be heading back to the dorms. It seems everyone is looking for a club to join. A club? Yes, it appears that in this academy, students create clubs to do what they want. From equestrian and swordsmanship to magic research and gardening, various options are available to respect the students' autonomy. The noise is likely from clubs recruiting new members and students looking for clubs to join. HMPH, Adele snorted, uninterested. Being noisy after school meant doing something after school. Although he didn't quite understand what a club was, Adele, who wanted no part in being tied down after classes, wasn't interested at all. If he had to say, maybe the gardening club was a little intriguing. Just then. Akuun. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears from behind. Normally, he would have moved his legs reflexively, but sadly, that wasn't an option today. Damn it, my legs won't move because of what happened earlier. Why don't you just stay put? A cornered mouse can be quite cute, you know. Do you have the luxury of admiring me when I'm about to be toyed with by a cat and Gwei? The moment he said that, he was hugged tightly from behind. The impact and weight almost made him fall over. Then, a cute and beautiful face with the same lustrous blonde hair as Adele's peeked out from beside his own. Welcome, A-kun. Big Sis is so happy to see her slothful little brother. Muahahaha. She was one of the few in his family who treated him kindly, despite being looked down upon for his incompetence. He knew she was here, but to think he'd be found on the first day of school. What are the odds of this encounter? Adele wondered, a question akin to escaping reality as he was embraced by his Brokon sister. It's been a while, Mil-sama. With Mil's appearance, Elijah gave a slight bow as a greeting. In response, Mil waved cutely while still hugging him. Yup, long time no see, Elijah-chan. Oh. Are you guys on a date? Yes, a going-home date. A date that's way too short, he thought, looking at the dorm visible just ahead. Hey, you need something, Mil-Nisan. With a weary expression, Adele pushed Mil away. It was a secret that he felt a little reluctant to part with the soft sensation against his back. Need something? You didn't even tell me you were enrolling in the academy, and you didn't come to say hi, so I had to come looking for you for a hug. A hug? And a kiss. Whoa, even I draw the line at a kiss. Adele pushed away Mil, who was puckering her lips with his hand. Elijah was looking on with an envious expression, but Adele's mind was elsewhere. Ah, what a pain. This is why I didn't want to see her. Even if she was one of the few siblings who was nice to him, Adele didn't want to get involved with her for a while. After all, Mil was a girl who had properly inherited the talent and personality of the Marquis Ashia family. Nothing good would come from getting involved with her, and there was a chance he'd become her punching bag. Furthermore, she was quite famous in high society for her looks, family background, and skills. She was surely just as popular at the academy. In that case, getting involved with her would inevitably make him stand out even more. And besides, Nisan probably has a good hunch that I'm the Black Knight, Adele knew. He knew that this sister of his showed him an excessive amount of affection, far beyond just being nice. If so, there was no way she would have missed the hot topic of him being the Black Knight. That's why he wanted to keep his distance without getting involved. It would be difficult to keep running away in the small world of the academy, but if they were in different grades, there was still a chance. Therefore, Adele hadn't told Mil or his other siblings at this academy that he was enrolling. However, he couldn't possibly say that honestly. Adele showed a serious expression to the sister he had pushed away. You see, I had no talent, so I wasn't sure if I could even get into the academy. That's why it was hard to tell you, Nissan. But I heard you got first place in the entrance exam, A-kun. News travels fast, he thought. Adele felt like crying. Hey, by the way, Alicia-chan. Yes, what is it? Did you know A-kun is the Black Knight? Whoa there, Nissan. Don't go assuming I'm the Black Knight and carrying on the conversation before you've even confirmed if it's true. Normally, you'd ask the person himself first. Apparently, in Mill's mind, it was already a fact that Adele was the Black Knight. And in response, Alicia deflected with a graceful smile. Foo, well, I wonder. HMPH, looks like A-kun told you to keep quiet, huh? I guess I'll have to take a bath with him and make him spit it out himself. Huh, did I just hear some ominous words that could destroy our sibling relationship? In that case, would it be all right if I joined as well? So, when should we do it? Amazing, A-kun. Just how much do you want to see Alicia-chan naked? You're so honest, master. Adele was a boy who could be more honest about his desires than about the collapse of his sibling relationship. Oh, by the way, A-kun, have you decided which club you're joining? Mill suddenly said to the boy who was honest about his desires. Nah, I'm not planning on joining one. A hardcore sports enthusiast doesn't suit an after-school enjoyer. But joining a club can be useful for factions and stuff, you know. There are also things called salons besides clubs. Factions. The word that slipped in caught Adele's attention, and he tilted his head. Well, a faction is exactly what it sounds like, you know. It's like getting into a famous noble's team and becoming one of them. It sounds like a microcosm of high society. That's not wrong, I guess. It seems like the factions built in the academy are carried over into adulthood. The idea is to make allies while you're still a student because those connections will be useful when you're an adult. I think that's the right image. Noble society is not a monolith. Many forces and agendas are intertwined, making it difficult to survive alone. Therefore, most nobles belong to someone's faction or create their own to increase their allies. By doing so, they can help each other out, such as receiving a share of profits when they are in a pinch. Of course, this is just the pretty side of the story. There are always dirty parts rolling around somewhere, but since they're at an academy where nobles gather, there's no harm in making connections. That must be why factions exist within the academy. Nissan, I'm super not interested. It sounds all murky and my clothes would get dirty. To be honest, I'm not very interested in factions either. I'm waiting for someone to say, I'll dye you in my colors. So for now, I want to keep wearing my white clothes. Hey, stop looking at me like that. Alicia looked at Adele with longing eyes. In response, Adele's cheek twitched. Awe, but I want you to join my club, A-kun. Awe. It's fine, it's a wonderful environment where you'll definitely fit in and feel right at home, A-kun. Oh. Mill knows Adele well. He's lazy, loves to play, and because of his magic, he generally likes anything related to plants. Mill, who understands all this, touted the catchphrase, you'll fit in and feel right at home. Maybe it's true. Adele thought his interest piqued just a little. By the way, what kind of club is it? The Knights Club. Adele immediately threw his interest into the gutter. Rejected. No way, impossible. What do you think I am, Nissan? You know I'm the boy called incompetent, right? Are you some kind of sadist who wants to see her little brother get bullied? It's fine, you can do it. Ha, grit and guts won't solve everything, my sister. A cold sweat ran down Adele's back. The memory of when he caught the thief the other day flashed in his mind. Oh, is that so? Fufu, you're wrong, Alicia-kun. This is Nissan's. Yup, when I was away on a mission, A-kun was there dressed as the Black Knight. Whoa there, Nissan, let's go to the hospital. After you get your head checked, we need to get your mouth zipped shut. A ruckus. Adele's excuses, filled with a sense of being too late, and their cheerful banter echoed through the grounds connecting the school building and the dormitory. And finally, geez, no matter how much you whine, you're coming to visit my club. I won't take no for an answer, by the authority of your big sister. Wait, I don't think that topic ever came up. Milsama, Master and I were about to have a lap pillow session. If you go to the club, you'll get to see A-kun's cool side. Let's go, Master. Why did you change your mind just like that? Adele protested, but he was dragged away, his arms held by Alicia and Mill. Along the way, a childish tantrum of I don't wanna, let me go, could be heard, but the voice eventually faded away towards the training grounds. And then, Hey, you disgrace, I challenge you to a duel. A. Section. Dueling is a rare rule established at the Royal Carbon Academy. The rule is typical of a merit-based academy. The winner's rank changes to that of the loser. The terms are decided by mutual agreement, and it can be held anytime with a third-party witness. However, the loser is banned from dueling for a month, so it's not possible to immediately say, I lost, so on to the next person. Conversely, the winner can challenge someone to a duel as many times as they want. Hey, this academy is really weird. Encouraging bullying, parents are going to complain, you know. It's probably their way of nurturing talented youths. The winner can duel as many times as they want, and the academy gets to rack up experience points at no cost, so it's a good deal for them, a good deal. What a bunch of egotists. Don't assume everyone's a masochist who wants to be a punching bag. He grumbled, but his current situation didn't change. In front of him was Rhaegar, the son of the Duke who had picked a fight with him in the morning. He was pointing the tip of his sword at him, saying something about wanting a duel. First of all, how did things end up like this again? We were guided to the Knights Club, to the training grounds. Rhaegar-sama, who was visiting the Knights Club, spotted you, master, and then said, there's no way a disgrace like you could be number, and then it led to this. Thinking about it again, I get caught up in things way too often. Should I sue him for harassment? Adele doesn't know it, but the Knights Club is the largest club in this academy. Those who want to become knights in the future and those who want to learn swordsmanship flock to it, making it a group of about 100 people. Of course, there's likely the ulterior motive of gaining many connections with such a large number of people. But they are all people with a desire for self-improvement, guided by the meritocratic academy. Thanks to that, just a small commotion attracts a lot of curious gazes. Just watch me, Lady Mill. Rhaegar will expose this disgrace's true colors. Yeah, you're the worst. Although Rhaegar, who admires the Marquis Ashia family, said that, Mill, whose brother was insulted, gave him a look of utter contempt. However, perhaps admiration is blind, as Rhaegar continued to point his sword at Adele with a blustering attitude. That guy, he challenges me to a duel so easily, but does he not remember what I did to him this morning? Besides, what's in it for me? It's not like I get anything if he loses. That's right. The loser is just banned from dueling for a period, and the winner receives nothing. What's with that unwelcome favor? Wait, huh? No, what if I just lose this? If you lose a duel, you're banned for a period. If Adele were to lose, he wouldn't be able to duel for a month, and he wouldn't be challenged for a while. In addition, if he loses in front of so many people, they'd surely think, so he really is incompetent. Or the story about the Black Knight must have been a lie after all. A great idea, if I do say so myself. Adele couldn't help but puff out his chest. I wouldn't recommend that, Adele-san. However, his puffed-out chest deflated when someone called out to him from behind. When he turned around, he saw a girl with brown hair cut at shoulder length and hiding behind her, the second princess, Luna. And you are? My name's Serena. The princess behind me? Well, given her fame, she doesn't need an introduction. I know it's rude, but I saw you were about to do something strange while we were observing, so I thought I'd say something. Something strange? Adele tilted his head at Serena's words. From your reaction, it seems you don't know. That guy is ranked 22nd. He's in a lower class, you know. In other words, if you lose, Adele-san, you'll be expelled. What did you say? Adele collapsed to his knees on the spot. This was the worst. To think the brilliant idea he just came up with was just a one-way ticket to expulsion. In the end, Adele had to defeat Rhaegar in front of all these people, sadly. Even with the possibility of people thinking, so he really was strong after all. Or, I can't believe the disgrace had this much skill. He had to win. He considered running away, thinking, I can't deal with this. But he'd probably just be told, why did you run away? Fight me, tomorrow. It was inevitable that he would have to do it eventually. Why is reality so cruel to me? The world was harsh to Adele, no matter where he went. Hey Serena, why don't you fight with him? The Black Knight-sama seems to be in trouble, or you could take his place. Well, there is a system for joining mid-battle, and I don't mind. But there's someone more suitable right next to me, you know. Fufu, I'm the type to be cruel if it means I get to see Master's heroic figure. Wow, you're a demon with such a pretty face, number 2-san. Not at all. I'm sure Master is happy. just to have the concern of number 3 and the princess. Hiss hiss, the 3 beautiful girls whispered behind Adele. Unfortunately, their words didn't reach Adele, who was cursing his cruel world. The new students this year are full of life. A duel on the first day of school. And hey, isn't that the club president and vice president's little brother? Is he gonna be okay? Right. I heard he's the rare incompetent one in the Muahahaha family. Right. But I also heard he got first place on the entrance exam. The surrounding chatter gradually grew louder. Everyone seemed incredibly curious about the first-year duel. Just then, as Adele was pathetically hitting the ground, his sister Mill came over and gently rubbed his back. Are you okay, Akun? Nissan, this is so cruel. I haven't done anything, yet the world demands something of me. But don't worry, I'll be the witness. That's not where I need reassurance. Even if you injure him, the Knights Club will take responsibility and heal him. So feel free to beat the crap out of that rude jerk. That's not it either. It seemed his escape routes were completely blocked. Adele, genuinely cursing the world, stood up with a determined look on his face. Arg, fine. I get it, I just have to do it right. In exchange, however, Adele extended a black vine from the ground, formed it into a sword, and took it in his hand, pointing it at Rhaegar just as he had. Getting in the way of my slothful life, I seriously won't show any mercy. I'll beat you so badly you'll cry and want to go back to your mommy's tummy, you damn pipsqueak. Ah, he's completely lost his cool. In his hand was the jet black sword. He used to become the Black Knight. Elijah, watching from behind, couldn't help but smile wryly at Adele, who was using the magic that was the symbol of the Black Knight. The surrounding students would witness it. A glimpse of the hero they had only heard about in rumors. The origin of the Black Knight, known only to those he had saved. It would be made clear to them with the jet black sword made of wood and vines. What the? A question crossed Rhaegar's mind. Why did a sword suddenly appear from nowhere? No, is that even a sword or just something in the shape of one? It was ominously black, and the moment the boy he had mocked as a disgrace gripped it, his entire aura changed. And then, the boy, wrapped in that aura, somehow began to swing the sword he had created in a wide arc. Wait, that's at least 4 meters away. Even if he swung it normally, the sword's length meant it wouldn't reach. In the first place, the distance between him and Adele was more than 3 times the sword's length. Swinging it would just cut through the air. He was puzzled for a moment, but then Rhaegar's lips curled into a smirk, thinking, so he really is an incompetent who can't do anything. However, careless and conceited. You picked a fight with the Muahahaha family with that attitude. That sword instantly extended into his personal space. Gah! The blow, far too heavy, struck his torso, which he had reflexively protected. His body was sent flying, and Rhaegar bounced off the ground so many times that his vision flipped upside down over and over. Why did the sword extend? Rhaegar doesn't realize that it is magic formed by the king of the forest. There is a plant called curiga, a jet-black tree that has evolved to be sturdy not only in its roots, but also in its trunk and branches, so as not to fall over no matter what gust of wind or impact it receives. Its strength is said to be the best in the world, and it is said that it will not be scratched even if shot by a cannon. The curiga is also used in the sword that Adele wields as the Black Knight, and its strength goes without saying. He grows a plant he generated on the spot, extending the blade of the sword. It's a technique that will undoubtedly catch an opponent off guard for the first time. That is why the question remained a question, obstructing his grasp of the current situation. However, Adele is not so kind as to give him time to resolve that question. Surely, you don't think this is the end. Adele, who had dashed forward and caught up in no time, kicked Rhaegar in the solar plexus. Bah! Too naive, you scrub. If you're going to pick a fight, at least give me something to look forward to, you moron. Rhaegar's body changed direction and rolled across the ground once more. But along the way, for some reason, a soft sensation on his back. Did I hit a wall? He wondered again, but the training ground wall was still some distance away. He would later realize that it was a wall made of plants. However, by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Vines are entangling me. Vines extended towards his body, beginning to restrain his arms and legs. By the time he noticed, he was held fast, and he couldn't move his wrists at all, even when he tried to cut them. And then, too bad. At this rate, You won't even come close to Nissan and the others, let alone survive for long as a night. Adele's flying knee kick mercilessly slammed into his face. Gah. And that's a wrap. Don't mess with me again, got it? Rhaega's head, having taken a direct hit, hung limply. Of course, he was still breathing. He had held back that much. Still, he was undoubtedly knocked out, and Adele snorted and slowly walked back to Elijah and the others. Eugh. They had just been curious, intending to watch. However, the students watching from the sidelines were all the same, witnessing a glimpse of the heretic hero. They couldn't help but freeze in stunned silence. Section. Muahahaha was trembling. Amazing. As a member of the Masquerade family, she was blessed with talent and had been quite successful herself. While still a student, she had joined the Royal Knights and proven her skills by completing numerous missions. Therefore, in the small world of the school, she believed she had more pride and confidence than anyone else. But the battle that had just unfolded before her eyes was something she instinctively knew she couldn't win against. Akun, damn, he's so cool. Without a doubt, Adele's skill was the best among the siblings of the Masquerade family. A talent that seemed as if he were a demon god loved by battle, and the skills to make full use of it. Close combat techniques befitting a family of knights, and the ability to use magic on par with someone from a family of mages, despite being from a family of knights. A magic knight, of which there are few in the entire continent. To think he seemed so talentless until now. To think she had felt sorry for him. Could it be that if he fought seriously, he could even beat Father, the knight commander? She wondered. I have to report this to Father. Mill resolved in her heart she couldn't let such a talent run wild. However, Akun used a pretty rare magic without a second thought. I wonder if he was just seeing red. He was trying to hide it, but I think this will expose him completely. Even that part of him was cute. The sister, who was a brocon in a sense, smiled cheerfully. Section. Kaya, the Black Knight Sama is the best after all. Luna Carbon was not stunned by the scene before her, but was the only one rejoicing. While everyone around was in a daze, only Luna had hearts in her eyes. He's just suwoo cool. They call him a disgrace, but who cares, who cares, who cares? It doesn't matter at all. The second princess of the kingdom, Luna Carbon, is a huge fan of the Black Knight. Some reporter had beaten her to the grand goal of discovering his identity. But even after learning that his identity was the disgrace of the prestigious Masquerade family, her feelings didn't change. That day at that time. From the moment he saved her, Luna had always adored Adele, the Black Knight. That's why she couldn't help but be excited to witness a glimpse of it. Heimsan. You've got a lewd look on your face. Slap, slap, Serena tapped her from the side. In response, Luna finally returned to reality. Yeah, Zoe. Honestly, I know you're a big fan, but this is a public place. Please have a little maidenly modesty. My guard is being so harsh. Dejectedly, Luna's shoulders slumped cutely. However, now that she was back to reality, she began to think again. I really want him on my side. Otherwise, she thought, a hint of sadness colored Luna's eyes. Section. Arg, I'm exhausted. After the duel that he was provoked into at the Knights Club ended, and while everyone was still in a daze, Adele managed to escape from the overly affectionate recruitment of Akun. You were amazing. You have to join the Knights Club now, and collapsed onto the sofa in his room. Master, your uniform will get wrinkled, you know. Elijah, who entered the room after him, put her hands on her hips and said, honestly. Her slightly puffed-out cheeks were somehow adorable. Nah, it's too much trouble. Today was a day where this slothful boy actually worked hard. Overlook this with a heart as vast as the ocean, please. Well, it's true that Master did work hard, but he had skipped class on the rooftop right after enrolling. But he had also received a lecture and accepted a duel that was mysteriously forced upon him. Knowing that he usually just plays around, if you were to say he worked hard, he did work harder than usual. That's why Elijah couldn't say anything too harsh. Instead, understood. It's not right to force any more labor on my hardworking master. It's rare for changing clothes to be considered labor. Hey, wait. Why are your hands on my pants? As a compromise, I was thinking of undressing you myself. Are you really a modern-day lady? Her compromise was quite proactive. All right, I'll get undressed, I'll change. At my age, I really don't want to show my thing to a girl unless it's for that kind of situation. I see. Why are you getting all dejected? you modern-day lady." Elijah showed a blatantly disappointed expression. Seeing that, Adele felt a sense of fear, wondering, does she want to see it that much? But he hurriedly headed to the bedroom and changed into his loungewear. A short while later, when he peeked into the living room, Elijah had switched gears and was starting to cook something in the kitchen. We're not going to the cafeteria. Do you dislike my home cooking, master? I love it. Foo-foo, I'm making it because you say so. Elijah, wearing an apron over her uniform, started humming cheerfully. From behind, she looked just like a newlywed wife. Adele sat on a chair in the living room and watched her, thinking, she's so cute. By the way, master. You were talking to Luna-sama when we left the training grounds. What did you talk about? When Adele was leaving the Knights Club to escape from Mill, he was approached by Luna. Adele wanted to ignore her to avoid getting involved with someone important and being noticed, but considering who she was, he couldn't. So he reluctantly engaged in conversation, and at that time, she said something about wanting me to drop by her salon once she makes it. A salon? You mean a gathering similar to a club? From what I heard, it's something like that. But it's not like a club where you sweat and strive for a goal like in a sports drama, but more like a place for friends to gather and chat. Unlike clubs, salons don't have a specific purpose. It's a place where invited people can spend their time as they please in a prepared space. It's common for noble ladies to gather and have tea parties. Of course, whether it's limited to young ladies is up to the salon's leader to decide. Unlike clubs, salons are completely invitation only. So, it's a place to gather faction members, as Mil-sama mentioned, and also to simply strengthen the relationships within one's own faction. They don't have to act out the murky world of noble society from such a young age. Unlike us, everyone else has a strong sense of nobility, you see. They're all just a bunch of lonely people who can't live on their own. I am too, though I'm a lonely person who's exclusive to you, master. By the way, are you going to participate after all? No way, I want to fade out from the VIPs. Foo-foo, I thought you'd say that. Elijah approached Adele with a graceful smile. She brought over a tray with soup and cut steak, which she had prepared in such a short time it was a wonder. Wow, is this magic? I just woke up early this morning and prepared it. Were you disappointed that there were no tricks? Not at all. I'm so amazed by your diligence that I could sing your praises, Elijah. Looks delicious. Adele stared at the food lined up on the table. In the meantime, Elijah brought her own portion and a fork and knife and sat down next to Adele. And then, master say ah. Elijah showed a cute smile and held a fork with a piece of steak towards Adele. Adele, without any resistance, obediently put it in his mouth. Delicious. Foo-foo, I'm happy to hear you say that. Would you like another one? Elijah, you're definitely going to be a great wife. Most of the meals for nobles are prepared by cooks. Therefore, they rarely cook themselves, but Elijah, as a maid in the Marquis Ashia's household, has learned to cook a variety of dishes. And you want your wife to cook for you, don't you, master? Yeah, a family like that seems warmer. I feel like I'd be happier that way, so that's what I prefer. I prefer that as well. This was also part of her bridal training. If the boy she loves desires it, a girl is a creature who can do her best, even if it's something unthinkable for a noble. 2 weeks have passed since I enrolled. Time flies, and I feel like I've completely gotten used to the academy's atmosphere. Skipping classes and being taken to the confession room, being persistently recruited for a club by my sister, eating food made by Elijah, and sleeping together. Of course, my days are busier than when I was at the mansion. I've strayed a bit from my slothful life, but it's still better than being at the mansion where the Black Night is still heating up. The only problem is, hey, I challenge you to a duel. Yeah, I'm eating right now, so later. Slap, something resembling a letter of challenge was stuck to Adele's head. However, Adele didn't seem to mind and continued to happily munch on his Elijah-made bento in the classroom. You've been getting a lot of duel challenges lately, haven't you, master? Elijah watched him while eating her own homemade bento. Apparently, Elijah had prepared lunch for two. Yeah, it's obvious if you look at the number of challenge letters stuck to my body. You're quite popular. You should be more concerned about the fact that this place is full of nothing but aggressive people. Was it an easy win? Yeah, all with my bare hands. Foo-foo, as expected of you, master. The news of Adele's duel at the Knights Club spread throughout the academy in no time. After all, it was an overwhelming battle of a magic knight who wielded magic and a sword never seen before. And the one who did it was the disgrace of the Marquis Ashia family, so it was no wonder it became a hot topic. Thanks to that, Adele had become a prime target for those with a desire to improve who wanted to fight a strong person and students who thought it was impossible for a disgrace to be number one. They must know they can't win against me. What is it? Is this place full of nothing but naive people who think the outcome of a duel is decided by a lottery? They're just a bunch of people with a strong spirit of challenge who really want the prestige of high society. And children who can't stand a man, they look down on being above them. If you're going to throw a tantrum, do it to your own mother. Don't seek motherly affection from me. May I request a duel as well? Please don't. Your rank has no need for insubordination. That's true, Elijah said as she happily ate her bento. And it's not just me, right? You've been getting a lot of duel challenges too, haven't you, Elijah? Well, yes. You can guess the result from my unchanging rank. Adele wasn't the only one dueling. Elijah, who was number 2, was also being challenged to many duels. After all, the top 20 are in the S class. They are the top class in their grade. Many students were trying to get in, and although not as much as Adele, Elijah was also being challenged. First of all, what's with the idea of happily pointing a sword or magic at a girl? Elijah, you're the daughter of a count, right? I don't think anything good will come from being treated like a persistent stalker. Well, I know this academy is that kind of place, so I don't really mind, but if we're talking about it as an approach, it's a little unpleasant. An approach? In short, it's like, I'm strong isn't that cool, master. There are many nobles who aren't engaged yet, and the academy is a great opportunity to show themselves off. Elijah is beautiful. In addition, her family background is impeccable, so for the unmarried men, she is a prime catch. It's not surprising that there are people who think they can win her over by trying their best to show off. In that case, that second princess must be having a tough time too. Adele couldn't help but look around the classroom. Luna and Serena, who was always by her side, were not there, but for some reason, he looked at them with pity. I think it's very difficult an engagement with a royal. There are probably many restrictions, but if it works out, it's more than just marrying into wealth. Yes, if we're talking about love and showing off, the best catch is Luna. She's the second princess, and on top of that, her grades are good enough to be in the top ranks. Beautiful and intelligent. To a man, she would probably seem even more attractive than Elijah. According to rumors, last year with Julius Sama was quite something as well. You mean the third prince, Julius Sama? Yes, it seems he enrolled in this academy last year, and at that time, there was no end to the duels from the female students. What a violent harem. Adele couldn't help but grimace as he imagined the scene in his mind. He thought my condolences to himself, but he felt sorry for the prince he had never met and put his hands together. Well, given the third prince's personality, I don't feel any sympathy for him. What does she mean by that? Adele tilted his head at Elijah's comment. But back to the topic, as for Luna-sama, she's even creating her own salon, so she must be very busy with all the dual challenges. The downside of a meritocratic academy, poor girl. I bet she never thought she'd end up living a dangerously rosy school life. Well, it has nothing to do with me, though. Adele continued to munch on the bento Elijah made. Just then. Is Adele Kun here? Clatter. The classroom door opened with a bang. The one who appeared was Luna, the very person they were talking about. She looked around the classroom, and when she found Adele, she rushed over. Zat, will you come with me? Why? Adele tilted his head at the sudden summons. Then, Luna looked apologetic and bowed her head. Please, can you come to the training grounds with me right now? I need a little help. Section. The words help me were said so suddenly. Because it was so abrupt, a question mark of course popped up in Adele's head. But there's no way a hero would feel nothing when told, help me. Therefore, Adele ended up leaving the classroom as guided by Luna. Elijah was still in the middle of lunch, so she remained in the classroom. So, what's the situation? You came rushing in, so it must be something serious. They walked along the terrace leading outside the school building, not knowing where they were headed. There, Adele asked Luna, who was beside him, I'm sorry, it's quite a troublesome matter. Seriously. An apologetic look appeared on Luna's face as she walked quickly. Seeing that, Adele scratched his head uncomfortably. I really didn't intend to get involved with the big shots. Some people know that Adele is the Black Knight. Many people are suspicious. But if it were to be confirmed within this academy, he would be afraid of what would happen after graduation. He wanted to spend his time peacefully, but if he were to be noticed and recruited into a faction, it would be really troublesome. Therefore, Adele honestly didn't want to get too involved with Luna. In addition, Luna confessed to being a fan when they first met. It was safe to assume that she was already quite certain. However, if she asks for help, he just can't seem to ignore it. This is probably because of Adele's contradictory, yet kind nature. And also, this girl, could she be the one I saved before? Some time ago, he had saved a girl who was being attacked by someone. He felt that the girl he saw at that time and the girl next to him now looked similar. If that were the case, he could understand why she had approached him in the first place. Setting aside the fan part. I told you I was going to create a salon, right? As he was reminiscing about the past, Luna spoke up. I think you figured it out, Adele-kun, but I was trying to make it to gather allies. A faction, you mean? Yes, a faction. I desperately wanted allies, so. Thud, Luna, who had been walking quickly, stopped. Why? Adele's feet stopped as well. However, contrary to Adele's question, Luna took a deep breath, as if she were preparing herself for something. And then, Black Knight-sama, no Adele-kun, will you become my ally? She began to say such things. He doesn't answer immediately. However, if he could, Adele would have wanted to shake his head, and he would have wanted to say with all his might, I'm not the Black Knight. After all, he has no desire to enter the murky factions of noble society. There's a chance he'd get caught up in trouble, and the world of sizing people up for profit and loss just doesn't suit him. But it was too direct for an immediate answer. Normally, one would have some kind of event to build trust before being recruited, because otherwise, there's a possibility of being rejected. I really didn't mean to say it like this. However, Luna said it straight, without any buffer. And she said it honestly, with a serious face, even bringing up the name Black Knight. That's why he couldn't even tell a negative lie like, you've got the wrong person. What's happening right now? Adele asked a slightly different question, looking suspicious. I have an older brother, 1 year above me. Elijah mentioned that, I believe. That older brother is interfering with the establishment of my salons. If she can't create a salon, she can't gather allies. To be precise, it's not that she can't, but creating a salon is a faster and more efficient way to gather them, and the bonds will be stronger. However, he can't help but wonder what that has to do with him. And so, right now, Serena is fighting for the establishment of the salon. Luna started walking again. Was it because she remembered the girl who was her guard? Her speed was even faster than before, so much so that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was running. Following her lead, Adele also started running. Why is your brother interfering with your salon? You'd think he'd at least let you gather some allies. It's a long story. And besides, as she was about to speak, Luna looked at Adele apologetically. For some reason, her eyes were faintly filled with tears. No, I'm sorry, you can turn back. I'm sure there's nothing but trouble from here on out. Adele doesn't understand Luna's feelings. What does she mean, bringing him all this way and then telling him to turn back? Did her guilt win out as they got closer? Or is it because she thinks he's unreliable? Looking at Luna's expression again, her face, stained with guilt, it's probably the former. At this moment, what should I do? Without a doubt, getting involved in this matter will strengthen my relationship with the second princess, and I will also have to interact with other royals. If I want to spend these 3 years quietly and inconspicuously in depravity, it's definitely better to turn back. Adele thought for a moment while running, and then he slowly opened his mouth. I am. Section. The second princess's guard, Serena, was at the training grounds. The reason she was in a place so out of place for spreading out a bento, despite it being lunchtime, was simply because she was holding a sword. And in front of her. Serena-kun, wouldn't it be better to give up? From the somewhat distant spectator seats, such a voice could be heard. Among the students who had gathered to watch, there was the figure of the third prince, whom she had seen many times. Give up, I won't. Why are you trying so hard? Is your desperation to gather allies perhaps related to what happened the other day when you were attacked? Haha. It's fine to glare at me like that, but your opponent isn't me, you know. The moment he said that, A sword about to be swung down appeared before Serena's eyes. Serena reflexively raised her sword, but the sword was not swung down, and instead, a kick pierced her open torso. Bah! Sorry, little lady, I'm under orders too. Serena's small body rolled on the ground. Seeing that, the third prince in the spectator seats, Julius, let out a cheerful laugh. Ahahaha. The one you're facing is my guard, and he's the second-ranked second-year student. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can win. So just give up, he said. Not only Julius, but several other students who were watching with him also raised their voices in ridicule. This bastard. Serena adores Luna. She's not just a carefree friend, but also a person with a gentle personality that makes you want to protect her. And for that reason, she was willing to hold her sword as much as she needed to, and she believed she had put in the effort. But the opponent in front of her is stronger than her. Not only is there a gap in experience just from being 1 year older, but his rank is also higher than mine. Serena coughed several times and slowly got up. The cuts and bruises she had sustained from being hit so many times made her legs tremble, and her body wouldn't move as she wanted. But still, even knowing he was stronger than her, she had to win this match. After all, Haimsan needs more allies, or she won't survive the succession dispute. Because he'll kill her, Serena thought, glaring at Julius in the spectator seats again. And then, as if to psych herself up, she shouted with all her might, "Come on, let's go, make way for Haimsan." Then, for some reason, the sky was instantly covered in a dark shadow. At the sudden turn of events, a strange voice escaped Julius's mouth. Not just Julius, but the students who were with him in the audience, and even Serena and the others who were holding their swords, froze and reflexively looked up. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and blue, with a dazzlingly bright sunlight. It was only a little later that they realized that all of it was being blocked by a collection of thin, extended trees. But even before that, from above, "This is a free-for-all, you bastards. Time to teach you weaklings who make girls cry a lesson." A boy carrying a jet-black sword appeared in the training grounds. Section. A free-for-all is when a third party joins a duel conducted according to the Academy's rules. A duel is originally one-on-one. If the higher-ranked person loses, their rank moves to the lower one, but in the case of a free-for-all, the ranks no longer change once the third party wins. Why does such a rule exist? Because on the battlefield, one-on-one fights are almost non-existent. Therefore, only when one wants to object to a duel, they can join in without the permission of the witness. "Who are you?" "Adelsan," a boy who suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing him, the gazes of Cain, Julius's guard who was holding a sword, and Serena gathered on him. However, ignoring their questions, Adele swung his greatsword sideways at Cain. NGH. Cain's body, which had reflexively blocked with his sword, was pushed back. It was a power that could blow away the body of a giant magical beast, but was it the result of his training that he was able to withstand it? Or was it because of his well-trained body? A sudden free-for-all. What do you intend to do? Julius, who was in the spectator seats, shot a sharp glance at Adele. Normally, a free-for-all rarely happens. After all, there's no merit for the person who jumps in, more so than for the one who was challenged. The merit of a free-for-all is that you can obstruct a duel, but there's no further merit. Even if you beat both of them, your rank won't go up, and conversely, if you lose to either of them, your rank will go down. Even in a different grade, if you lose, your rank goes down, and adjustments are made within your own grade. However, Cain is the number 2 second year, and Serena is the number 3. Certainly, he wouldn't be demoted from the S-class, but there's no reason for him to get involved either. With that in mind, why are you here? Disgrace of the Marquis Shia family Kun. Julius, who knew about Adele, waited for a reply. Then Adele, with a slightly mocking tone. "Shut up. Hi. Like I care about merit. When a guy is asked for help, he clenches his fists, that's all there is to it. Yes, there is no merit for Adele. So what? If he had been thinking about merit, he would never have helped anyone as the Black Knight until now. In the end, it's Adele's self-satisfaction. It's his own selfishness, born from his inability to abandon the girl named Luna. Adelsan Haimsan is. She's on her way here now. So we're switching." As if to protect Serena, Adele stood in front of Cain. And then, he stabbed his oversized plant sword into the ground. This academy welcomes walk-ins, right? You got no complaints, right? His back was broad, reliable, and somehow warm. It was as if a hero had come to his rescue in his time of need. Haim-san. Did she fall for this back? Serena couldn't help but feel relieved. On the other hand, Kane, who wielded a greatsword as large as Adele's, also suddenly broke into a smile. I don't mind. That's how this academy is. You seem pretty relaxed. Are you underestimating me because I'm younger? No, I was just thinking that I'm envious of your position. I have no deep meaning or reason to lose, though. Kane suddenly dashed across the ground, a speed that didn't match his sturdy body. In an instant, the distance between Adele and Kane closed. At that moment, both of them swung their swords with all their might, and the blades clashed. Ho! He was confident in his power. The blow he received earlier was also quite heavy. But still, to think his sword would be stopped, a voice similar to surprise escaped Kane's mouth. Are you second-rate? If you're surprised by this, you'd get a failing grade in the Marquis Ashia family, you know. Adele's sword was shifted to the side, and his posture changed slightly. He tried to kick Kane in the side in that opening, but it was blocked by a fist at the last moment. This time, the sword swung once more attacks Adele. You're quite agile for someone your size. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to serve as a guard. Adele also managed to slide his sword in at the last second to block it, and after regaining his posture, he swung his sword again. From there, it was an exchange of sword blows. It was at a speed that could be followed by the eye, but the heavy, dull sounds echoed in succession. Perhaps, if an ordinary person were to block it, they would be blown away with just one blow. Those who were watching were overwhelmed by the scene before them, unable to utter a sound. Is this all he's got? Kane wondered. For someone who jumped into this situation, is this all the skill he has, just being able to trade blows? However, that question was blown away the moment Adele stepped back. King of the forest. The moment Adele said that, for some reason, green appeared from the ground. Grass, trees, flowers, and moss. If you listened closely, you might even hear the chirping of small birds. Kane couldn't help but gasp at the space that gradually began to grow lush. Impossible. Isn't he a swordsman? Kane was surprised to see the space being dominated by the plants that had sprung up. As a thick vine extended from his feet, Kane reflexively retreated. But the moment he landed, another vine firmly fixed his leg in place. Gah! I am the king of this place, forest. He could escape if he wanted to, but before that, aren't you getting a little too big for your britches, you damn scrub? A bundle of thick tree trunks unleashed its fury on Kane's body. The tree trunks came at him in a bundle, and the things born from nature began to crush Kane's body. What a monster! What would have happened if he hadn't reflexively blocked it with his greatsword? A barrage of blows came through the sword, but he could still withstand this much. I was surprised that he could use magic, but I don't think an attack of this range can last long. Therefore, if he could withstand it, he would have a chance to counterattack. Is that what you're thinking? Kane's feet. From there, a moss so beautiful it was captivating spread out. Then, the moss showed an even more dazzling light and exploded. Bah! I just expanded the scenery. If it ended with just this, it would be a disgrace to the director's name. The blast wave hit his skin, and the vines that had restrained his legs burned and melted away. Because of that, Kane's sturdy body was sent flying into the air. My posture. Trying to regain it, are you? A boy standing leisurely, looking up. The boy slowly began to ready the sword he carried. What he was trying to do, Kane understood reflexively. He was trying to reach him in the air with his sword. Normally, one would think impossible, but the accumulation of events so far somehow didn't let him think so. Therefore, Kane reflexively swung the sword he held. Then, with a dull metallic sound, a heavy impact weighed down on the blade. Nice fight. But he said, that's a passing grade. Vines began to extend from the clashing sword. At this moment, Kane finally understood that this sword was also created by magic. He reflexively changed the trajectory of his sword and cut down the extending vines. Just how out of the ordinary is this boy? He had seen many people stronger than himself. The master who guided him in his training as a guard, the royal knights, the genius of his own generation. But still, has there ever been another opponent against whom his own combat experience was so useless? No, there was one person, he thought. A certain girl came to mind, and Kane's lips curled into a smile. However, reality was not over yet. His time in the air ended, and Cain's body once again descended onto the forest. At that time, Adele, with his sword slung over his shoulder, frowned. "What are you smiling about?" "No, sorry. I just remembered an acquaintance." Cain covered his mouth and re-gripped his sword. "This is going to be more of a handful than I expected. You'll be lucky if it's just a handful." With that, both of them dashed across the ground at the same time. The only difference was the part where a collection of several tree trunks was closing in on Cain from behind Adele. It was as if Cain was charging into a situation with many opponents all by himself. The first to make contact is the fury of nature. Cain took it head-on without guarding. He doesn't fall. Instead, a giant sword is swung at the now caught-up Adele. As expected. Adele couldn't help but be impressed by the man, Cain, he was facing. Toughness and power beyond imagination. Even now, as the barrage of trees continued, he maintained his posture and swung his sword. Not just once, but twice. From twice to 3 times. Despite clearly being a punching bag, he hit Adele with his sword many times. I bet even Elijah would have a hard time with him. But he thought. Adele's lips curled into a smile. If I struggled against an opponent of this level, I wouldn't be helping people on a whim. In the midst of the exchange of sword blows, Adele suddenly let go of his sword. Since he was in the middle of a swing, the jet-black sword was sent flying to the edge of the training grounds by Cain's sword. He had lost his weapon. But why? Such a question assaulted Cain, who was taking a beating. "I shall create life in this world and give green to the earth. Come, come, let's add new color to this lonely canvas." Those words were similar to someone else's magic. When Adele finished speaking, he pointed his finger at the chest of the surprised Cain. "Gift, Green Knight." And then, Serena, who had moved to the entrance of the training grounds so as not to be harmed, was left with her mouth agape. Of course, the sights she had seen so far were all surprising. Green was born from nothing, and he freely manipulated many plants, overwhelming his opponent. Just a moment ago, Cain had been overwhelming her. But with the appearance of a single hero, the situation had completely changed. What is that? But the reason her mouth was agape was probably because of the knight that was born behind Adele. No, she knew it wasn't human. If you looked closely, you could see that everything that formed its shape was made of plants, and you couldn't see its skin color at all. It was a color like a mixture of green and black. Such a being suddenly appeared and held a sword in place of Adele. The difference was that its body and sword were twice as large as Adele's. And with just one swing of the sword, Cain's body, which should have withstood so much, was sent flying into the training ground wall. There was no sign of Cain getting up. Seriously. In the end, the one standing on the green earth was. This is the Black Knight, who has saved so many people. Not the second-ranked second-year student, but the king of the forest. Adele sometimes wonders if he's an idiot. In a way, he's short-tempered, and in another way, he's a meddler. His reckless nature is also a pain. His stubbornness without thinking things through is also a problem. And today again, Adele thought to himself that he was an idiot. Farewell, my youth. Why is the winner crying so pitifully? Silence spread across the training grounds. Against the wall, Cain lay in a cloud of dust, and the entire ground was covered in a green that was completely out of place. And Adele, the one who had created it all, was looking up at the sky, shedding tears. With this, my disgraceful reputation will be carried away by an angel to the great beyond. The free-for-all undoubtedly ended with Adele's victory. With Adele's victory, the duel was cancelled. There seemed to have been a promise between the two to bet on the establishment of the salon, but since the winner was Adele, it should be forgotten. However, this was clearly proof that he had meddled in the problems of the VIPs. For better or for worse, he had undoubtedly caught the attention of 2 royals. It's okay, don't regret it me. If I think about how I protected a girl's smile, I can throw away a peaceful school life into the gutter. And if I think about how only a small part of the entire student body has found out. For someone saying that, you're biting your lip so hard it looks like it's about to bleed. Rather, there should still be a chance to restore my reputation. As long as I'm alive someday. For someone saying that, you have a rather melancholic atmosphere about you. Ah, that's right, I can't give up just yet. I've done it, but it's only right after I've enrolled. There will surely, probably, maybe be countless opportunities to cover up the fact that I'm the Black Knight in the future. Oh, it's over. Just then, Luna finally arrived at the training grounds. However, just like the other students, she froze for a moment at the sight of the carnage. It's over, Haim-san, thanks to a certain hero. However, Serena's words. Hearing this, Luna started running towards Adele at full speed. And then, she jumped into Adele's chest with the momentum of her run. Whoa, what's this? Is Adele-kun's popular phase here? Thank you, Adele-kun, thank you. A cute and beautiful face and a soft sensation visited him, and Adele couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He had just medaled in on his own and defeated a second-year student. His rank hasn't changed, and in the first place, the bet wasn't that Serena won, but that he, an outsider, made it ambiguous. And yet, to be this happy for her, it must have been important enough to hug him like this. Adele looked at Luna and felt a little embarrassed. Just then. Well, that was impressive. I certainly didn't expect this turn of events. Thump. Julius landed in the green-covered training grounds. I heard you were the incompetent one in the Marquis Aschia family. Were you hiding your true strength? It was just a fluke. Haha, a fluke, you say. The moment he said that, Julius's figure blurred. Where did he go? Just as the Luna who was hugging him wondered that, two male hands appeared right in front of her eyes. One was pointing its fingertips at her, and the other was grabbing it at the last second. There's no need to say which was which. I'm a prince, you know, but aren't you being a little too familiar with me? I didn't think that was the kind of finger you should be pointing at a girl. Excuse me, but I had to stop you. I was just going to stop right before, but maybe you misunderstood. I apologize for that. Adele swung his leg up. However, it didn't hit, and Julius had returned to his original position. Why don't you join my faction? I'll give you a pretty good treatment. Unfortunately, I must decline joining the faction of a guy who would hurt a girl without a second thought. My partner would be disappointed. Also, I have no intention of being dyed in anyone's colors. Is that so? That's a shame. Well then, he said. Julius slowly stretched. Now for the main topic. From the looks of Adele Aschia-kun, you don't seem to be in Luna's faction. So, what was your intention in joining the fray? He seemed unconcerned, somehow calm. But the sharp gaze from him was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Luna reflexively tensed up. I just saw something interesting going on, so I jumped in. You received a request for help from Luna before that, didn't you? Unfortunately, I simply offered a negotiation of support at the royal castle after graduation, in exchange for stop trying to create a salon. Even though it was semi-forced. That depends on how you take it, Luna. And this is how I took it, isn't it out of line, to involve an outsider in our faction's problems. A faction is a faction. The parties involved are the parties involved. The Academy condones the intervention of outsiders, but the people themselves are different. Is there a reason to be convinced here? And the sharp gaze was directed at Luna. Does she have an inferiority complex towards her brother? Or is it a trauma? The strength of Luna's grip on Adele's clothes increased, knowing that. I've decided. Adele must be a real idiot, enough to not be able to leave a scared girl by his side alone. So he boldly stepped forward, as if to protect Luna, and stuck his middle finger up at the third prince. I'm joining the second princess's faction, so shut your mouth for a second, understand. Section. Are you an idiot, master? After returning from the training grounds, and after receiving prickly stares from next to him throughout class, after school. While people were whispering and staring, a word that would be a reward for some was directed at Adele. By the way, Adele was listening in a seiza position with his shoulder joint already dislocated, with a cold stare separate from the whispering gazes of those around him. It hurt. But boss, there must be a deep reason for this. Then, would you mind telling me the deep reason why you joined a faction without thinking about the consequences, beat up an upperclassman, and even gave the middle finger to a royal? I didn't like him. It's rare for a deep reason to be explained in 5 words. Master. Elijah put her hand on her forehead as she looked at Adele, who was speaking with a completely serious face. Just then, Luna, who had been watching from the side with a worried look, spoke up. Don't be too angry with him, okay? It's my fault to begin with. No, it is not Luna-sama's fault, and I love Master's personality of helping those in need. Right, I totally get it. However, giving the middle finger to a royal is out of the question. I kinda get that. Perhaps unable to defend him any longer, Luna meekly took a step back with a twitching cheek. With this, sadly, Adele had no allies left. I have no objection to you joining Lunasama's faction. Your lone wolf appearance is very cool, but joining a faction for Lunasama's sake makes me fall in love with you all over again. However, your opponent is that third prince. He's a third prince with visuals that are a world apart from your captivating self, Master, but he's still a royal. Nothing good will come from picking a fight with a royal. No matter how much I want to be spoiled by you, Master. Hey, I'm being scolded right now, right? He was being lectured while sitting in Seiza, but for some reason, he felt very good. Hey, you've been saying some suggestive things about the third prince for a while now. Is he really that bad of a person? I mean, I got the impression he was a bad guy from how things unfolded in our first meeting. But the third prince, Julia-sama, is famous for being ambitious. Elysia added, as if to supplement. He's very ambitious and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He treats people like pawns and thoroughly paves his own way. Julia-sama is someone who will mercilessly eliminate anyone who stands in his way. Ahem. In fact, when there was a dispute around him, the other party was said to have been left unable to recover, both socially and physically. Seriously, I'm sorry about my brother. Luna's dejected appearance seemed to prove Elysia's words. Adele couldn't stop his cheek from twitching. What's even worse is that he himself is skilled enough to be called the second coming of the Sword Saint, I suppose. For that reason, I hear he has no enemies among his peers. And to prove it, Julius Nyasama is the #1 second-year student. And apparently, his rank hasn't changed at all since he enrolled. Well, there's also the fact that few students have the guts to challenge a royal to a duel. Of course, he has firmly maintained his top position in the regular exams. His personality is the worst. On top of that, he's strong in a fight and has a powerful family. He's like a scummy delinquent who has been given everything and has become uncontrollable. This time, it wasn't a bitter smile. Adele couldn't help but cover his face with both hands. Since you've so boldly given the middle finger to such a person, I'm sure your school life from now on will be quite troublesome. No, someone get that kid out of here, quick. However, he's not the kind of opponent you can just kick out. His grades are top. It's hard to imagine a person who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals being expelled through duels or exams. In other words, for these 2 years. Unless the problem surrounding Luna is resolved, he will likely have to live each day prepared for a cramped and gloomy experience. Well, I will continue to support you so that you can have a comfortable school life, Master, but for now, I will also join Lunasama's faction. Is that okay? Luna looked at Elysia in surprise. Then Elysia smiled slightly and answered. Fufu, where my master is, there I am. Besides, I've decided it's better to join Lunasama's faction than some other strange faction. The fact that Adele is there is probably a large part of the reason. But her judgment now is likely based on her memories of the second princess she has known as a young lady. Joining a faction will definitely affect her future after leaving the academy. Therefore, it's not something one can easily agree to for reasons other than mere sympathy. Unlike the foolish Adele, Elysia is the type who can think things through properly. In other words, Elysia said it with her true feelings, having thought, it's okay to be Luna's ally in the future. Luna was so happy that she almost jumped on Elysia. So, why are you being targeted by the third prince anyway? To be blunt, that feeling wasn't just about not getting along right. Time to get to the point. Adele turned his gaze to Luna. Yeah, you're right, I have to explain properly. Luna took a deep breath as if to prepare herself. And then, do you know about the succession dispute? Section, the king is in good health. Even so, the war for the right to succeed the throne is waged. When abdication comes into view, which of his children will he place on his seat, it can be said to be a place to determine who is a suitable person. Charisma, support, strength, economic power, intelligence, anything goes. The person whom the current king deems suitable is the one who can get a ticket to become the next king. To get that ticket, the children who inherit the royal bloodline each strive for the throne, and sometimes they fight. This is the war of succession. But I haven't heard any such stories yet. As expected, they can't talk where there are prying eyes. The location changed to Adele's room. Elysia, while brewing tea in the kitchen, casually voiced her question. However, Why does Lady Alicia look so at home in a guy's room? Gulp, she even remembered where the cups are. It seems that Alicia is too used to this space, was more of a concern than the question. Lined up on the sofa for guests, the two of them each gave her a pointed look. By the way, Serena had joined them on the way to Adele's room and had come along with them. There's no point in questioning Alicia's actions now. On the other hand, Adele had opened the door between the bedroom and the living room and was lying on the bed, his face clearly visible. His appearance was exactly that of the slothful boy they had seen for the first time in a while. But back to the topic, I haven't heard anything like that either. Well, the king hasn't changed during my lifetime, so maybe this is normal. No, normally the story would have spread more. Of course, they can't openly say, we're fighting. But at least in high society, the topic would definitely come up. And yet, I haven't heard anything about it either. Even Alicia tilted her head in confusion, just like Adele. Seeing this, Luna timidly raised her hand. Before that, can we stop with the formal language? It's just being addressed so formally by the Black Knight Sama is a bit overwhelming. The most overwhelming person in this room is you, Haim-san. And besides, I'm not good with being treated formally. I want Alicia-chan to treat me like a normal friend too. Look, we're allies now. Okay, Luna, got it. Master, you switch gears too quickly. Adele, who is not good at being formal with others in the first place. It seems that even if the other person is a royal, the feeling of yay, thanks, comes first. Well, if Luna-sama says so, I don't mind, but my true self is this way, so I'll just be myself. Okay. In contrast to the smiling Alicia, the princess also agreed happily. Thinking that their emotional distance had shortened, Luna smiled happily. About what we were talking about earlier, to be precise, the succession dispute hasn't started yet. But you're being targeted by your brother, because there's a succession dispute, right? It's more like, I have a feeling it's coming, so let's prepare now. It's not just Julius Niyasama, all of us siblings feel it. In other words, there must have been something that made them feel it among the family. Perhaps the king's health was not good, or there was some kind of action that led to it. In any case, since it wasn't just one person who felt it, it was hard to think it was a misunderstanding. I think Julius Niyasama is targeting me simply because I'm the easiest one to crush. Easiest to crush? Why yeah, I have the fewest allies right now. There are many factors that the king considers, but the most important one is support. Since they will be leading the country, they must first gain the support of the people and be recognized by them. Among them, the support of the nobles, who are the core of the country, is essential. They can get help when something happens, and their opinions will be respected. Conversely, if they have no support, the nobles will leave them. If that happens, the country's administration will not go well, and eventually, there could be a rebellion because such things can be considered. The support part is the most important. Crush the easy targets first. Julius Niyasama doesn't like a messy board, so he tries to avoid situations where someone could gain power by a fluke. A perfectionist and a purist, and with that strong ambition, it's just unbearable. I'm not interested in the throne in the first place. Some of my other siblings think the same way, but is it like you're afraid they'll turn on you? What a truly annoying person. He didn't want to approve the establishment of the salon because he didn't want Luna to gather allies. Certainly, he wouldn't be happy if the person he was trying to crush first started to gain power. That's why. I have to gather allies and survive before I'm crushed. If I gather allies and my influence increases, I don't think Julius Niyasama will take any drastic measures. Just make him hesitate in the aftermath of crushing her. That way, her own life won't be in danger. Because if things get too big, he might not be able to handle the aftermath and his own ambitions might be crushed. Still, she's been talking as if she might die. Is that a risk that can be normally considered? Adele thought, looking at Luna. A person without ambition gets serious when their own life is in danger. Even Adele wouldn't think of lifting a finger if he were told, "You'll get a lot of money if you do your job properly," and would just say, "I don't care." The reason Luna is being proactive about something she normally wouldn't have to be is probably because it concerns her own safety. So in the end, all we have to do is protect Luna and gather allies, right? No. I'm happy if you do that, but I'm the one who got you involved, so just being my ally is enough for Adele-kun. What are you talking about? I'm already on this ship. You think I'll just go along for the ride? Heave-ho, Adele got up from the bed and showed his face in the living room. Besides, that's how I can protect Luna, right? Then there's no reason not to lend a hand. A straightforward, dumbfounded face, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In response, Luna's face turned a beautiful shade of red, all the way to her ears. And then, Master is being a flirt again. Later, it's a lap pillow and shoulder dislocation for you. No wonder Heimsan fell for him. The two girls who were not directly involved each gave the overly kind man a pointed look. Section: the second-year regular exams are held soon after the new semester begins. In addition to mock battles and written exams, second-year students are also required to take practical combat exams, and Julius's guard, Kane, was also sent out for practical combat. The average number of kills is 3, was it? Kane, the son of Viscount Kaline, sheathed his giant sword on his back. In his field of vision was a lush forest and 8 wolf-type magical beasts lying dead, leaking a dark red liquid. If the average is 3, it's safe to say he's well above it. I'm still inexperienced myself. Considering that, a professional knight must be even more amazing. The members of the Ashia Marquis family, who have already joined the Knight Order and are carrying out missions, are nothing short of amazing. No, more than that. Before comparing himself to a prestigious family of knights, he should compare himself to the person next to him. Kane looked back. There, he saw his master, Julius, who had built a mountain of more than a dozen corpses and was sitting leisurely. Are you done over there? Yes, just now. I've killed enough, so I think we can head back to the rendezvous point now. That's fine, but why don't we stay a little longer? We finally got to go outside the academy, after all. He was unharmed even after killing so many magical beasts. In fact, he even seemed to have some leeway. In addition, he has killed more magical beasts than I have as expected. Kane looked up. Just then. Oh, are you guys here too? From within the bushes, a girl appeared, pink hair and a side tail. It was hard to describe her atmosphere, whether it was innocent or bewitching. The girl, Charlotte, raised her hand slightly and said, "Hey," greeting the two of them. Well, this is a surprise, to have 2 loyal retainers together. Especially you, Charlotte, since you're in a different class, we don't see each other often. Why don't you just move up to the S class already? It's a pain to contact you. No way, it's too much of a hassle. If you don't have ambition, there's no merit in raising your rank. That's something only masochists who enjoy being beaten up should do. Kane shrugged his shoulders. Then, as if he had thought of something, Julius spoke. Right, Charlotte, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Can you defeat a hero? What's he talking about? Charlotte tilted her head. However, she immediately let out a small sigh. I don't know which hero you're referring to, but, well, I can only say I'll give it a try. I think I can win as long as it's not someone about 3 times stronger than you. Haha, you say that. I think I'm pretty strong myself, though. Julius is a person who is even called the second coming of the Sword Saint. You can win if they're less than 3 times as strong as him. If a third party were here, they would probably tilt their head in confusion. But Kane and Julius don't argue. Instead, Julius-sama, what are you planning next? It's nothing out of the ordinary. Julius's lips curled into a smile at Kane's question. The next king of this country will be me. I will crush everyone who stands in my way. It's just another fun and interesting obstacle course, same as always. Kane frowned at those words. It felt like he wasn't really into it. However, without saying a word of complaint, he cut off the tail of a carcass he had killed nearby and turned his back. I'll be heading back first. What will you be doing, Julius-sama? I'll stay out and get some fresh air for a bit longer. And I have some things to think about. Then let's go back together. A bloody space is bad for a maiden's skin, you know. With that, Charlotte walked up next to Kane. They pushed through the bushes and walked together to the rendezvous point they had been told about beforehand. After a while, Charlotte spoke up. Is that prince planning something again? Well, yeah. You don't sound very enthusiastic. I'm not enthusiastic at all. But, since my family is in the third prince's faction, I can't complain. The third prince's faction is quite large. Although he has a difficult personality, those around him acknowledge that his intelligence and abilities are superior to his other siblings. But, because they have known his difficult personality up close, the two of them continue this conversation. Honestly, this is why nobles are so troublesome. They should just say they don't want to do something if they don't want to. Even the children at my orphanage would say no if they didn't like something. What about you? Your hands are getting dirty because of him. Fufu, are you worried about me? Is it because I'm the third prince's secret weapon? That's not what I know you're a kind person. But she said, Charlotte patted Kane on the back. He gives me a lot of money, not just on the surface, but properly. Because of that accumulation, I trust him, and I have no complaints even if he has a difficult personality. The world doesn't run on pretty words alone. With money, I can buy medicine and continue the treatment for the sisters and my family. There's no reason not to fall into villainy when you have the means and the power. With that, Charlotte walked ahead. From behind, she looked like a very frail girl. There was no sadness, nor did she seem depressed. She was simply a girl who understood reality, a girl you could find anywhere. Villainy, how we both have it tough. Well, let's just pray that our masters don't do anything crazy, fellow villains. Don't worry, if you want to go to church, I'll go with you. If you're with me, then going to a place like that doesn't sound so bad. Kane quickened his pace and stood next to Charlotte. Suddenly, he looked at Charlotte's profile and thought, the epidemic acuside disease, If that hadn't happened, I'm sure she would have remained a lovely girl. And as he gazed at her profile, Kane's expression was tinged with a hint of sadness. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, Succession Dispute. Now then, I said we'd gather allies for our faction, but as expected, it's not going to be a simple matter. After all, the relationships one forges during their student years can last a lifetime. That makes everyone all the more cautious, and this time, things are a little unusual. It's all well and good to bring in allies, but one wrong move could mean dragging them down with a losing horse. Hence, they too must be cautious, and of course, the one being most cautious of all is Luna. When she considers a reliable partner who she can trust not to betray her, one who is considerate of others, the choice is far from easy. Conversely, anyone who wants to join her faction is likely aiming for Luna's position. A single glance at the people who flock to her right after she enrolled makes that obvious. The difficulty lies less with the other party and more with our own. That's why Adele and the others were prepared for a struggle in their recruitment efforts. It's fine by me. I'll join your faction, sis. Or so they had intended. Are you quite sure about this, Mil-sama? The time and place changed to after school the next day. Adele, along with Alicia and the person in question, Luna, had made their way to the training grounds used by the Knights Club. As always, the training grounds were filled with students diligently swinging their swords. Among them was Rhaega, the son of a duke, also practicing with his sword, which suggested he had properly received permission from Mill and the others to join the club. However, they hadn't come to spectate today, but to meet with Mill. The purpose was to recruit Mill, a person with no issues in fighting prowess, no problems with her family background, who didn't belong to any faction, and though her personality was a bit of a handful, she wasn't the type to betray anyone. As it turned out, they showed up, gave a brief explanation of the situation, and immediately received a favorable reply. It was, in a way, an anticlimax. It's fine, it's fine. A-kun gave me a hug and a peck on the cheek while saying, I love you, Miloni-chan. However, it seemed that anticlimax came at a price. I can't get married anymore. Thank you, Adele-kun, if it's all right, I wouldn't mind taking you. Meanwhile, Adele had suffered immense emotional damage and was crouched on the ground. Luna, who was rubbing his back, had a faint blush on her face. Even though they were talking in a corner of the training grounds to stay out of the way, the two of them were quite conspicuous. Well, I guess another simple reason is that I wanted to be in the same faction as A-kun. And what might you mean by that? Because I'd hate for something weird to happen and end up opposing A-kun. Besides, A-kun runs away so easily, so I want to keep an eye on him. I see, Alicia thought, her cheek twitching slightly as she glanced at Adele. Adele and Mill are in different school years. Therefore, once he graduates from the academy, the only chance they'll have to see each other is at home. If, even after Adele graduates, the notoriety of the Black Knight hasn't faded, his personality makes it almost certain he'll choose to run away. If that happens, there's a high probability that Mill will lose all means and connections to meet with Adele. That would be unfortunate, both for her as a sister and for the Marquis Ashia family. After all, an exceptional talent like him would be getting away. In that case, she wants to maintain some connection, however small. This must be what Mill means by keeping an eye on him. As the two were talking, Luna, having finished rubbing Adele's back, turned to face Mill. And with that, she bowed her head deeply. Thank you very much, Mill-san, for joining my faction. Okay. It's okay. It's 'cause you have this good girl side to you that I'm joining, you know. There. Mill hugged Luna and vigorously patted her head. Luna, for her part, was overwhelmed, thinking, the Black Knight-sama's older sister is patting my head. If that's the case, should we invite Lloyd-kun too? That kid's in his solitude is cool. Phase, so I think he'd at least lend us his name. Lloyd-sama is the same as always, I see. What kind of person is he? Luna wondered, her curiosity piqued. Just then, Adele, having finally come to terms with reality, the kiss, stood up and joined the conversation. All right, let's just erase that from my memory. Then how about one more time on the lips? Don't be ridiculous, that's a line siblings shouldn't cross. She was a rather merciless older sister in many ways. Master. However, as Adele made his retort, Elijah tugged on his sleeve. What is it? I'm not doing a one more please, you hear me? The promise has been fulfilled, so absolutely. I would like you to do it to me. Pardon? I would like you to do it to me. Elijah gazed at him with a wanting look. Receiving it, Adele froze for a moment, then immediately began to press the corners of his eyes. Okay, listen here, Elijah. You shouldn't ask for a kiss so casually like it's a punishment game. A girl's first is precious, you should treat it more delicately, as if cherishing a small bird. I want it to be you, master. I want it to be you, master. Adele froze once more. Was she dissatisfied because he wasn't moving, or because he wasn't answering? Elijah continued to pull on Adele's sleeve, puffing her cheeks out with a HMPH. Seeing the two of them. Listen, Luna-chan, okay. When you marry A-kun, make sure you properly discuss who will be the first wife, all right. WHY. Mill was whispering something into Luna's ear. Luna's face turned beet red, but Adele was too busy processing his partner's request to notice at all. Although gathering allies is important, first, we must establish a salon. To establish a salon, we have to apply to the academy and get permission. It seems there are various criteria for approval, but Adele, having had no interest whatsoever, couldn't possibly have known them. That's why he decided to leave that side of things to Luna and the others. We got a room. That was fast. Luna's eyes sparkled as if to say, look. Behind her was a splendid room with a large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It was about the size of 2 living rooms from the dorms combined. Fully equipped with a sofa, a table, a bookshelf, and a kitchen, it was the perfect space for gathering and chatting. Adele and the others stepped into the room, looking around with curiosity. The readers are going to be surprised by how fast the plot is moving, so this is the kind of room you get for a salon, huh? I'm surprised that there's a building dedicated to salons in the first place. Elijah pattered over to the bookshelf. Taking a book in hand, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, ooh, and began flipping through the pages. There was something childishly cute about her. Well, it's an academy primarily for nobles. It seems there were a lot of requests for something like this. Having finished looking around, Adele turned back to Luna. Then, with a very serious expression, he declared, Where's the bed? What are you planning to do? Adele had only wanted a space for a nap, but in a room full of girls, it was a rather risque comment. Still, it's impressive that you were able to establish the salon, Elijah said, tilting her head, her gaze still fixed on the book. You had a dispute with Julius-sama over this matter, did you not? I would have thought establishing the salon would be a struggle. Indeed, Luna had originally clashed with her brother, Julius, over its establishment. Although Adele had nullified the bet itself by crashing the fight, it wasn't as if Julius's side had lost. Because of that, they had expected some sort of interference from his side regarding the salon's establishment. Shockingly, he had the gall to let it slide without a fuss, Luna muttered. Yeah, it was so smooth it's a little creepy. But I figured if we could establish it, we should. Once it's established, she won't have to worry about her brother anymore. As long as the academy doesn't order its dissolution, it will be protected from outside interference. In that case, it's best to create it when they can. The lack of any trouble was becoming a concern in itself, but Luna decided not to worry about it. Well, perhaps Julia-sama has given up, Elysia suggested. Stay positive, stay positive. If I only worry, I won't last. Luna sat down on the sofa and took a sip of the tea Serena had prepared. Serena, having finished her task of preparing the tea, sat down next to Luna to enjoy a brief tea time herself. Meanwhile, Master, look, it's a guide on the fundamental concepts of magic. This is a volume that rarely appears on the market. Oh, the one you wanted the other day. Hey, isn't this the botanical encyclopedia supervised by the world-famous pioneer? Why is such a rare item here? It's a mountain of treasure. Salons are amazing. Adele and Elysia were, at some point, gazing up at the bookshelf with sparkling eyes. It felt somewhat like having two children. Watching them from behind, Luna gave a wry smile and took a sip of her tea. By the way, we have our first exam coming up, right? Just then, she spoke as if suddenly remembering. I think the instructor had the gall to mention something like that during a lecture. Well, it's about that time. It's been chaotic lately, but a month has already passed. I don't wanna. Perhaps because she hated exams, Luna slumped onto the table looking melancholic. Her glossy blonde hair fell into a sloppy mess. I have to work hard to not drop in the rankings, but I wish they'd at least tell us what's on the exam. The content of the exam is not disclosed until the day of the test. This is apparently the Academy's intention to prevent cheating and to see the results of daily efforts. Certainly, if you don't know the content, you can't cheat, and you can't just cram for it overnight. It truly is a place where all your efforts up to now are put to the test. You'll be fine if you've just been keeping up with your work, Serena said. Everyone's on the same footing, so I doubt there'll be a huge gap so soon after enrollment. Though I say that, I get the feelin' we can't let our guard down. And I have so much to think about with my brother's situation. Her behavior was unbecoming of a princess. She must really dislike exams, or rather, the possibility of her rank dropping. Now, don't be so down. Why don't you take a leaf out of their book? Serena suggested, pointing towards the two by the bookshelf. As always, the two of them were looking at the books on the shelf with sparkling eyes, as if exams were the furthest thing from their minds. They look super relaxed, those two. As expected of the Black Knight-sama, the two of them sent a somewhat fond gaze toward Adele and Elysia. Master, this formula fits in here. Now then, about 2 days had passed since the salon was established. Perhaps because of the upcoming exam, everyone began to focus on their own training, and the number of duel requests to Adele and the others dwindled rapidly. Thanks to that, peaceful days continued, and currently, he was reviewing the parts he had missed in class by sleeping through them after school. Of course, the temporary instructor was Elysia. Hey, there's one thing I want to ask. Adele asked Elysia, his cheek twitching. What is it? Is there a problem you don't understand? Or is it about the intense stares from our surroundings that you've been getting for a while now? Indeed, it felt as though the gazes of their classmates were gathered on the two of them studying in the classroom. To begin with, both Adele and Elysia were people who easily attracted attention. He was the disgrace of the Marquis Ashia family, yet suspected with conviction of being the Black Knight, and was undefeated in all his duels. Recently, the sentiment had shifted from, how could you lose to a disgrace, to, I want to get stronger. This was likely due to the gradual change in Adele's reputation. On the other hand, Elysia was a girl hailed as a prodigy from a family of mages. With her eye-catching appearance, she, like Adele, also tended to attract attention. Therefore, the current situation where they were being watched and whispered about was not strange at all. No, it's not that. Adele, his cheek still twitching, lightly poked Elysia's head in front of him. Why are you sitting on my lap? Ouch. Yes, Adele's current posture while studying in the classroom was a bit unusual. It was the super sweet couple composition of Adele sitting on a chair, with Elysia on his lap. Of course we're getting attention, this is a lovey-dovey couple pose. I haven't been able to be affectionate with you lately, Master. So I have to replenish a little. Am I a nutritional supplement? The soft sensation from his thighs, the sweet scent tickling his nostrils, the body heat transmitted through him. In addition, a well-proportioned face so close that he could kiss it every time she turned around. Adele's heart had been pounding until just a moment ago, but not knowing how she would react if she found out, he pretended to be calm. A master's dignity and authority are difficult to maintain. Hey, those two. You think they're actually doing it? No way, you're kidding, right? That Alicia-sama with the disgrace of the Marquis Ashia family. Hearing the whispers, which had slightly changed in content, Alicia snuggled closer to Adele in a good mood. Adele let out a small sigh at the clingy kit. Alicia's antics are one thing, but hey, do we really need to study? Let's go laze around in my room. My bed and pillow are probably crying because they miss me by now. No, Bed-san has times when it wants to be alone, too. More importantly, you need to study master. If the next exam is centered on written work, what do you plan to do? Gah. You're at the top rank now, so there's no problem, but depending on the content of the exam, there's a possibility you could fall. In other words, let's do what we can do. Exams aren't just about physical activity. Knowledge is also a respectable skill. Intelligent people are valuable human resources who can advance a country's technology and industry. They are also highly valued in management, and the Academy inevitably emphasizes that aspect as well. Therefore, an exam centered on written work is entirely possible. Luna-sama and the others seem to have gone to the library to study magic. So, you too must study hard so as not to lose to everyone. My spirit is about to break a month into school. They need to show a kinder side to students instead of just using the whip. Adele reluctantly faced the distributed teaching materials and started writing. Alicia watched him from between the desk and Adele. By the way, yes, that third prince, I thought for sure he'd do some kind of nasty harassment, but there's been nothing, huh? Since then, Adele had been living peaceful days. Despite flipping off the prince and starting a fight head-on, his life remained normal. Luna, too, had experienced nothing, to the point where she could establish a salon, making him wonder if that incident had really happened. That is true. Perhaps he was frightened by your handsome face, master. Do you really think so? In my mind, yes. I wonder why I feel like crying, that there's only one person who affirms it. Well, it's better if there's nothing. Maybe he gave up, as Alicia said, or maybe he's reflecting on having gone too far. But when he recalled the personality of the third prince he'd heard about and the atmosphere when they met. Feels like the calm before the storm. That sounds like a flag, master. It would be nice if nothing happens, he thought. Adele, while being lightly slapped on the cheek by Alicia, dropped his gaze back to the teaching materials. Section. Fufu, so, is your studying making progress? Now the scene changes. In the salon, a perfect place to hang out, Luna directed a cheerful smile at Adele. On the table, there was no sign of the textbooks he didn't want to see a moment ago. Instead, there were tea sweets, which weren't very good to eat before dinner, and tea that Luna had brewed. I want to give up already. Well, it's tough for people who aren't good at it. Can I give up? It's still okay. I mean, Alicia-chan is teaching you. I want to give up. That's no good. That's what someone says when it's still tough even with a tutor. Just because someone is teaching, you doesn't mean you can do it. This was likely the consequence of the self-indulgent life he had led until now. In other words, he was reaping what he sowed. So, where did Alicia-chan go? Luna asked, looking around the salon as if to change the subject. She said she went to accept a duel. She'll probably be back soon, don't you think? As expected of her. Well, I can't really imagine anyone our age who could beat Alicia. If an upset were to happen, it would shock everyone. Though, I don't know how well number 3 would fare, so I can't say for sure. It was just that Adele couldn't imagine it. In reality, Serena was ranked below Alicia, and their superiority was only determined by the exam criteria. What would happen if the two of them were to fight? He couldn't say, as he had never seen Serena's true abilities. I wish I could say, my guard is strong, But I haven't really seen Alicia-chan's skills, so I can't really say. That's how it is, Adele reached for his cup and took a sip of tea. Then, but I don't think Serena would lose either, Luna said to Adele with a mischievous smile that was both boastful and teasing. A rare declaration. Adele was a little surprised by Luna, who was now competing with him. Is that because she's your partner? Yeah, because she's my guard partner. Then Luna leaned back against the sofa. Serena and I have been together since we were kids. She's the daughter of a knight working in the Royal Knights, and she originally just came to her dad's workplace to play, saying, I'm gonna be a knight. What filled her vision was the beautiful light of the magnificent chandelier. But Luna, far from being dazzled, softened her lips as if lost in thought. I've always been a tomboy, so I used to run all over the castle, and sometimes I'd try to sneak out. That's when I met Serena. Well, she immediately tattled on me, yelling, "This one's trying to get out of the castle." Well, it would be bad if a princess snuck out on her own. Foo-foo, that's right. But as a child, I didn't understand any of that, so I held a grudge against Serena, thinking, that tattletale. I was all fired up, vowing to play a prank on her as soon as I found her. But somehow, we became friends after that. Luna and Serena are different from Adele and Alicia. They are master and servant, yet also good friends. They played together, got scolded together, sometimes fought, and made up time and time again. The years they had built up since childhood have likely created a bond deeper than a simple master-servant relationship. From then on, she's always been with me. She even decided that her dream of joining the knights would be to become a knight for me. Luna, who had been speaking nostalgically, finally turned to Adele and said, "That's why I believe in Serena. My knight won't lose." I see. Hearing Luna's story, Adele's lips curved into a smile. It's because you're the kind of princess who would say that Serena decided to follow you. If she were simply the second princess, Serena might be on a different path now, trying to join the knights. However, the reason she chose the path of being Luna's guard was because she wanted to support this girl. He felt like he understood the reason a little, seeing her face and hearing her story just now. You think so? Try asking her yourself next time. Foo-foo, no way. It's kinda embarrassing to ask now. That's true, he thought. Adele smiled and took a sip of his tea. Was it because he had learned a little more about the girl in front of him, or because he had caught a glimpse of Luna's character? In any case, this atmosphere was by no means unpleasant. Together with Luna, who happily reached for her cup, he soaked in the same air for a while. Chapter 6. Flashback. Unknown, that girl was, no matter what anyone said, a genius. She was the best at everything she did. Academics, swordsmanship, magic, she was #1 in all of it. Sometimes she even overwhelmed adults and was undefeated in the brawls that broke out in town. Combined with her good looks, there wasn't a single person in town who didn't know of her. There was even talk of a noble family wanting to adopt her, but the girl never once agreed. After all, the girl had a family. A precious, precious family. A precious, precious family, even if they weren't related by blood. The girl was an orphan. Abandoned by her parents before she could even remember, she was taken in and lived in a small, solitary orphanage in town. "I'm so sorry. If only we had more money, I could have sent you to the academy. I don't need it. I want to stay with everyone. But you have such a wonderful talent. I'm sure if you went to the academy, you could walk a marvelous path." The orphanage was sustained entirely by donations. As such, they didn't have enough money for a luxurious life or even a normal one. It might have been different with 1 or 2 children, but with dozens living there, it was only natural that money was tight. Attending any academy cost money. Money, 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 money. Everywhere you went, you needed money just to live. However, the girl never particularly cared about that. After all, she was happy just being with everyone. "Sister, when I grow up, I'll earn money. I'll be the one to take care of my brothers and sisters, you'll see. My precious, precious family. I want to make their lives even a little easier, and I want to feed them more delicious food. It's okay, I'm a genius. A genius enough to defeat adults with magic and to defeat adults with a sword. No matter where I go, I'm sure I'll be valued. I'm going to earn a lot and make the sister and my siblings smile." That feeling hadn't changed even when the girl turned 14. But reality is a truly sad thing. Sister, everyone. One day, everyone started complaining of being unwell. A fever, throwing up everything they ate, their whole bodies being invaded by reddish-black spots. And to top it all off, some of them wouldn't wake up. At that time, a certain disease was spreading through the remote town where the girl lived. Acusai disease. It was a particularly nasty epidemic, a terrifying illness that would eventually lead to death if not continuously treated. It couldn't be cured without a state priest or special medicinal herbs, and a great deal of money could only halt its progression. Because of that, many people in town died at that time. I absolutely won't let any more of my family die. The girl ran to all sorts of places, to priests and apothecaries to protect her family, to have them cured. But she was turned away at every door. Of course she had no money. To cure the disease, you needed a skilled priest and medicinal herbs that were expensive because of their rarity. She couldn't earn enough through normal means. They couldn't be saved in the time it would take her to earn it normally. Naturally, the orphanage had no such money. No matter how much they scraped together, it was all they could do to save one or two people. Still not wanting to give up, the girl desperately went to various places, pleading for help. But no one would take her hand. And while she was doing that, her family kept dying, one by one. Don't fuck with me. Everywhere she went, it was money, money, money. The girl fell into despair. Fuck with me, she thought. Why is the world so cold? It's not like any of them did anything wrong. To die without even enjoying life when they're still just children. For a time, she even considered turning to crime. But even that wouldn't get her enough money to cure her entire family. Damn it. It was then that she met a boy who had plenty of the money she couldn't obtain no matter how much she wished for it. Are you the one, the child prodigy who scoffs at all those around her? Who's this? Was the girl's first thought. However, the boy simply stated his piece with a faint smile. I'll give you what you desire. In exchange, I want you to become my hands and feet to obtain what I desire. The girl did not hesitate. Then give me money. Enough money for my family to keep on living. If you do, I'll fall to any depth, become any kind of villain. To save her family, she wouldn't shrink from staining her hands. Because the girl was a genius, after all. Because she was a girl with a talent unparalleled in the kingdom's history. My family is what's important. Section, what's wrong, Charlotte? Suddenly, Cain, who had been sitting and praying beside her, peeked at her face. His voice echoed through the chapel, a space enveloped in the colorful light pouring through the stained glass windows. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about my family, you know. Her gaze drifted somewhere far away. She'd been through so much to get here, she was starting to feel a little sentimental about it all. I see. How are things at the orphanage now? Thanks to our master with a few screws loose, they're somehow managing to stay alive. But you need a certain medicinal herb to actually cure them. You know, so money is useless if the item itself isn't available. That's how troublesome the disease was. But for the girl, just the fact that they were being kept alive was more than she could ever be grateful for. Some of her family members were slowly recovering. If that was the case, there was no reason to give up. Well, enough about me. With that, Charlotte slowly rose to her feet. More importantly, shouldn't you be more worried about our master's next crazy stunt? Looks like he's going through with it after all. Honestly, it's a real headache. Getting all worked up about it won't change anything. We just do what we always do. Though, if what you said is right, it sounds like I'll actually have to get serious this time. Like always, at those words, Cain furrowed his brow. Seeing his reaction, Charlotte gave his back a gentle pat. He's not a master suited for a kind person like you. If it weren't for your family's circumstances, you could have had a fun school life too. Her futile prayer was over. As Charlotte began to walk, Cain fell into step beside her. Just then, and you. Are you enjoying your school life? His eyes were tinged with a blend of pity and loneliness. At his words, which were so clearly filled with concern, Charlotte's lips curled into a smile. You really are too kind, you know, wasting a look like that on a money grubber like me. Chapter 7, Periodic Exam. The first-year exam details were announced. Ooh. The announcement came on the day of the exam, just as they had been told. Adele gazed at the cave entrance spread before him, a sound of awe escaping his lips. A warp hole. I'd heard they were expensive magic tools and hard to come by, but as expected of the kingdom's #1 academy, right. Beside him, Elijah too let out words of admiration. Outside the cave was a vast grassland, a mismatched combination that didn't quite feel real. Or rather, the fact that we, who had been at the academy just moments ago, had passed through a single hole and arrived in a different place, was what perhaps felt unreal. This is one of the dungeons owned by the academy. The instructor standing before them addressed the students. First and foremost, there are no monsters in this dungeon. So, for now, you can assume there's no risk of dying. Well, of course, you might still get injured. A murmur went through the students. This exam was being conducted by class. The S-class students, being the first group to go, were gathered in this open area. But for some reason, it wasn't just first-year students here. Hey, why are there second-year students here? Perhaps the upperclassmen are serving as exam proctors. Adele glanced slightly behind him. There stood the second-year upperclassmen, and among them he could even see Julius and Cain, whom he had seen the other day. Ugh, what a convenient combination. Could it be that what I said the other day was flagged by the gods as some kind of foreshadowing? Well, who's to say? It wouldn't be strange for the second-year S-class to supervise the first-year S-class. As the two exchanged friendly eye contact, the instructor continued. This exam is simple. Reach the goal at the deepest part of the dungeon. There's a warp hole there, so once you use it to return to the academy, the exam is over. They weren't fighting any monsters, just going there and coming back. Taken at face value, the exam seemed easy. But this was the kingdom's top, merit-based academy. The 10 students understood perfectly well that it wouldn't be that simple. This first exam will not affect your grades. However, do not let your guard down. Any student who fails to return within the 2-hour time limit will be expelled. Gulp, the moment the word expelled was mentioned, the sound of someone swallowing hard could be heard. Even if it didn't affect their grades, letting their guard down would be a straight path to hell. Then, as the instructor waved his hand, rings suddenly appeared on the students' arms. On the rings, there were numbers written. The exam will be done in pairs of 2. You will team up with the person who has the same number, but this is just a guideline. Even if one of you doesn't make it, as long as the other one does, that person will pass. The number on Adele's ring was 1. He peeked to his side and saw that the number on Alicia's ring was 3. Realizing this, Alicia collapsed to her knees with an expression unbecoming of a noble lady. Oh no, I'm not paired with my master. She's in her own world, as usual, Adele thought, his cheek twitching. Just then, Adele-kun, Adele-kun. Someone tapped him on the back. He turned around to see what it was, and there was Luna showing him her ring. I'm 1. Oh, so that means I'm with you, Luna. He was glad it was someone he knew. He'd get strangely nervous with a stranger. Adele let out a sigh of relief, ignoring Alicia, who was glaring at him with envy from the side. Besides, if anything happens, I can protect her. Julius was here. Even if he was just serving as a proctor like Alicia said, it couldn't hurt to be cautious. Considering that, being able to team up with Luna, who was currently being targeted, was a stroke of luck. And for this exam, second-year students will serve as proctors. Unfortunately, we instructors can't see what happens inside the dungeon. If anything happens, like illness or injury, please follow the upperclassman's instructions. As soon as he said that, the first-year students began to move, searching for their partners. Alicia, who had been beside him, also stood up and reluctantly walked off, but she stopped after meeting up with a female student. She was likely Alicia's partner for this exam. In addition, he spotted Serena with another student a short distance away. That meant the only pair from their faction was Adele and Luna. And then, hey, you two are the one pair, right? A voice called out from behind them again. A beautiful girl with pink hair tied to the side, possessing both innocence and allure. Such a student stopped in front of Adele and the others. I'm Charlotte, number 3 of the second years. Nice to meet you. Her tone was slightly weary, yet friendly. Luna, beside him, bowed her head energetically. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing her reaction, Adele thought. She doesn't seem particularly wary. Does that mean she doesn't know her? Adele glanced around. The crucial Julius was heading towards Serena's pair, and Cain was with Alicia's. He was concerned that the other two were with people they knew, but no one had approached Adele, who had picked a fight, or Luna, the target. If they were targeting them, someone related to the third prince would have come to them first. In the first place, students probably can't meddle with these assignments. Does that mean I'm being overly cautious? Adele relaxed his shoulders a little and bowed his head, saying, a pleasure to meet you. Just then, Adele-kun, let's have a little strategy meeting. That's all right, isn't it, Charlotte-senpai? Oh, I don't mind. I have no right to interfere with your exam. With that, Charlotte moved a short distance away. Did she think it would be tactless to overhear their strategy meeting for the dungeon? What a considerate senpai, Adele thought, slightly impressed. Then, once Luna confirmed Charlotte was away, she brought her face close to Adele's ear. Be careful, Adele-kun. That person, right before the exam, she jumped from number 58 to number 3. She said it in a small, direct voice. I don't know her, but there's definitely something behind a jump like that. She might be connected to Julius Onasama and maybe even stronger than him. As they stepped into the dungeon, the scenery changed, though it felt similar to the entrance scene from outside. The difference was that the vastness was no longer visible, and the other students who should have entered with them were nowhere to be seen. Were we all sent to different places by the warp hole? Adele wondered upon entering. If I remember correctly, the exam was just to reach the goal, right? Adele glanced to his side as he spoke. He couldn't see any other students, but Luna, his partner, was beside him. In addition, their proctor, Charlotte, was behind them. Yeah, that's right. They said there weren't any magical beasts or monsters, but... So, basically, they want us to have fun in a maze like we're kids again. Give me a break. It's not like I've lost my innocent childhood spirit, but they just assume I have. I used to love being read picture books. How lovely of you. Adele glanced behind him. Charlotte remained silent, carefully observing the two. From here on, the proctor has no comment. Well, if you interfered, it wouldn't be an exam. It's better if you're fair and don't do anything. It'll be more fun. His words were loaded, in a way, as if to drive a point home. In response, Charlotte just shrugged her shoulders and said nothing. It was an unsettling atmosphere, but for now, the two decided to move forward. The standard strategies for a maze are to either go by your gut or follow a wall, right? That would guarantee we reach the goal, but it would inevitably mean taking detours, so I'd rather not. I mean, we do have a 2-hour time limit. They didn't know how big the inside was. In this situation, taking the long way around for the sake of certainty was a foolish plan. The academy had probably taken that into account. After all, this was a merit-based academy. If you could clear it by playing it safe, there'd be no point in having skills. So you're saying we have to try something other than the standard strategies light. Adele gently pointed a finger upwards. A small, bright light emerged from his hand and began to illuminate the dim cave. Wow, you can use light magic too, Adele-kun. Well, just the basics. I'm definitely inferior to Elysia in that regard. In this genre alone, it's sad that I can't even hold a candle to her. As expected of the child prodigy from a family of mages, so high spec. Lately, it's not just about that, and I'm worried every day about whether my dignity as a man is at stake. If a guy is weaker than a girl, it's just pathetic. Is that how it is? Luna tilted her head as she walked. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing for a man to be weaker than a woman. There might be some difference in physical strength, but it's not like that simple formula determined everything. There were cases like Elysia, whose specs for magic exceeded the maximum, and talents like Mill, who could overwhelm the opposite sex with a single sword. In fact, girls occupied more of the top 10 ranks in the first-year S-class, so it wasn't strange for a woman to be stronger than a man. However, it's a simple, stupid reason. I just always want to be the prince on a white horse who saves the princess. Well, it's just a bit of a man's pride. That's not fair. Not fair. With her cheeks faintly flushed, Luna lightly tapped Adele on the back. Why? The question arose, but Luna, who had started walking ahead, didn't answer it. Instead, Phil, with this unquenchable flame, light my path forward. Luna stretched her arms straight out and began to draw a burning line of fire ahead. It advanced down the path without stopping, and when it reached a fork, it split accordingly. After a little time had passed, one of the split flames gradually disappeared. What was that? Oh, well, in a maze, there are dead ends, right? I made it follow the path and disappear if it hits a wall. Oh, I see. Indeed, that way they could proceed without hitting dead ends. They would have to cast the spell each time, but it was much better than wasting time going down the wrong path. The academy probably wanted them to use their heads for a solution like this. Honestly, at this level, I won't run out of magic unless I cast it a whole bunch. So, wanna proceed like this for a while? No objections. I'm super happy to have such a reliable partner. Why you think so? Hehe. Perhaps because she was praised by the person she admired, Luna scratched her head shyly. Adele continued to walk through the area lit by the flame, illuminating their surroundings. But still, as he walked, Adele suddenly thought. To think that having nothing happen would feel this creepy. It was better for nothing to happen, but having absolutely nothing happen was nothing short of eerie. Charlotte said nothing. Her figure looked like a predator, quietly waiting for the right moment to hunt its prey. The content of the periodic exams hardly ever changed from year to year. The current second years, who were first years last year, took the same exam, but there was a school rule. You must not tell the underclassmen the exam content. Break it, and you're expelled immediately. As long as this rule existed, the underclassmen would never know the exam content, even if it was the same every year. If someone were to secretly tell, and it was discovered that a student took the exam with prior knowledge, both parties would have to live the rest of their lives outside the academy, branded as dirty individuals who would resort to cheating. In the reputation-obsessed aristocratic society, this stain was fatal. Even if there was a benefit to the one telling, the punishment was so severe that there had never been a case of cheating at the academy. And the pass rate for this first exam of the year was typically 80% of all first-year students. It was just a matter of heading for the goal, but the difficulty was such that 20% would fail. The average time to reach the goal for the entire grade was 1 hour and 30 minutes, and, as expected of the S-class, just as an hour was about to pass, Serena, the number 3, safely reached the goal with her female partner. Congratulations, you've passed the exam. A large, mirror-like hole in the deepest part of the dungeon. The moment it appeared before them, Julius, who had been silent until the end, clapped his hands in praise. Now you can go through the warp hole and return to the academy. Then you can enjoy another month of fun school life. Hearing those words, Serena didn't rejoice. Instead, she furrowed her brow alone. It was terrifyingly uneventful, wasn't it? Serena belonged to Luna's faction and was her first ally. Her opponent was the type of person who wouldn't overlook even the slightest potential for an upset. Therefore, she had been quite wary when she found out Julius was the proctor. But when it came down to it, there was nothing but time-wasting traps in the dungeon. My name is Sakuna, from the Seritu Viscount family. I remember you. You attended the party the year before last, didn't you? You remember me. Meanwhile, the other girl in the pair went to talk to Julius as soon as they reached the goal. She must have heard the rumors about the third prince. Did she approach him simply because she wanted a connection with the royal family, or was she drawn to his handsome features? In any case, even with the girl named Sakuna before him, Julius just smiled pleasantly and did nothing, to the point where he walked with her and stood before the mirror. Well then, shall we head back? I have to go make my report. As if leading the way, Julius stepped into the warp hole. The girl followed after him, and Serena also stepped in, still on her guard. Then, the scenery changed completely. Her vision shifted from the cave-like landscape to the inside of the auditorium she had seen during the entrance ceremony. Once we're back at the academy, he can't do anything. Even if he tried something now, there were instructors waiting for the students in the auditorium. Other students who had passed earlier were also there, and there was no way a commotion could be caused in a place like this. However, Elysia, Adele, and Luna were not in sight, but Julius, who might try something, was also in this space. Am I overthinking this? Serena relaxed her guard and let out a soft breath. Section, it's not overthinking. Dogo, a fierce impact sound suddenly came from behind. When she turned to see what happened, Adele, who should have been there, was gone. Instead, a hole, as if the wall had collapsed, was open on the other side. And nearby, Charlotte was in a pose as if she had just followed through with a kick. Luna couldn't understand what was happening. The sudden situation, the abrupt void. Charlotte, who had likely done something, shrugged her shoulders and slowly started walking towards the hole. Periodic exams, especially those held off campus like this, are often out of the instructor's sight. At that point, the perfect environment to make a move is set. You're the exam proctor. Luna raised her guard to the maximum and distanced herself from Charlotte. However, Charlotte, as if uninterested in Luna, raised a small hand and walked on. That last hit landed only because it was a surprise attack from behind when his guard was slightly down. My role is to stall the hero. I haven't been given the role of answering questions. So, she said, Charlotte left with these final words and disappeared into the hole. Save those kinds of questions for a proper chat between siblings. Luna quickly turned to the opposite side. The sound of someone's footsteps. With Adele blown away, the light was gone. From the dim space, someone slowly emerged. WHY. A look of shock spread across Luna's face. Why are you here? Because there stood We finally have some time alone as siblings, Luna. Her own brother Julius, who shouldn't have been there. Why was her brother here? The question surfaced. Still, Luna instinctively distanced herself, because she understood that his appearance here was no coincidence. How sad, to finally see my little sister, only to have her so blatantly keep her distance. Could this be the rumored rebellious phase? In contrast to Luna, Julius just shrugged, his attitude nonchalant. Luna felt a surge of irritation, but then the image of her guard, Serena, came to mind. See Serena. You mean your guard I was in charge of? Answer me. Don't worry, she's probably back at the academy with me by now, having passed the exam. It made no sense. After all, Julius was standing right in front of her. Back at the academy, Serena passed safely. No, there was no way a proctor could leave the students they were in charge of. If he could leave, it would have to be after something had happened to Serena. Luna's anxiety peaked, to the point where she pointed a finger, driven by emotion, and prepared to chant a spell. You're not thinking hard enough, Luna. In the realm of what's realistically possible, it's reasonable to assume I did something to them to come see you. But Julius shot across the ground in an instant, a speed unbelievable for someone only a year older. Luna abandoned power and fired a beginner-level flame she could cast without chanting. However, Julius dodged it by tilting his body and slipped into her personal space. We're siblings. I'd have hoped you wouldn't think I'd come charging in without some insurance. Then a sharp fist slammed into her solar plexus. If you're going to do something, do it thoroughly. Luna's body bounced across the ground several times. By the time her back hit the wall, her momentum had slowed, but in its place, a sharp pain in her abdomen hindered her breathing. Keho ba ga. If you get expelled from this academy, you'll definitely be out of the succession race. The evaluation criteria for the succession race. There were many, but the more supporters one had, the more advantageous it was. Most supporters calculated the pros and cons, but there was an underlying assumption of backing a winning horse. If she were to be expelled from the academy here, she would be labeled a dropout and a failure, and her supporters would surely leave her. So, it would really help me if you drop out here, Luna. Well, I can tell you're not planning to, from the way you're desperately gathering allies. Step by step, Julius approached. Seeing this, Luna frantically racked her brain. If I report your cheating to the academy. In terms of witnesses, I have the upper hand, but if you're confident, you can push it through. The other me is probably waiting in the auditorium for everyone to pass right now. She didn't know if what Julius was saying was true, but his sheer composure and the current situation didn't let her believe it was a lie. A cold sweat trickled down Luna's back. Her magic is incredible. It's applaudable that it can be used in combat, but it's also perfect for other uses. So that's why I won't make her public. If she becomes known, I'll dispose of her. In the first place, when it comes to an alibi, no matter what, the testimony of the involved parties becomes meaningless. A dim space, with Adele gone, silence spread. What should I do? Should she run, or should she meet up with Adele? If she met up with Adele, she would undoubtedly bring Julius with her. A 2-on-2 situation. Since her own combat ability was inferior, she would definitely be a burden to Adele. In that case, it was possible they would be defeated by Julius and his group together. Then, should she run now and aim for the goal by herself? Julius's goal was her expulsion. If she could just reach the goal, she would avoid expulsion and be protected by the academy. In that case, Adele would be left behind. But he was the hero she admired. It was hard to imagine him losing a one-on-one fight to anyone. But was she going to abandon him, even though he was dragged into this because of her? No, if she aimed for the goal, Charlotte might turn back and chase after her, not letting her escape. That way, she might be able to draw the threat away from Adele. But I'm honestly worried. Even if you get expelled, you might find powerful allies and clear your name. But could she get away? Could she escape from the two of them in this situation, not knowing how far the goal was or where it was? But still, she didn't want to put Adele, who she had dragged into this, in danger. Unfortunately, murder is forbidden at the academy. There are too many eyes, and even here and now, without any eyes, there's still a chance of leaving tracks. What to do? What to do, 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 what to do. Well, once you're outside the academy, I can do whatever I want. I failed last time, though. Luna quickly turned her back and started running. What happened? That question dominated Adele's mind. Jeho-ga. Dust clouds enveloped the area. A pain he hadn't felt in a long time assaulted his entire body, and Adele, not understanding what was going on, slowly pushed himself up. Had he been blown through 3 walls? It wasn't that he had been careless. It wasn't that he had let down his guard. He had been cautious enough to react to whatever Elijah, Kane, or even Mill might do. But the kick that had appeared in front of his face was more than he had imagined. Adele glared fiercely at the clearing dust cloud ahead, and then, well, I didn't intend to hold back, but as expected, a single hit isn't enough for a KO, I see. Lustrous pink hair. A beautiful girl, exuding a strangely enchanting aura, slowly stepped into the space where Adele was. Seeing her, Adele felt like the tangled questions in his mind had been answered. What's the meaning of this? No, I don't need to ask. I'm glad you've calmed down. You're surprisingly composed. Charlotte's body blurred for an instant, right next to Adele. She appeared there, and he raised an arm to block the fist that was suddenly aimed at him. But immediately after, a sharp pain ran through his opposite side. One. And there was another Charlotte. Adele's thoughts, at last, produced a clear moment of blankness. You don't understand what's happening, do you? After all, there are 2 of me. The 2 Charlottes drew the swords at their waists. Clear hostility. Adele, not understanding, instinctively swung blades of vines he created from the ground at the 2 of them. But it was just a temporary measure. The 2 leaped to dodge, and then brought their swords down from above in unison. Adele raised the jet black sword he had created above his head to meet the descending blades. Just then, the weight of the sword is just one. There were 2 of them visually, but the weight on his hands felt like only a single sword. Did it show on his face? Seeing his reaction, Charlotte distanced herself from Adele. You noticed? Well, I don't mind revealing the trick. As he stared at Charlotte, he unintentionally blinked. In that instant, for some reason, the number of girls with pink hair increased to 3, and then, even with his eyes open, to 4. What's the principle behind this? Adele's cheek twitched. You don't need flashiness to defeat an enemy. The 4 figures blurred once more. They didn't disappear, rather, like Adele, they just used their innate physical abilities to move quickly. All 4 sides of Adele. The 4 of them filled the space without a gap. I can defeat adults without using any magic, but if I want to be certain, I just need to draw out that potential to its maximum. Goo, an overly heavy blow struck him from above. It's a simple application of fire and light magic, changing the scenery that should be there and creating things that shouldn't be. Is it a phenomenon similar to a mirage? Well, I don't think a detailed lecture is necessary here. In desperation, Adele made an overly thick tree trunk appear all around him, as if to protect himself from external enemies. Then, Charlotte's figure returned to her original position. That's right, I don't need a detailed lecture. Adele stared straight ahead, checking the feeling in his neck. This isn't just an act of attention-seeking to show off your skills, is it? In the end, you just want to separate me and Luna. To be precise, I'm in charge of stalling you. It would be a pain if you joined up with her now. My employer is busy. If it's any comfort, I have no intention of killing you. If I had to mention something to make you anxious, it would be that you might fail to reach the goal and get expelled. In any case, it seemed she had no intention of backing down. Adele let out a sigh tinged with irritation. For an exam proctor, you've got some nerve. Won't you get expelled for doing something like this? I don't really care if I get expelled, as long as I get paid. Well, in the first place, my presence here means there's insurance regarding expulsion. A question popped into Adele's head. Insurance, what could that be? Normally, interfering like this would result in expulsion. If Julius planned and executed this, he, too, would be expelled for exam interference. That's why Charlotte's word insurance bothered him. However, I have no grudge against you, but in any case, I'll play my part. Of course, if you're willing to sit quietly in Seiza and wait, I can let you pass after we've signed a few contracts. Charlotte took a stance. It wasn't a form taught by anyone, but a unique stance she had polished herself. Seeing it, Adele glanced up at the ceiling. Every single one of you, with your damn selfish way of thinking. When he looked back, a clean blue vein was throbbing on Adele's forehead. Think simply, you idiot. Black vines and trunks covered Adele's arm. Densely, they grew without a gap. What was eventually completed was a mass resembling a sword. Haha. The villain couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. An overwhelming sense of intimidation just from holding the sword. A glimpse of the Black Knight, said to have saved many people in the past. I can't let my guard down, could he be stronger than me? She even thought. Ignoring Charlotte, the hero stabbed the jet-black sword into the ground. Don't you dare try to steal the smile of a girl who's trying to walk forward, you wanna get fucking killed. And with that, the green of the king of the forest unleashed its fury. Here and now, the confrontation between genius, hero, and genius heel begins. Elysia-san. Inside the well-lit cave, continuously illuminated by Elysia. The girl who was her partner, walking slowly, suddenly asked Elysia who was beside her. What is it? What is it, I mean, is it okay if we don't go down? An hour had passed, and Elysia and her partner were still exploring the dungeon. Thoroughly, as if searching for a lost earring. They had even passed by the entrance to the lower floor they had found, and just kept walking. Foo-foo, it's a rare sight, so I thought I'd do some exploring. But to pass, we have to go down. In that case, please go down first. I can't possibly make you accompany me on my selfish whim. The girl seemed to want to say something, but as if assessing the situation, she started walking in the opposite direction from Elysia. As expected, even though she was told to act as a pair, she wanted to pass. The girl, who wanted to pass even if it meant leaving her partner behind, soon disappeared around a corner. The disappearance of her partner. Despite this, Kane, who had been silently following at a distance without saying a word since entering the dungeon, was still behind her. He's not chasing her. So, am I the target, or is my presence here the problem? Up to this point, nothing particular had been done to her. She had expected some kind of interference, but as it turned out, there was none. It was as if she was being allowed to take the exam normally, but she felt she had caught a glimpse of his plan from his recent actions. In that case, it might be better to join up with Master soon. Just as she thought that, a giant boulder came rolling from the front. You're alone now, should I help? Aren't upperclassmen not supposed to help? Perhaps worried about the rolling boulder, Kane finally spoke. However, Elysia showed no particular reaction and created a flash of light from her fingertip, swinging it at the boulder. As expected of the first year's number 2, it seems I was worrying for nothing. Seeing the boulder melt and roll to the side, Kane looked impressed. It would be easier and more uplifting if you just praised me from the audience seats. But Elysia continued walking without blushing. The reason I'm walking through the dungeon without aiming for the goal is in case something happens, and to prepare for when something is happening. There was no rule against joining up with another pair to reach the goal together. In that case, considering all the concerns, they should join up. The problems surrounding Luna had not been resolved, and the immediate cause of the trouble was in contact with her. Considering that, even though it was a separate exam, it was undoubtedly better to act together. Because something might happen while she was searching like this. This exam did not affect grades. As long as they reached the goal, it was fine. In that case, it was wiser to search until the last minute. That was the reason Elysia hadn't been aiming for the goal all this time. And then, it's about time, I suppose. Geo. Suddenly, the sound of a sword shattering a wall echoed through the dungeon. Elysia, who had instinctively ducked, shifted her gaze slightly to see Kane, who had swung his sword above her head. So you're planning something, after all. You figured it out. I wasn't certain. However, I didn't expect you to point your sword at me so directly. A beam of light shot past the boy's face, and Kane immediately leaped back. You don't want me to go, is that it? Well, I don't think I need to say it. Then don't ask, I might end up holding back. Elysia's guard shot up. She had no intention of backing down here, nor would she head for the goal to call an instructor. After all, the fact that he had pointed his sword at her meant he intended to interfere, that he might harm her master. Don't worry, I have no intention of doing anything to your master. Instead, he said. He shouldered his sword and spoke apologetically. My role is merely to stall you. Sorry, but I can't let you join them. Are you sure about that? If an exam proctor gets involved, I believe you'll be expelled. Don't worry about that. That prince wouldn't force his way without a plan. It's a bit too reliant on others, but he has insurance. Kane looked up while shouldering his sword, at the empty, plain ceiling. Besides, even if I were to be expelled, I can't let her become a villain alone. Then I will simply have to beat you. As a fellow attendant, you understand my feelings, don't you? And then the two of them shot across the ground at the same time. For the first time in the dungeon, a full-fledged battle began. Section: Charlotte's magic, like Adele's, is special. The phenomenon is similar to a mirage, and in reality, it's close to hallucinations and auditory illusions. She projects the forms she desires into the opponent's vision, and makes them imagine the sounds created by the words and forms from their own consciousness. Simply put, that's the gist of it, but needless to say, the structure and theory are complex. Charlotte devised this magic when she was 10. Thanks to it, she can apply it in combat, and when it comes to creating alibis or fakes, no one can match her. She has been supporting Julius in this way, continuing to hide even her own existence by showing her opponents the bodies of others instead of her own. Of course, being a power of magic, if her mana is depleted, it will naturally disappear. A mandatory requirement is, first, not to lose consciousness. As long as she remains conscious, the body of Julius in the auditorium will not disappear. There are many witnesses, and no matter how much Adele or Luna expose Charlotte's existence, it's obvious who will be believed. It will probably be taken as nothing more than an excuse born from the frustration of expulsion. This act will likely not be seen as a problem. Well, in this situation, I, who am in charge of the main duo, will have a hard time erasing the contradictions in the alibi. So what she must do is, how to keep this monster away from my master, I suppose. The vegetation spread at her feet. From it, numerous vines stretched out, and Charlotte chopped them to pieces by swinging her sword. Knocking him out would be best, but I don't know if I should be so optimistic. This time, a giant tree trunk closed in on Charlotte. However, the trunk passed through Charlotte's body and destroyed the wall behind it, creating a wide-open space. Many Charlottes shot across the ground at once. Immediately after, sharp vines swung sideways, but with their individual movements, they all dodged. The moment she closed in on Adele, she swung her sword with all her might at his open torso. However, so hard. The impact was dull, as if she had hit a diamond. It was supposed to be a plant. And yet, the jet-black sword that had been firmly blocked was now swung at her. The Black Knight. To think the day would come when I'd point my sword at that hero, my brothers would probably be angry if I told them. Charlotte regripped her sword. From there, it was an exchange of blades, ignoring the other Charlottes. She didn't retreat a single step. Only the sound of sword clashing against sword echoed through the dungeon. And immediately after, the sword of the Charlotte who should have been fighting back passed through, and a heavy impact ran through the back of Adele's head. Are you focusing too much on what's in front of you? What Charlotte did was simple. She left behind an illusion while retreating, erased her own figure from Adele's sight, and swung her sword at his unguarded spot. That's it. But just this, how difficult was it to do while clashing swords with Adele? The timing of her breaths, the measurement of distance, and in addition, the speed of her magic activation. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This was, without a doubt. To think there was another magic swordsman besides me. I'll leave the expression up to each individual. This is just easier for me. The reason there are few magic swordsmen is not simply because swordsmen who can use magic don't qualify. Being able to use magic and swing a sword, anyone can do that much. However, that's just being a jack of all trades, master of none. Can you beat a veteran knight with a sword? Can you beat a mage who has devoted themselves to research with magic? That's what it comes down to. The title is only applicable to heretics who specialize in both sword and magic, and can use them together in combat. Call me what you like. If I were interested in fame in the first place, I wouldn't have become a villain like this. Adele swung his sword in a wide arc, and the illusions and her vanished figure simultaneously distanced themselves. At that moment, a thick vine stretched out only towards her invisible self. If it was cut, her location would be revealed. So she leaped to gain distance, but from the spot where she landed again, a vine stretched out in the same way. I see, he's pinpointing my location by feel. An illusion is just an illusion. It has no physical form. Therefore, no weight is applied to the place it touches, and if one can confirm the sensation of touch, it's possible to capture it even if it's invisible. However, it's simple, but Charlotte snapped her fingers. With just that, a crimson flame covered the entire area. This scale without chanting surely, if there were an audience and someone was watching, they wouldn't have been able to help but be surprised. Plants are weak to fire. If you burn them, they're no threat at all, are they? An overly thick tree trunk, burning, approached Charlotte from the sea of fire. But it's just burning, right? But it is burning, isn't it? Charlotte lightly swung her sword, cutting the trunk in two. The bisected trunk hit the wall and then crumbled into ash. Pathetic power. The green in the dark space was instantly dyed blackish red, as if the blessing of nature's healing had turned into a scene from hell in an instant. I can do this. Dashing through the blazing inferno, many Charlottes swung their swords at Adele. I can do this. He isn't dealing with it. Several of the many sword strikes hit Adele's body, and due to the effect of the flames, the great sword finally began to crumble in places. I can do this, I can win. If someone were truly watching this scene, they would have said unbelievable. Both students, and yet, the swordplay unfolding at a speed that the eye couldn't follow. The overly powerful magic created at the same time. Even a seasoned adult would probably not be a match if they participated in the battle here. That's how abnormal the scene currently unfolding was. A heretic and a heretic. A battle born because they possessed a talent that surpassed even genius. However, it was undoubtedly Charlotte who was pushing him back. Not just stalling, but victory. Charlotte knew that best. A conviction born from crossing swords and continuously landing blows. Hey! And that this conviction was also a fleeting one. Cut it out, genius heel. I don't have time to entertain your little recital. Immediately after, Charlotte's body was slammed into the ground, breaking through 5 walls. Section: normally, an underclassman would almost never duel an upperclassman. Of course, it happens depending on club activities or exam content, but there's not much benefit for either side. Even if either the upperclassman or the underclassman were to defeat someone of a higher rank, their own rank would not change. Conversely, if a higher-ranked student were to lose to a lower-ranked one, their rank would only drop, and the ranks of other students in the same grade would move up. The circumstances were a bit special when Adele and Serena fought Kane, which is why dueling an upperclassman is rare. That's why, for Alicia, this was her first time facing an upperclassman. I don't know how skilled he is. No holding back. Alicia pointed her finger at Kane and, without chanting, shot a beam of light from her fingertip. However, Kane dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. No chanting, huh? Aren't this year's first years a bit too high level? You say that, but you dodged it with ease. Kane quickly swung his sword at her side. She took a step back, narrowly avoiding the blade. Then, Kane thrust the sword he had swung into the ground, immediately grabbed Alicia's wrist, and slammed a kick into her solar plexus. Kaha. Did you know? Alicia's body rolled to the edge of the dim area. By the time students reach the second year, more than half of the roughly 100 who enrolled will have left the academy. The first exam doesn't affect grades, but that won't be the case from the next one on. A duel can turn a farce into a living hell. Then, Kane closed the distance to Alicia with a single kick and swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Alicia instinctively blocked with her arm. The blade was firmly stopped by a magic barrier, but an overly heavy impact was transmitted to her arm. Therefore, most of the second years are a talented bunch. Needless to say, those who rank high among them are even more so. Kane swung his sword too, 3 times at Alicia, who was guarding with her arms crossed. So, I'm going to get serious too, you know. How about you start getting serious, prodigy of the Count's family? Hearing Kane's words, Alicia frowned. Did he think she was holding back? Alicia let out a small sigh while receiving the sword strikes. I think from an objective point of view, I'm the one being pushed back. Besides, if I were to attack seriously, this place would collapse. I'd rather not have a result where we both go down, which wouldn't even excite the audience. But at this rate, it'll be over, you know. That doesn't mean I'm slacking off, though. Alicia kicked Kane's sword to create distance and clapped her hands. Then, countless particles of light began to float up into the air. Maiden blessed by the light, give your blessing equally to all, come, receive all of my feelings. A chill ran down Kane's spine. The distance he had worked so hard to close. He abandoned it and reflexively retreated. At that moment, the particles of light pierced the spot where Kane had been just a moment before. The ground there was melting and smoking. If that had hit, it wouldn't have ended with just that. Will you surrender? Of course not. Kane shot across the ground once more. Because I know someone far more troublesome and amazing than you. From behind, the spheres Elysia had floated rained down. Overwhelming numbers, and yet, each one was an object that could inflict a fatal blow. I'd like to get closer, though. A mage's specialty is long-range combat, outranging. Please reserve that kind of approach for other girls. If even one hit, it would likely melt through his flesh. That fear should have assaulted Cain, but for some reason, he didn't flinch. Although she was bantering, Elysia felt quite unconvinced. After all, he was accurately dodging the raining light and closing the distance. I may have been outmatched in that 2-on-1 fight back then, but I don't think I'm that weak. It was true that she was maneuvering skillfully to avoid killing him. After all, she only wanted to stall him, not murder him. But I don't understand, Elysia said as she shot a beam of light from her fingertip. How can you cause such a commotion so openly and expect to get away with it? I don't sense any killing intent, but this is clearly an interference on par with getting expelled, isn't it? The matter is indeed serious, but if those around us don't understand that, it's meaningless. Cain twisted his body to avoid the light. Our heretic specializes in creating illusions. Even as we speak, illusions of me and you are in the auditorium with everyone else. In other words, we've already passed. So, even if you report the cheating here, people will just think, what are you talking about? This is the insurance we have. If people who have passed say we were interfered with, no one would believe them. After all, they were just there with them a moment ago. Besides, why would they say such a thing when they've passed? It would only stir up suspicion. Therefore, Cain and the others just needed to be careful not to let the illusion and the real person exist in the same space at the same time, and then return. The opinion of the majority who believed a lie over the opinion of the few. Cain and the others knew from experience that this was how things worked. So just give up quietly, please. With a face that looked almost like a plea, Cain finally closed in on Elysia. At that moment, Elysia, like you, I'm not particularly attached to the academy. She placed one hand over her clenched fist, and when she opened it for some reason, a sword of shimmering light appeared from between them. All that matters is my master's well-being and his path. What? The question popped into Cain's mind. Gift, sword of light. But it didn't matter. At this distance, swinging a sword was faster than casting magic. Therefore, Cain swung his sword in a horizontal arc without hesitation, with the momentum he had built up. And Elysia's sword was placed in its path, as if to block it. There's something I learned at the Ashiamarki house. Then, the moment the swords met, his sword melted in two as if it had slipped. Surprisingly, it seems any knight gets shocked when they lose their partner's sword. Cain didn't know that this sword was a collection of the particles she had shown him earlier. Sunlight, when focused, produces immense heat, just like how using a magnifying glass to focus light on paper can make it burn. In other words, the sword Elysia held was a magic sword hotter than flame. Its effect a blade that could melt even iron. Just as Elysia said, a momentary blank space was born in Cain's mind. At that moment, Elysia's small hand was placed on Cain's eyes. And a person who shows an opening can be defeated even by a powerless girl like me. Immediately after, a pale white light, along with a pain that shot through his skull, echoed throughout the space. I see, I lost, he thought. In his fading vision, that thought suddenly came to him. And then, you're not cut out for being a villain heel. After all, you're a kind person. For some reason, at the end, the image of a beautiful girl with pink hair floated in his mind. Cain's body collapsed. Seeing this, Elysia turned on her heel. Well then, shall we go? As an attendant, I should be by my master's side. Right, Cain-sama. Here and now, the secret battle of the attendants came to a close. Once again, with the underclassmen claiming victory in an upset. Section. Let it be known first that Luna Carbon is not a weak existence. In fact, she is skilled enough to rank 8th in the rank-bound academy. Of course, she is inferior to Adele and her guard, Serena, but as a mage, she was a cut above her peers. She could only give a wry smile when compared to the so-called magical prodigy of the family, Elysia, but still, she was in the realm of a prodigy, not bringing shame to the royal name. However, is this all you've got? A spear of earth jutted out, and the one who shattered it in an instant was her own brother. Luna bit her lip at the sight and chanted softly as she ran. Blessing of the earth, grant him a sharp judgment. Spears of earth once again surrounded Julius. There was no hesitation in launching them. They were all immediately directed at Julius, but in the blink of an eye, Julius shattered them with the sword he held. Second-rate at best, not that you're untalented, but Julius's figure blurred. Perhaps her intuition kicked in as she stopped running and curled her body into a ball. Then, an unmerciful swing struck Luna's torso. As I thought, you're a failure as my sister. Her slender body rolled across the ground. Luna, her face contorted in pain, got up and immediately started running. He's messing with me. As I thought, the gap is too big. Julius Carbon. The most combat-specialized talent in the royal family. Blessed with a talent for swordsmanship to the point of being called the second coming of the sword saint. His physical abilities overwhelmed not only his peers, but also adults. His skills were not just rumors, Luna had witnessed them firsthand many times. That's why, once again, don't mess with me, she cursed. Geez, why am I not running into anyone? The S-Class is too good. If she could meet a third party who didn't know the situation, she would have more witnesses. And yet, for some reason, she didn't meet anyone. Had they already cleared the exam, or had Julius and his group done something? It was a stroke of luck that she hadn't run into Adele or Elysia, whom she didn't want to trouble further, but having no other factors was tough. Therefore, Luna, feeling a sense of crisis, continued to aim for the goal. My older siblings are useless. Luna jumped into a staircase leading underground that was at her side. At that moment, the sword that had been swung down stabbed into the spot where she had been. The eldest brother is drunk on power, the second is a bookworm. My sister seems to think about the country a fair bit, but in the end, it's just talk among ladies. Her actions don't follow, and even if she thinks of doing something, she probably won't. Julius turned his gaze to Luna, who was tumbling down the stairs. On the other hand, you, Luna, are a waste. You don't have any more talent than my other siblings, but you have drive. If you had been born earlier, you would have had more allies in your faction. Clack, Julius's footsteps echoed through the dungeon. Luna knew those were the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. Therefore, without a word, she ran headlong into the dungeon on the lower floor. That's why, in a way, you're more frightening to me, Luna. If you're always looking up, you won't notice the stone at your feet. I want to clear the path early on. In the instant she turned her back, Julius's kick pierced Luna's side. I will rise to the top, to make this country prosper even more. She rolled on the ground, at a speed that wouldn't stop easily. The distance between them grew, and Luna felt a little relieved. I can still escape, she thought. As if her sister's feelings were of no concern, Julius took out a watch from his pocket, checked the time, and put it back. So for that, you'd even kill your own family. Luna, while coughing, finally spoke. Are you going to preach some platitudes? There's a line you're not supposed to cross, isn't there? Whether a sacrifice is necessary or not can be judged by the result. Luna, without chanting, shot a pebble of earth from her palm. However, Julius effortlessly deflected it with his sword. If you're going to do it thoroughly. I won't allow even the slightest blemish. The issue isn't about killing or not killing, it's just about the certainty of it. I'm well aware that I'm a cruel bastard. And yet, he does it. Even with that understanding, he has no hesitation in following this path. Ambitious and a classic madman. If she were to be defeated by Julius here and lose consciousness, she would undoubtedly be expelled. She didn't know why his current actions wouldn't be exposed, but his composure told her it wasn't a lie. And if she were to lose here, she didn't know what would happen to her outside the academy. Suddenly, the incident where she almost died outside the city resurfaced in her mind. It was only speculation, but it was arranged by her own brother. Duh. The moment Luna tried to stand up, she realized her legs wouldn't support her. Was it a flashback of the near-death incident from before, or was the damage from before finally showing? Luna desperately patted her trembling legs, like a fawn's, as if trying to get an unmoving machine to work. And move. It's over. Move, you stupid legs. At this rate, I'll lose. Lose, get expelled, be separated from everyone, and maybe die. That fear caused a flood of tears to well up in the eyes of Luna, who was desperately hitting her legs. Tag is over, end roll. Julius slowly approached holding his sword, and then, well then, my untalented sister, prepare yourself. Rubble fell from the ceiling. Julius reflexively looked up. The rubble fell between him and Luna. Among the rubble that fell as if the ceiling had been shattered, he saw the figure of a girl who looked familiar. The girl was slammed to the ground along with the rubble, and Julius couldn't help but speak. "Charlotte, why are you here? Isn't it obvious?" The moment she started to speak, Charlotte scrambled to her feet and leaped to Julius's side. Her figure was as if she were running from something. The next moment, from the open hole, the swords of several giant knights dyed in black and green stabbed into the ground. Good, I made it in time. Appearing late was a single boy. That boy held a sinister, jet-black sword, and stood protectively in front of Luna, blocking Julius's path. Adelkun. Seeing the back that appeared before her, Luna couldn't help but cry out, even though she didn't want to cause him trouble. Even though she had run away, thinking she didn't want him to get hurt. And yet, the reason she was so happy was, perhaps because that back once. "Leave the rest to me, princess. So stop crying now." Was the big back that had saved her when she was crying. The Black Knight, just as the rumors said, the hero appeared in someone's time of crisis. "Come on, let's do this, you scum. It's a knight's duty to protect his princess. Line up your pathetic, selfish excuses and come at me all at once." Today, too, the hero clenches his fist for someone's sake. Section. Adele's appearance here was no coincidence. While fighting Charlotte, he had been extending his roots into the ground to listen for sounds. He had buried the roots the moment he stabbed his sword into the ground, before facing Charlotte, so she wouldn't notice. If something was happening, he should have felt the impact of intense footsteps or magic. It could have been other students, but if they were fighting seriously, the degree of vibration would be different. He had been sensing it that way while fighting Charlatan had come this far. Adelkun. Luna, with tears streaming from her eyes. Her beautiful face was crumpled, and her lustrous, beautiful golden hair was dirtied with soil. Adele turned back to approach her and gently wiped her eyes with his finger. "Don't cry, okay? I don't really like seeing people cry." "But I put you in danger, Adelkun." "This is nothing. It doesn't even fall into the category of dangerous." Or rather, he said. Adele's lips curled into a small smile. "Something like this happened before, didn't it? I just remembered." The gentle tone and words, unfitting for the situation, struck Luna's heart fiercely. To think he had remembered. "You saved me, you know," she had wanted to say since they met. But she couldn't, thinking that to a hero like the Black Knight, she was just one of many. And yet, he remembered. And now, just like that time, Adele stood up and showed her the same reassuring back he had shown her once before. "Rest easy and let me protect you. I'll make you smile in the end, I promise." With those words, Adele slowly started walking towards the two. Julius, facing him, was slowly swinging his sword with a light-hearted air, and Charlotte, beside him, was catching her breath. "Are you done? Were you waiting for me so politely?" "Well, it's the hero's grand entrance, after all, is what I'd like to say, but unfortunately, my partner here was out of breath." In other words, he was trying to buy time to let her recover her condition. Adele frowned slightly at Julius's response. "By the way, what trick did you use? This is the first time I've seen Charlotte out of breath." "You think so? If you pay me, I'll even do the shuttle run for you. Then maybe I'll ask you next time. And I'll have Kane join in for some stamina training too." What a tensionless conversation. No, was it that Julius had no sense of crisis? Charlotte, while bantering, never took her eyes off Adele. Her guard was up, ready to react immediately. Of course, her master Julius sensed it. Well, that's a story for after he's sunk just as we planned, though. Adele's approaching footsteps finally stopped. The distance between them was about 5 meters, a distance that could be closed in an instant with a dash, and behind Adele, several giant green knights lined up. Why? Why are you getting in the way of a girl who's just trying to live her life? Besides, Luna is your family, isn't she? She was family, and yet he was trying to get her expelled. It was obvious from her tattered and dirtied uniform that Luna had been hurt. Seeing the blue vein on Adele's forehead, Julius shrugged. And then, for my ambition, a sword was suddenly swung at Adele's face. Adele immediately parried it with his own sword. However, Julius, who had appeared in front of him in an instant, continued to swing his sword. A speed the eye couldn't follow. In addition, a fluid sword dance. A swordsmanship that understood how the opponent would move and how to break them, inducing mistakes, as expected of the man called the second coming of the Sword Saint. Without a doubt, His sword style and speed were on a different level from Kane's, whom he had seen before. Luna, watching from the side, couldn't help but hold her breath at Adele, who was effortlessly parrying all of it. "Hess, I thought you were good, but to think you could take my sword with such ease. Did you forget what family I'm from? I know, the Knight family. And that you're called a disgrace, too." Adele shifted his gaze to the side while their swords were locked. There, Charlotte, who had appeared at some point, was about to swing her sword. "You never learned, do you?" "I haven't lost yet." But on the way, the knights behind him started to move. Charlotte, catching their movement in her peripheral vision, retreated back to her original position as if fleeing a predator. That gave Julius, who had been clashing swords, a sense of unease. Charlotte, looking away. The moment he looked away, there, Adele slammed not a sword but a swift kick. Julius instinctively blocked with his sword, but the force of it sent him backwards. The retreated Julius opened and closed his hand to check the feeling in it. Adele, to such a Julius. "I've been getting nothing, but irritated for a while now." "Why?" "Because of your actions." Adele thrust his sword into the ground and spoke, his voice tinged with anger. "She's your family, right? Your little sister, right? A human being, right? Why do you involve others in your selfishness? Is it so you can spew some grand nonsense about peace and the country? Let me tell you, no matter what crap you spin, it just sounds like a cheap tantrum. It's not like I'm doing this because I want others to understand." Julius stood calmly, even in the face of Adele's anger. "I will set foot on the summit I aim for. I don't need compromises, I don't care about others. Serving under my incompetent brothers is the last thing I want. I am me. I want to obtain everything a ruler should have. Money, status, honor, subordinates, citizens, all of it. For that, he would do anything. Even if his sister's smile was part of the process, he would continue to advance without mercy. That kind of man. Julius Carbon was that kind of man. That's why." "Huh." Adele sighed, then Adele slowly drew his sword and pointed the tip at Julius. "You too." This time towards Charlotte. "You too." Adele, with clear anger, stabbed his sword into the ground once more. In that moment, it came. The jet-black vines wrapped around Adele's arm climbed up to his face, covering half of it. It might not be a full suit of armor. But the vines that covered from his sword arm to his shoulder and half his face strangely suited the word knight. Unnatural, bizarre. Just by wearing it, an aura so oppressive it felt like it could crush you emanated from Adele. "Go to hell for a bit and restart your life. If you're scared of falling, I'll push you down myself. If you can." What began from there was, "From now on, I'm coming at you seriously. What you're about to face is an overwhelming one-sided massacre. A 2-on-1, the final climax in a numerically disadvantageous situation." Charlotte retreated, a sense of unease. The weakness of the girl he considered the most skilled among them. From that, a discrepancy arose between his perception and reality. However, the threat that had appeared before him in this space. The boy covered in black armor, and the knights appearing as if led by him. Their bodies were easily twice the size of their own, and if you looked closely, you could see that the knights were made entirely of plants. There's a sense of unease, but I can also understand it. The atmosphere was somehow different from when he had shown up during the brawl. Even though it was a magic he had seen before, a strange aura emanated from Adele. He had felt it since their swords had crossed and been completely blocked. "What's wrong?" The boy took a step forward, and then, as if to mock them, he stuck up his middle finger. "Not coming again. It's special 2-on-1 time, you know." It was Julius and Charlotte who moved. They shot across the ground at the same time, closing the distance to land a certain blow. But blocking their path were the knights Adele had likely generated. They raised their giant swords, and with their size and reach alone, they came to surely block any escape route. However, their swings were wide. Julius slid under their feet to dodge and then shot across the ground again. This time, from the side, the sword of another knight came swinging, but that sword passed through Julius's torso. 2 against 1, and you still think you can win. In reality, the moment Julius passed under the feet of the first one, he had slid under the feet of another. The Julius coming straight at them was an illusion created by Charlotte. And it seemed to be the same for Charlotte, as the sword the knight swung down from above also passed through the girl's body. So, where was the real body? Well, obviously, she had vanished and was hiding in his blind spot. On the contrary, Without a handicap like this, I wouldn't be able to shatter that arrogance of yours, huh? Immediately after, Adele's arm swelled. About 3 times the size of a human arm. Of course, this was a figure of speech and not Adele's actual arm swelling up. What was swelling were the vines wrapped around the arm that held Adele's sword. Adele swung it around by twisting his body. This is insane. Julius, who had been hiding in his blind spot, instinctively blocked with his sword, but despite bracing himself, the momentum carried him all the way to the wall. Don't let your guard down, master. Charlotte, who had revealed herself, appealed with a sideways glance, her cheeks twitching. The man you entrusted to stall doesn't seem to be serious yet. To think Charlotte would go this far. A perfectionist and a thorougist. That's why he wasn't careless from the start, but honestly, even though he should have been convinced, he still couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Ah, I see. Slicing the neck of the approaching black-green knight, Julius realized the source of his unease. Is there a discrepancy between my image and reality? Honestly, Julius was aware that he was strong. Strong enough to believe he could snatch victory not only against his peers, but also against adults. And with Charlotte, whom he honestly thought was stronger than him, as his partner, he couldn't see a future where they would lose. Create an illusion, erase oneself from the opponent's sight, and slip into their blind spot. Combined with her outstanding close combat abilities and Charlotte's no-chant magic, he couldn't imagine losing. That's why the current situation, with anxiety creeping onto Charlotte's face, felt so out of place. In reality, these knights alone won't be enough to make us fall behind. Cain had been taken down in one hit, but he hadn't fallen behind even while crossing swords and fighting back just now. True, a new knight grew in place of the one he cut down. Although it was unclear how many he could create, he didn't think the situation would change no matter how many more appeared. They had power, but their large size meant their movements were slow. An average student might be taken down, but to him, it looked like nothing but an opening. In fact, Charlotte, who was reflected in the corner of his vision, was also burning the large bodies and crushing them accurately. So there was no problem. Like hell there isn't. Adele's elongated giant sword pierced Julius's side. There you are, the real one. Julius's body rolled on the ground. The feeling of the floor, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Julius immediately got up, but the force of the blow made him cough. That one's magic is a pain, but if I see her fighting back, I know it's the real one. My eyes have finally gotten used to it. An illusion is just an illusion. It doesn't do anything to the real body, it's just camouflage. For a time, he had been identifying the real body by the feel of the forest he had spread out, but that would be burned away by Charlotte's magic. The power would be pathetic. In that case, he just had to go himself. But to get used to it in the first real fight, a 2-on-1 situation. In addition, both he and Charlotte were more than just reasonably skilled. In such a situation, who would normally think that they could instinctively attack the moment they found the real body? Charlotte. I know. Julius's body disappeared. If he was going to be dealt with the moment his real body appeared, then he just had to stay hidden the whole time. It was a simple solution, but it shouldn't be countered. The forest wasn't spread on the ground, so there was no way to confirm by feel. Julius gripped his sword and with a single leap slipped into Adele's blind spot. An average student or adult would have had the match decided in this instant. Even if they had eyes that could keep up, it would be meaningless if they couldn't see him. In fact, Adele's gaze was directed in a different direction from his, and he didn't seem to have noticed. Why, you idiot? Don't approach carelessly. What cornered me was a beast. Charlotte's words echoed. What is she talking about? A question arose in Julius's mind. He hasn't noticed, so what is there to be cornered by? Even if he had noticed at this distance. He could react even if the plants he had shown in the brawl attacked. If he was countered with a sword, he just had to fight back. And yet she says not to approach? The great Charlotte is being cornered. It made no sense. Still, Julius swung his sword with all his might. Let me tell you something obvious. Gaki, the sword was blocked by fangs that had appeared on his arm. Wah! You're supposed to take care of your family. What are you getting so serious about hurting them for? The tip of the sword he had been swinging. From a part of Adele's arm, a grotesque mouth had appeared. The mouth gradually protruded and began to swell. No sound came out. After all, the swelling gradually formed the shape of a beast. large enough to fill the dungeon. Gift, a beast of green. A roar echoed through the dungeon, and the arm of the black-dyed plant beast mercilessly blew Julius's body away. Bah! He didn't bounce, just like that. Truly, just like that, without a single bounce, Julius's body broke through the wall and was slammed into the wall even further back. His consciousness was reaped in an instant. Damn it! Seeing Julius, who showed no signs of getting up, Charlotte clicked her tongue. Well now. Without turning his face to where Julius had been blown away, Adele's gaze fell upon Charlotte. Receiving it, Charlotte couldn't help but hold her breath. Last one. I'm going to end this farce quickly. You don't mind, do you, genius pet who lost her master? At this moment, for the first time, Charlotte felt a truly genuine fear. The threat of the person before her went without saying. The difference in their strength also went without saying, but it was different. If it were just that, the word fear would not have been so strong, to be honest. She didn't really care if she was expelled from the academy. She didn't mind being thrown in jail. At worst, she didn't mind being beheaded on the execution block. As long as she could save her family. As long as her beloved family could live and laugh like they used to, she didn't care what happened to her. But this current situation was not only disadvantageous for her, but for others as well. Of course, she had imagined it. That this was a possibility and what she should do if it happened. But that was just a hypothetical situation. She had never expected it to actually turn out like this. Now back to the matter at hand. If she were to lose here, all of their plans would be exposed. If that happened, Julius's position would sink in an instant, and he would likely lose even the advantage of being royalty. In short, she wouldn't be able to earn any more money. If her client fell, not only her, but her family would be dragged down with him. That was Charlotte's true fear, because the reality of it had become too strong. You piece of shit. Charlotte screamed. At the same time, a scorching heat that seemed to burn even her own body spread throughout the area. Still, not enough. The medical fees to keep them alive. The cost of purchasing priests and medicinal herbs for a complete cure, and labor costs. She had saved a few, but not all of them yet. Still not enough. Her co-conspirator was weaker than her, but he was still the #1 second-year student. She hadn't thought they would lose, even if it was a tough fight, if they took him on together. They hadn't lost. As long as she kept her wits about her, the insurance she had placed would not disappear. Of course, there was also the option of running away. Well, she didn't think he would let her escape, but no more holding back. As the inside of the dungeon was dyed in scorching heat, Charlotte created dozens of copies of herself. It was impossible to tell them apart. Luna, watching from the side, held her breath at the unexpected sight. But only one person. Only the boy holding the large black sword stood calmly, leading the knights and beast that were beginning to be engulfed in flames. You said earlier, as long as I get paid, right? Adele stared straight at Charlotte. What will you buy with it? What do you want by stealing a girl's smile? My family. To the question laced with irritation, Charlotte answered immediately. You nobles wouldn't understand, for a commoner, an orphan at that. The things that nobles get so easily are out of reach. Can I get it by living honestly? Of course I thought about it. Using this talent to become a mercenary, join the Knight Order, join the Mage Corps. But even then, the money I'd earn in a lifetime is only about what a noble gets in a year. Even if she achieved military merit in war, even if she was granted a title or a reward, it wouldn't even come close to the life of a noble. Of course, it wasn't a small amount by any means. In some cases, she might even get enough to live without working for the rest of her life. But it wasn't enough. And if she worked hard and steadily, there wasn't enough time. She wanted to make her family smile as soon as possible. I know full well that my actions are not praiseworthy. There was even a man who worried about me, but still, even if I fall into villainy. The Charlottes shot across the ground all at once. They changed directions, showed different movements, and began to maneuver so that their true body would not be discovered. The burning knight swung its sword, but it didn't hit the real body. I will save my family. I can't let go of the reins for that. Instead, the beast roared once more. At that moment, the illusions around it vanished, and the scene that had been filled with dozens of figures became a lonely one. But she had known that would happen before she came here. Charlotte, still invisible, swung her sword from within Adele's range. However, "You're wrong." Gaki. Adele's sword blocked the sword of the supposedly invisible Charlotte. "Why? You're not supposed to do that." Why was it blocked? She had been repelled by the overly hard vines before, but never blocked. How on earth did he know? In the midst of that question, Adele accurately swung his sword at Charlotte. "You have someone who's worried about you, right? Then the normal thing to do would be to throw away your pride and position and consult them first, before you jump to some stupid conclusion and rush off." Platitudes. I thought about that for a moment, but I knew before I even asked that there's no point in clinging to that. An invisible opponent. At a glance, it would probably look like Adele was just swinging his sword at nothing. Haha. Only those who grew up in a clean environment can spout such platitudes. What is it? Are you going to say your family wouldn't want that in the end? I will, as many times as it takes, because a family-loving child has become hopelessly stained in black. I know that the sisters would say something like that. Irritation. Indignation at being pointed out. Charlotte gritted her teeth and finally even dispelled her own magic and screamed. "What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to pray to God and nurse my family who has fallen ill with acuside disease? Even though I know it's hopeless, am I supposed to live an honest life while crying?" A blow driven by brute force followed. There was no delicacy in it, and the sword that should have been sharper than Julius's began to show dullness. I know it, even I do, that my actions up until now, that the money I got from hurting that girl is shit. I, the scum and shit, know it best. And yet, she said. Charlotte, with tears she hadn't shed in a long time, screamed her emotions out. "Even if I fall into villainy, I want to save my family. If there's another way, show me, you idealist." The end, the very end. Charlotte poured all the talent she possessed into this one swing, and then, "You can rely on me." Gashi. Adele caught it with one hand. "When we met, you should have just said help me from the start. No matter what circumstances anyone has, the Black Knight has always clenched his fist for that purpose." True to his words, Adele had thrown away his sword and clenched his fist. The two words, evade, floated in Charlotte's mind. Should she shoot magic as is, or should she throw away her sword and gain distance? The worst-case scenario. Disregarding her own expulsion, she would escape and at least keep the insurance alive. Thinking calmly, that was the most important thing here. But for some reason, her body wouldn't move. Before her was a boy clenching his fist to protect someone. Behind him was a girl, her body tattered, watching over him with worry. Seeing that, she suddenly thought, really, what a shitty woman I am. At that moment, a dull sound reached Charlotte's ears, and her consciousness went black. The body of the girl with pink hair collapsed. Adele looked at Charlotte's figure. The epidemic, acuside disease was it? I think that was. Slowly, from his feet, a pale blue flower appeared. A plant rarely seen around here. It glowed with a vibrant color, giving off a unique brilliance. Adele created dozens more of the same, picked them, and gently placed them on Charlotte's chest. This should be enough, as an apology for a complete stranger like me spouting off such self-righteous platitudes. Genius, heel, and genius hero. The moment he turned his back, undoing the black armor, the final climax ended with the hero's victory. Section. The dungeon fell silent. Adele's footsteps echoed through it. Following that, the dry sound of burning trees could be heard, and the sheer devastation of the scene made Adele's cheeks twitch. I really went all out. By now, most of it had burned out, and only small fires could be seen here and there. The night that had been dyed bright red had turned to charcoal, and the giant beast had been made to disappear by Adele. Such damage. What would have happened if this had been done on the surface instead of in a dungeon? They were strong, the third prince would be a match even for the Ashia family, and Charlotte is easily better than my siblings. The reason his standard was the members of the Knight family was probably because Adele still didn't know the general public's level of strength. Still, he knew that they were strong. He glanced at Charlotte, collapsed on the ground. "Adele Kun." Just as he was about to, a distinct sensation assaulted his chest. He looked forward to see what it was, and there, slightly below his line of sight, was a beautiful girl hugging him. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Luna, who had jumped into his chest, began to touch Adele's body. Because of the fight with Charlotte, his clothes were burnt here and there, and that seemed to fuel Luna's worry, as her face turned pale every time she saw such a spot. I'm fine, really. But, at Luna's worried gaze, Adele shrugged. See, I'm not hurt anywhere, am I? I'm so fine that I could participate in a scavenger hunt as a stand-in without any problems. Why? Why? I'm flattered that you wanted me to be hurt. And no, that's not it. Those two were really strong, weren't they? It was my first time meeting Charlotte-san today, but I knew that Julia-san-sama was amazing. Then you also knew and saw that I was strong, right? Adele gently placed his hand on the head of the worried Luna. Then he gave her a gentle, reassuring smile. Then don't make that face. I'm happy to have received the Medal of Honor for protecting the princess. You did well until I got here. Really, thank you for your hard work. Even though she had caused him so much trouble. The words that came out were happy and thank you, far from any complaints. The eyes directed at her, the expression, didn't seem to be lying. There was something that made her truly think, I'm so glad. Ah, as I thought, I love him so much, she thought. Luna's face flushed with a heat appropriate for her age. What's wrong, Luna? Your face is red. And Naya. And nothing's wrong at all. No, that panic, ha. Don't tell me you're desperately trying to hide an injury. Are you seducing another girl, master? Whoa. A voice called out from behind Adele, who was worried about Luna, who was just being a maiden in love. Because of that, Adele showed a pathetic reaction, the complete opposite of the figure he had just shown. Is this what happens as soon as I take my eyes off you? You should realize during the manufacturing process that mass production lowers the value. What should I be realizing? It was probably about that maidenly heart thing. Anyway, why is Alicia here? What about the exam? I wanted to meet up with you, master, so I put it off. I was actually planning to meet up a little earlier, but I ran into similar interference. Well, I don't think I need to tell you the result. Suddenly, the image of the upperclassmen proctoring Alicia's group came to mind. Given their relationship, he could understand with 90% certainty who she had fought. Are you okay too, Luna-sama? You're all battered. Why, yeah, but I'm fine, you know. The shadow hero, Adele-kun, saved me. As expected of you, master. My rough predictions were not overturned at all. As expected, her master couldn't abandon someone in trouble. She had predicted that this would happen the moment trouble arose, and as expected, he had clenched his fist to protect someone and saved them. Let's set aside what more you're going to teach me. The pests are gone, so let's clear this exam already. Why, you're right. Let's go quickly. But are you sure you don't want to finish them off? There's a convenient proverb for this situation, an eye for an eye, you know. That's no good. The only thing you should do when someone does something to you is a flick on the forehead. Alicia-chan, you scary child. Well, if the person involved doesn't mind, then I suppose it's fine. Remembering that they were in the middle of an exam, the three of them turned around. Adele took a watch from his pocket and checked the time. There were about 10 minutes left. We'd better hurry, or this could be bad. Being the subject of a lost child announcement at this age is a guaranteed entry into my dark history. Please rest assured, master. We may not be at the lowest level, but I know the way down to a certain extent. Okay, as expected of my partner, I love that about you. Foo-foo, I also love your honest personality, master. Moo. Why is a beautiful girl puffing her cheeks out next to me? There was a slight concern about leaving the exam proctors behind, but if they didn't pass, they couldn't make any excuses. Of course, since they had defeated Charlotte, the insurance line was probably gone, but there was no definite answer now. Therefore, Adele and the others immediately started running from the spot. Just then, Adele-kun. Luna, running alongside him, peeked at Adele's face. And then she gave him a full, radiant smile, different from when she had been puffing her cheeks, a smile befitting a child her age, a smile that was captivating. Thank you for saving me. The factional dispute, the periodic exam, the incident that intertwined them all of it came to a close now. Section, my whole body aches. That's probably not why I woke up, but Charlotte slowly opened her eyelids. Her vision was blurry. Gradually, it became clear, and what she saw was the dungeon ceiling. At this point, Charlotte understood her current situation in various ways. And then, awake, Charlotte. She turned her head to the side. There sat Kane, his uniform dirtied with soil, but he didn't seem to mind. So I lost. Both of us. She didn't get up. It was probably because her body felt as heavy as lead, but from an observer's point of view, it seemed like Charlotte was savoring something. Such a Charlotte slowly opened her mouth. What happened to the master? I've put him to bed, though he doesn't seem to be waking up yet. It'll be tough when he wakes up. What's waiting for him is a reality he'll wish was a dream. Julius lost. No, to be precise, Julius's defeat was confirmed the moment Charlotte lost. Charlotte's magic is forcefully shut down the moment she loses consciousness. By now, the students and instructors in the auditorium must be surprised by the sudden disappearance of Julius. If Adele and the others return there and explain the situation, it's all over. Since the three of them aren't together, they can't make any excuses. And once her magic is brought to light, it's highly likely that her past deeds will also be dug up and judged. You should think of a good excuse. Among the three of us, you're the closest to being innocent. One way or another, you were the only one who didn't cross the final line. It's too late now. With this incident, the third prince will be eliminated from the succession race. My family will also immediately switch horses and cut me off. Nobles are frightening. They can so easily treat their family like a lizard's tail. A huge difference from herself, not the tail, but the body. It was because she couldn't abandon her family that she was here now. Different environments, different feelings, so why were they on the same boat? Charlotte couldn't help but feel sorry for Cain beside her. As if he understood her pitying gaze, Cain shrugged at the girl he had been with for so long. It's not something you need to worry about. If anything, it feels like a weight has finally been lifted from my shoulders. And you too, right? You have a somewhat refreshed look on your face. Charlotte touched her own face. Do I look like that? She wondered. Unfortunately, there was no mirror here, so she couldn't really tell. However, somehow, she could agree that she had such a look on her face. It's probably for the same reason as you. She was supposed to have accepted it, but somewhere inside, she had been thinking something. The guilt that swirled within her whenever she met the people from the orphanage about her evil deeds. She wouldn't be able to save her family with this, and yet she felt a strange sense of relief. At that moment, Cain took something out of his pocket. It was Seihakusu, a flower that glowed a pale blue. The moment Charlotte saw the plant, she shot up. After all, that plant was said to be hard to come by, the ingredient for the specific remedy for acuside disease. Why is that here? When I found you, it was placed beside you. There was a fire, so I'm sorry, but I held on to it so it wouldn't catch fire. Cain unhesitatingly handed the Seihakusu, worth over 1 million per stem, to Charlotte. Not just one stem, but many. Charlotte took them and checked them over and over, and shed tears. Ah, it's real. The thing I could never get my hands on, finally. A sight she hadn't seen in a long time, a sight befitting her age. Cain, seeing the rare sight of his close friend, couldn't help but smile. Well, I don't think I need to say who left it. Even I, who wasn't there, can somehow picture your hero. Charlotte looked up and suddenly remembered the words of a certain boy. When we met, you should have just said, "Help me," from the start. No matter what circumstances anyone has, the Black Knight has always clenched his fist for that purpose. The knight who carried a jet black sword, the hero who could clench his fist for someone else. Charlotte looked up at the ceiling and wiped her tears. He even extends a hand to a villain. Charlotte held the Seihakusu as if it were precious. Even though there were hardly any flames left, she held it dearly. I have to thank him. Yeah, you do. No, before that, I have to apologize to that girl. You're right. Well, I hope you get a chance to apologize before you're thrown in jail. Calmly, Cain said such things with a smile. At his words, Charlotte suddenly opened her mouth. Don't you think you should turn back? For you to go to jail, that's... Don't say it, Charlotte. With you going there, it's a bit irritating to be just a bystander. Why, Charlotte said. In response, Cain. I get to be with the woman I love. In a way, it's easier to live than in a place with all sorts of constraints. Charlotte's face turned bright red. The first time she had heard it, a feeling casually spun into words. Once again, a reaction befitting her age. Charlotte buried her face in the flowers, embarrassed, and immediately her lips relaxed into a smile. I hope we don't get beheaded. There's also the possibility of a lifetime in prison. If we get out, why don't you come to my hometown? It's a nice place, rich in nature. The sisters will like you too. That's an attractive proposal. Since we're at it, let's bring our master along too. He might not have anywhere else to go. Haha, I'm worried if he can even wash dishes. Inside the deserted dungeon. Even though they knew what awaited them was hell, the two laughed. Perhaps it was because they had been freed from so many things. Epilogue. In the end, Julius and his two companions were expelled from the academy. On top of that, they were also under suspicion of attempted murder. As of today, the day after the exam, they were being held in a dungeon beneath the royal capital. Now that this has all become public, the Knight's Order will likely launch a full investigation. The fate of the three would undoubtedly depend on this investigation. However, one thing was certain: Julius's ambition had been utterly shattered. On a related note, the problems surrounding Luna were finally resolved. And so, I'm truly in your debt. Lunch break inside the classroom. There, a scene unfolded of a princess of a nation bowing her head. The one she was bowing to was Adele, the person who had contributed most this time, and, "Yeah, don't worry about it. Thank you, but I can't help but notice your legs are shaking like a newborn fawn's." And Adele's legs were shaking pathetically. "Sigh, that's what you get for skipping class, master. Haven't you already learned from a previous, physical lesson that absenteeism takes a toll on the human body?" "But Captain, I worked super hard this time. I became a prince on a white horse. If I don't get a break, I'm seriously gonna fall off my horse in the next situation." "Hey, why are your legs shaking just from skipping class?" "Who knows? It's a world I'll never understand." Paying no mind to Adele, who was desperately pleading with tears in his eyes, Luna and Serena tilted their heads. It seems the girls who had yet to set foot in the confession room were unaware of the Academy's heartlessness. "By the way, Luna-sama, regarding the item you requested," Elysia, who had been lecturing Adele, spoke up as if she had just remembered. "Regarding that matter, I just passed it to one of my people and asked them to deliver it." "Thank you, Elysia-chan. Please think nothing of it. This sort of behind-the-scenes work is also part of a maid's duties." True to her word, Elysia gave a gentle smile, one that left no room for feeling indebted. "Something you requested." Meanwhile, Adele tilted his head at the statement he couldn't quite grasp. From the sound of their exchange, it seemed they had discussed something between themselves, but, yeah, I suppose you could say I asked her to run an errand for me. However, it's impressive that you had such a rare plant like Seihikusu. And to think, the destination was an orphanage in a remote border town." Flinch, Adele's back went rigid. It was only for an instant. But there was no way Elysia, who adored her master, would overlook it. "A master? Muahahaha. What could that be? I have no idea. My legs are all shaky, you see." "Wow, I've never seen such an easy-to-read face." "Adele-kun, you're not a very good liar, are you? And to think he's trying to hide the matter of the Black Knight with that." It was a verbal assault from all sides. Since Adele-kun is acting like this, I'll just say a little, well, let's call it helping someone out. Helping someone out? Yeah, it was someone Black Knight-sama reached out to, so I couldn't just leave them be. Besides, while I can't forgive them, they did apologize, you know. So I can't be any crueler to them. Hearing Luna's words, the other two gave him a deadpan stare. For them, they must have already figured out who sent what to whom. Adele looked away uncomfortably, letting out a sulky grumble, as if to say, it's not a big deal. And now, with Julius Onasama gone, the matter's settled, so don't give him such looks, okay? Apparently, in some circles, a cold stare from a lady is a reward for a man. It is. Hey, apologize to all the gentlemen of the world. That's definitely only a thing for a select few. Master. Why are you still looking at me like that? I'm the hero here, you know. Chitter-chatter. The four of their lively voices echoed through the classroom during lunch break. Naturally, it was a conversation between the most talked-about people right now. There was no way the rest of the class wasn't paying attention. Hey, did you hear Julius-sama? And the others got expelled. They were with them, and then they were gone in an instant, so that's what happened, right? And what's more, they passed after defeating those three. Amazing, that whole disgrace story, there's not a trace of it left, is there? I wonder if I can even win against them from now on. In this exam, 20% of the first years left the academy. More than that, the top 3 second years, who should never have had to leave, were all expelled at once. There was no way this wouldn't become an issue, and by today, the day after the exam, the story had spread throughout the academy. Thanks to that, Adele and the others at the center of the storm had become a topic of conversation as well. But, Elysia, I'm hungry. Bento, please. Fufu right away. Oh, you two have bentos too. Yes, because I want to feed master my homemade cooking. MMPH, my current greatest rival's femininity is far too high. I just hope Heimsan doesn't get left in the dust. Huh, I thought I'd secured a spot in the high femininity bracket for myself. Of course, they showed no signs of caring. They each blended back into academy life as if yesterday had never happened. Master. Just then, Elysia spoke as she opened the bento box. Casually, so that no one else could see, she offered a discreet, elegant smile. You did well. For what? He thought, though he wouldn't say something so tactless. Receiving Elysia's soft smile, Adele let his own lips curl into a similar expression. Yeah, you too, Elysia. Thank you for your hard work. The Black Knight, that fabled hero. For 3 years, until the heat dies down. His academy life has only just begun. Afterward, thank you for reading. This time, the story is about a hero kicking ass at the academy, with a heavy focus on his identity being exposed. He's a pathetic man who usually fools around and prefers a degenerate lifestyle, but he's also endlessly good-natured and kind. I made a protagonist with that kind of gap the main focus of this work. This is just my personal opinion, but I absolutely love characters with these kinds of gaps. If all of you readers who have made it this far are also thinking, this is interesting, then I would be extremely happy. I truly look forward to seeing you all again next time. End of Volume 1.